All right. We are live. Welcome in, boys. It's Live Line, powered by SportsbookReview.com. One sport in the United States that the coronavirus couldn't beat. The UFC. That's right. It's Fight Night, boys. Welcome in, my guys. William, O'Connell, Diego, Ronnie, Lofton, Harry, Flick, my Bick, John, Chris, Jake, Sean B. Let's make some money. No Dave tonight. Dave's busy. What's up, Walla? But you guys got me. You got half the team tonight. Spread will be with us to hang out. Ant should be in to hang out. The big man on campus is going to come in, bet some horses with me. Threw about 300 in the TBG account. Bet some horses today. Bet some fights. And make that fucking money. Let's go. So we'll talk about the corona. I have nothing on the first fight. No interest at all. It's like Andre the Giant fighting a sixth grader, if we're being real. There's better spots on this card. I actually looked at Dave's card, and we rarely disagree on fights, but there's like 4 or 5 fights that I like the opposite side as him. So that's odd. But it is what it is. We'll have some fun today. So let's talk about the coronavirus quickly. What the fuck is happening in the United States right now and around the world? We got no NBA for at least 30 days. Major League Baseball postpones at least 2 weeks start of the season, right? NHL follows suit with the NBA. No NCAA tournament, which is absolutely horrific. It's one of the best sporting events of the year. I was very much looking forward to the rest of the conference tournaments, the NCAA tournament. Unfortunately, man, the world we live in today is a lot of panic. I think it's slightly overblown. That's just me personally. Some people don't hold that opinion. Some people think that they're doing the right thing. I think that they could have at least played with no fans, but it is what it is. I think it's absolutely absurd that they're canceling the College World Series for baseball in March. But that's just me. No NASCAR for at least 2 weeks. But we're going to try to grind away, man. I'll try to get on here as many nights as I can with you guys to bet some horses for the weekends. We should have the UFC. So we have chances to make money. And that's it. My guy Spread Stare checks in.
Sorry for the late start. We were redoing my office here, and I didn't realize what time it was. So I'm up and running now. and running now.
No worries, my man.
Yeah.
So quick thoughts on the coronavirus and its impact on the sports around the world.
I mean, obviously, it's real sad. I do think that as far as like what they're doing today should absolutely be happening with the no crowd. I guess my worry for us as sports gamblers, if this sets a precedence and this becomes the norm, every time we have a virus where the sports gambling world shuts down for, I mean, who knows how long. So, I mean, obviously that's being selfish worrying about that, but this is a betting show. So I guess that's my worry. And I mean, it throws the model out of loop. When we come back, I'm going to have these numbers and who knows how accurate they're really going to be. So I thought we would do more stuff like we're doing today, just with the closed arenas. That made sense to me.
Yeah, and it doesn't. A large part of our audience are, they bet $50 or $100 a game. They have like full-time jobs. where this isn't their life. They just like Anthony. It's an awesome hobby that he takes seriously. But I mean, this is how I feed my daughter and pay the rent. This is killing me, man. It's killing me. And I know you are the same way. You do this full time. So
yeah, and probably just the uncertainties that's the worst. If like we knew for sure that in 30 days the NBA would be back, but I've also heard rumors that there won't be any sports for the rest of 2020. And of course these are alarmist rumors, and the truth is probably somewhere in between. But it is tough, especially when we're trying to budget, out of our savings. But good thing is we do have an opportunity today to make a little dent in that and to avoid using our savings for the for the time being. So.
Well, this is why we preach bankroll management.
Right.
For unforeseen circumstances like exactly what's happening right now. So, me and at least, we are fortunate enough to be in a position where we'll be fine until the sports get back, but not the same case for everybody. Our guy RB Fern checks in. Rich G, coronavirus minus 850, the USA plus 250. To that I say, how fucking dare you, Rich G?
He's taking a lot of big.
You know what? How about the UFC minus 5,000, the coronavirus plus 1650?
Hey, so real quick, Jay, did you have a play on this fight that's kicking off right now?
No.
Okay.
Who
was the girl that went up and down in weight? Who's the girl with one fight, and who's the girl that's been up and down in weight?
Veronica Macedo has been in the UFC for a while, right? I think it's Bia Molesky is how you pronounce the name. She's got like 6 inches of reach on her. She's got 10 inches of reach. She's 6 inches taller, and but she's just not really skilled. But the problem is, I don't think Veronica Macedo's really skilled either. I mean, I think she beat Polyana Viana her last time out, but then she drops fights against Jillian Anderson. I think Ashley Evans Smith and Andrea Lee too. I guess I lean Veronica Macedo, but I mean, there's better spots on this card to even think about betting this fight. This fight is terrible.
Well, that's why we talked real quick in the DMs before the show, but I said a lot of these fights, and I didn't do the proper tape study like you did. I was just reading and going over records and just, analysis. And I had seen some of the fighters before as we get onto the bigger main event. But, I think you can make a case for both fighters. Like, for example, on this one, worries me that Macedo has switched her weight classes, and she doesn't necessarily look like she might be natural for this class. Whereas, like you said, Malecki's only really had one UFC fight, right?
Yeah, I mean, the girl's 5'9", and if she seems coachable too. I watched her fight in the UFC. I think that she could, because of her size alone, I think that she could be good, but she's raw, man. She's new to this. I don't know. I didn't really like the fight, but the fight card, this is the best UFC Fight Night card that we have had in over a year. It's stacked. Maybe not as good as some of the pay-per-views that we've had in the last year, but in terms of Fight Night cards, this card's amazing. It's really good.
Yeah, and this will probably be the last thing I mention it, but as it's kicked off right now, I mean, I think this is kind of what the country needs right now, and I don't think that, with nobody in the crowd, that there's really that much of a danger, I don't see why we couldn't have done the other events this way.
I was stunned that NASCAR didn't have the race after they said that they were going to have the race with no fans in the stands. Yeah, I was like, all right, well, at least we're going to get the race. I couldn't believe it. You know what it is? The NBA set such a high bar. Yeah. Everybody was forced. Yeah, into doing this, I guess.
Yeah. Now I'm reading there's an XFL player on the thing, so I mean, maybe I'm wrong here. And that's where it's tough, because people were asking for content about it. And I said, I'm not really educated. I'm not really one to speak about it, mainly just from the sports betting aspect. But I mean, now as an XFL player comes out with it, like maybe it does make sense.
Veronica Macedo is A, very cute, and B, she is punching up like 10 inches, bro. And I love it. And she's winning this fight right now.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Go ahead, V. You go. Dana White is a savage. I completely agree with that. There are fights that I like on the card, boys. Obviously, we'll break down every fight as we go on. But there are some spots where I just think that we're going to get a better price. That's why I didn't put them at the bottom. I like Gilbert Burns. I know Dave likes Damian Maia. Dave has a soft spot for Maia. He takes him a lot. And I tell you, I fade him a lot, and it hasn't worked for me, man. He's taken my money the last couple fights. But I think that price is going down, so we may get a better price there. I think we may get a better price on – I put Charles Oliveira down there, but you might get a better price than that by the time the main event goes on, because the whole world's on Kevin Lee. We'll break that fight down, obviously. I like Enrique Barzola. I got him at a much better price. I got him at minus 145. He's up to minus 200. I would say put him in a parlay if you're going to bet him. I think Dave has him as one half of the punch and parlay. But like I said, we'll break these fights as we go. So what's going on in the chat, boys? Tell Dave we need him. I mean, I think he put his fight card on the internet, so you could just grab his plays from there if you guys want to tell him. 85% of the time we're on the same plays, but not this card.
Yeah, I noticed you guys had a couple. The two that stood out to me the most were obviously the main event, and we'll have plenty of time to talk about that. But then also the Damian Maia. And, it's funny because that's another one where, like I said, I don't cap the score 100% like organically like I do the NBA. So, I do obviously rely on input from good sources. But I had actually leaned with you there where, I'm a little worried about Maia's age and then also his striking. I know he's improved it, immeasurably since he started.
But it's still horrific.
Yeah, at the MMA level, it is, at the top level, it is,
Right.
But it was almost non-existent, right, when he first came in. And he at least made it to where, I mean, I don't know if he's even good yet, but I mean, it's improved dramatically.
And listen, he always finds a way because he's so good at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to get somebody to the ground and either choke him out, grab an arm. But, Gilbert Burns is a lot younger. He's way more athletic. He's got a solid striking game. He's got bricks in his gloves. He's got a ton of power, and he is a 3-time Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu world champion.
Right.
He's going to be able to hang with Maia or match him on the mat. And if that's the case, where's the advantage to taking Maia other than just taking a stab at the plus money at plus 165? And the number is I think the number is dropping on Burns, actually. Let me pull up.
So as a bettor on Burns, do you want to see the fight more stand up, or are you comfortable with him going to the mat?
I think if he's on, if the fight's on the feet, he's got a huge advantage. And even though he's a 3-time Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu world champion, I think that he'll probably try to keep it on the ground because that's where he has a huge advantage. He opened up a minus 210 favorite.
Right.
And he's down to as low as minus 165. And I get it. I understand why Maia's taking money. It's Damian Maia. It doesn't matter that he's 42 years old. He's got the name recognition. He's been impressive the last 2 years, but eventually he's going to regress and hit the wall. And against solid BJJ fighters, right? He's been winning by the slimmest of margins. And I just think that can change. I think it can change. Now, will it change? Who knows? I think that I would not have bet Gilbert Burns at minus 210, but at minus 160, minus 155, if it gets that low, I'm in. I'm fucking in. Because it continues to drop.
Yeah, so that's definitely going to be a fun fight, especially for people who've played jiu-jitsu and top level on the mat if it does get there. I'm watching this fight right now. Boy, you're right about Malecki. I mean, for a taller fighter, she has no snap, no pop on her punches.
She's got nothing.
Yeah, it's funny. Her kicks aren't that bad. The punches are really
well, her legs are 7 feet long, bro.
Yeah. So, I mean, if I'm her coach, I would want her to just kick. I mean, these for her having this reach advantage, these exchanges really aren't going the way they should. She doesn't use her length to create distance at all. No pop. So the Macedo's just walking right through them.
Yeah, Veronica's she's beasting out. She's a little beast in there, and I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. I fucking love this sport. Man, have we seen a lot of new MMA cappers out there on the Twitter world, huh? Everybody's a fucking MMA expert now. And it just makes me laugh, man. For people like Dave and I.
That was a cool escape by Macedo right there. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that was pretty cool. Oh, where are you at? I'm sorry. I'm at 247 right now.
242.
Okay, cool.
For people like Dave and I that have watched every UFC event since 1997 and live for the sport, I'm seeing people selling packages. I mean, these people make me laugh, bro. Vegas Dave is selling curling and badminton packages. Like the New York, he pulled such a shit move that the New York Post wrote an article on him.
Yeah, I mean, and what's so crazy is because I did cap MMA pretty hardcore about 3 or 4 years ago, and it's just funny everyone jumping in because to me, I think it's one of the hardest sports to cap for 2 reasons. One, you cap a fight right, and then the judges screw you, right? I mean, that happens to at least one better on almost every card,
especially in Brazil.
Right. Yeah. And then the other one is you cap a fight right, but maybe, your fighter that wins a majority of the fight just gets rocked towards the end, and, that can always happen too. So you have to add that variance in, so it's not like 52% is not good enough. You got to be even better. So, that's why I give so much respect for you guys for what you're doing. And I'm not trying to jump in and, sound like authority with any of my opinions here. Just
that's all
making conversation and just kind of describing what I'm seeing here. Like I said, like people are saying Malecki's winning the round, and she might be. And my comments were more just based toward watching her long term.
Yeah, she's probably winning the round right now. I agree. But I mean, if you bet, I understand that people got to scratch that itch. Yeah. Everybody, like the whole world, like you're seeing these lines move like crazy because the handle on this card for a normal UFC fight night is going to be through the fucking roof, right? It's the only thing to bet on, really. So I couldn't bet this fight. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I mean, so are these ratings gonna be like an NFL like playoff game?
Oh, I would think that these ratings are going to be like really high.
I mean, I'm hoping that's what happens, and it'll kind of give some incentives for these sports leagues. So basically, what they should do is you test every, player and person that you will have in the arena. Within a day of the fight, you get the results, and then you're able to have the event still under closed doors, safely. So hopefully, if this does well, that'll give them some financial incentive to get that going.
Sonic then says, when are we going to see Max and Donnie again? I honestly don't know. Max is a college basketball handicapper. That's really the only thing he caps. So, I mean, I'm not sure. And you'll see Donnie. I mean, Donnie is Mr. SBR. Donnie Rightside is a legend over here at SBR. So you'll see Donnie for baseball season, I'm sure. You might see Donnie this week. As a matter of fact, I might send Donnie an invite just to come and hang out. I'm hoping Ant shows up. I know that Jeff is going to come and hang out.
Jake says, don't you think that's a waste of resources, though? That testing kit could go towards someone who needs it. And that's where you're right. And that's why I'm trying to stay away from this, because you got to remember my bias is always going to be selfish towards sports betting.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, what do we got next? Well, we watched this third round that we don't have any action on. Is the Silva fight next?
Yes.
And what were your thoughts on that one?
Well, I think Dave is on Silva. This is another fight that I haven't bet yet. My thoughts on this fight are basically, I don't know, Bruno Silva, he hasn't really impressed me at all from what I've seen. I think like this is the quintessential guy in the UFC that gave everyone a tough hard out on the regional scene. And now that, you know, he stepped up to the big show, he hasn't shown me much. He looked terrible against Taha other than that second round where he showed solid top control. But aside from that, you know, he looked awful. I guess his best showing in the UFC was probably that Casey Kenny fight where he showed up well enough to get a draw. Aside from that, you know, from what he's shown me to make me think that he's guaranteed to have a successful UFC career, not really. David Dvorak seems to have like the skeleton of what will be a solid striking game. I don't think he's there yet. I think he's in that place when a young UFC fighter that's really active on the feet without hold on. I lost my train of thought, Donnie. Anyway, I think he's really active on the feet without throwing a lot of volume. From what I've seen on tape from Dvorak when he was on the Czech regional scene, he looks to be a natural counterpuncher. When he leads exchanges, he didn't look great, but when he reacted to his opponent, I thought he would find himself in a better place. He comes into the fight winning, I don't know, something like 13 fights in a row. But who has he beat? Nobody, really. I think that he probably wins the fight. But would it shock me if Silva gets the win? No, not really. Dvorak's stand-up game is still in the preliminary stages of his evolution. So I think he is fast. He's a pure athlete, and he looked good in scrambles. I'm going to lean towards Dvorak to win the fight, but I don't think it's as cut and dry as I've seen the MMA community think it is. We still have no idea if this kid's a UFC caliber flyweight right now, and we'll just have to wait and see. So I totally understand why Dave is on Silva. I didn't bet the fight. He did. But I would probably lean the other way slightly. But this is another fight that I didn't bet.
So Dave is leaning Silva, which actually surprised me. And so what is his reasoning here? Is just Dvorak low quality of competition? Because Silva against what I would consider to be like, you know, average competition wasn't really like impressive.
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'd be curious to say that because and like I said, this is all just, I didn't do the real good tape study like you guys do. This is basically just off reading it. But from reading, you know, it seemed like it was a almost, you know, like especially what they call in boxing, like a showcase fight where, you know, you want a guy to look good in his debut. So everyone's excited to see him next time. And so that's what I got the opinion of reading about it. And then when I went to see the odds so even, I was like, oh, what am I missing? So another one where I said, I was, I had a lean, but I wasn't really like that strong on it. So definitely curious to see what happens in that fight. Is Dvorak, is he any good on the mat at all, or is this going to be a standing fight?
No, I mean his strength is his stand-up game. Although I did see him have a couple nice submissions, some rear naked chokes, but I would say his strength is standing. I bet the next fight, Bueno Silva, I think she wins the fight pretty easily. And I'm on other fights, but I'm just waiting to see if we can get a better price. So
okay,
the fight after this, I bet, but I just didn't like anybody enough. I slight lean towards Dvorak, but
so I've seen Moroz before, but I haven't seen Bueno Silva. What type of fighter is she? Is she a striker, wrestler? Like, what is she like?
I don't know. I thought that this was a pretty easy fight for me to cap. Moroz is not that good against anybody that's got a functional striking game. Bueno Silva has more than a functional striking game. I think she's really solid on her feet. Her head drops off the center line when she throws. Her footwork is okay. Her angles aren't bad. She throws accurate combinations. Anytime she gets one, she sends two back. The only thing that Moroz has to rely on, I think, is her wrestling game. And if Bueno Silva avoids the takedown attempts, I think she wins pretty easily. So I bet her.
Yeah, this is another one that I think it's tough, right? Because I don't rate Moroz too highly, but then with Bueno Silva, obviously she's looked pretty good, but it's not against the top level competition yet. So
true.
I'll jump in with you, but I was just saying I did do some preliminary capping of this and just going over what some educated people who follow the sport 24/7 have to say about it, just to get an idea. So I'd be able to have some good conversation with you. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how Silva does. She I saw some highlights of her, and she had a nice knockout there against Robertson. That was a fun one.
Slugger, you're looking at Bruno Silva. That's the guy that's fighting next. It's the fight after that. It's Marina Bueno Silva.
Oh, that's why we're screwing people up. Bruno and Bueno, wonderful.
Well,
so Malecki won, but she's definitely got a lot of work, right, before you'd be encouraged to back her again.
Oh, yeah, bro. She's as green as a fucking tomato.
Yeah. If she can get a little snap on that jab and start to actually use like her height correctly, though, she could be definitely dangerous. But sometimes that stuff just happens. I don't know how much you can really train it.
Martin asked me, why do I like Charles Oliveira? I love Du Bronx. Charles Oliveira, man. I think that the kid's one of those fighters in the UFC that nobody really ever talks about, but he's incredibly skilled and underrated, especially the current version of Charles Oliveira. For years, Oliveira was only a ground guy, right? Only somebody that can impose his will on the mat. The last couple years, we've seen a very different Charles Oliveira. This version, someone that's worked tirelessly on improving his striking. And I think he's an offensive output machine right now on his feet. Far more technical a striker right now. And somebody that throws a shit ton of volume. And he's the most dangerous submission threat in the history of the UFC, right? Everybody knows he's got the most submission victories in UFC history. Everybody knows he's the second most finishes in UFC history with 15. Put that all together, and I'm left asking myself, can Charles Oliveira beat Kevin Lee? Yeah, he could beat Kevin Lee. If Kevin Lee is anything, he's fucking incredibly inconsistent, man. Like, okay, he made the move to TriStar. He's got Varasa Hobby in his corner now, right? Okay, but does that guarantee him anything? No. Now, did he have a nice highlight reel head kick knockout last time out against Gregor Gillespie? Yeah, he did. It was actually beautiful. But that does not mean that we're going to get that version of Kevin Lee this time, because the guy flops back and forth all the time. What do we know about Kevin Lee? We know he's a great wrestler, right? We know he's got one of the best double leg takedowns in the game, right? What else do we know about Lee? We know that he's a strong guy for the division. He was just fighting at 170 pounds, right? Now he moves back down to lightweight. What happens? He misses weight. When a fighter misses weight, you never know where their head is at, right? Because when you miss weight, it's disrespectful to your opponent. It's disrespectful to the organization you fight for, and it's disrespectful to yourself, bro. You're a fucking professional. Man up and make weight, okay? Now he should have the strength advantage in the cage. We know that, right? He's got power in his hands. He's got nice footwork, and he's technically sound as a striker. But can I say that Lee right now, based on what we've seen from Charles Oliveira the last 2 years, can I say that he's automatically a better striker? No. Go look at what Charles Oliveira did in that fucking cage the last 24 months. His striking has been on point. So I think add in the fact that Oliveira has a gas tank that goes for fucking days, and we've seen Kevin Lee gas out before, and I'm taking the fucking plus money. I'm taking a shot. I think if I was lining the fight right now, personally, based on the last 24 months, I would say I would make Charles Oliveira minus 115, and I would make Kevin Lee minus 105. So you're going to give me plus 130. I'm taking it. Whatever happens, happens.
Which fighter missed weight?
Kevin Lee.
How do you think that affects the fight?
I mean, he'll come in heavier, and he already has the strength advantage, so it probably favors him. But he has had issues with stamina, and carrying extra weight is not great, because Charles Oliveira sets a pace, and he goes for days.
So Lee dropped down in weight and then missed the weight.
Yeah, he has fought at 170 before. So I mean he's fought at welterweight and lightweight. This fight is at lightweight.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we have some sports today. Definitely, something
Sure.
nice.
Yeah, SAG says that, and the fact that Oliveira is fighting in Brazil, that's a fair point. Is MB Silva worth minus 190? Minus 190? You can get minus 148 right now at FanDuel. What price do you have right now?
I am minus 175 on Bovada.
Oh, wow.
So I'm sure she's grabbing money right now, right? So this one will be interesting. I know that Dave's on Silva, but I think it'd be fun if this other guy made a fun debut here.
Corey said, my life is so boring without sports. Hey, I've been doing so much work behind the scenes, boys, to get ready for the launch of our channel. I've been very busy. Very busy. All right, the Dvorak Silva has just started. I did not bet the fight. Think Dave was on Silva. I had a slight lean the other way. Man, it feels good to be watching, talking sports, does it?
Yeah, definitely. Nice to, even though didn't get down on this one, see if I was right, and that's a nice little exchange there for Dvorak. So far, from what I've seen of this guy, he's got nice footwork and he's using his range, I think, properly for being the taller guy. So that's a good sign if you're a Dvorak backer, I would say. Is Silva a good wrestler at all? Will he be trying to attempt takedowns at all, or do you think he's going to continue to try and box him?
I'm not sure. Man, that kid grew a lot since I saw him on that Czech regional scene. He looks way bigger.
That was a nice spinning back fist there, but Dvorak took it well.
Hey, so I want to know, the guys in the chat, has everybody been betting the ponies?
Have you bet any ponies, Jay? I have not.
I haven't, but I loaded up the account, threw a few hundred in there to fuck around today and have some fun. I have a TVG account, so I threw a couple hundred in there. Maybe we'll bet a pick 4 later, pick 5. I know that Big Man loves those fucking ponies.
Yeah.
So
I think it's a good start here for Dvorak backers. Oh, wait, let's see. Did I speak too soon there? Now Silva's got a leg. Oh, and he got out of it. That's good.
Kelly in Vegas has got you covered with some UFC picks, huh? God bless her.
Hey, what's up, Alex?
204 people in the chat. Thank you for watching. I know it's been a crazy week, man. Happy you guys are hanging out with us, trying to make some money, betting the sport that we all love. Or if you don't love and it's new to you, give it a try. You will love it because it's like the second love of my life, that and football. So hopefully the UFC gains more fans. Obviously, hit that like button for SBR. Subscribe to the channel if you are not already a member. There are links in the description that'll bring you to the best sportsbook page. Head over there. Check out all the best sports books. And if you are a fan of the live betting show that we've done the last 6 months, head over to the Sports Cake YouTube channel and subscribe, because we will be there after the first.
And as you said that, Silva completely changed the momentum of the fight, and he might actually have taken the round after I felt that Dvorak looked pretty good for the first 3 minutes. Had himself a nice exchange, got a takedown here. What do you think, Jay? Was that enough to win the round for Silva?
I spent the last minute and a half not looking at the score.
Okay. All right. What do you guys think in the chat? Did Silva steal that round?
I thought it looked pretty even up until Silva took him down.
Yeah, so probably give that round to Silva, which is too bad because Dvorak looked pretty good for, I'd say, the first 3 minutes of that round. Yeah, Carlos says that Silva won.
First bet I've made in a week is the next fight. Corey says, can't get into horse racing unless I'm at the track. Fair. That's a fair point, Corey. That's a fair point. I figured
Yeah, so everyone says Silva. Yeah, he pretty much.
Sean said that Dvorak is minus 130 live, which I think that's around where he closed at, isn't it? What do you go off at?
Minus 115. So I'm really surprised with that.
Let me see if I got a live.
No, it's actually, I think it was minus 129 on Bookmaker. Oh, but On Point has different ones. So this is also where, it's not based on an algorithm.
I don't have any live betting for the prelim. Oh, actually, I do.
I have Silva at minus 150.
Yeah, that's exactly what I have.
Yeah. Yeah, Jay. So I was actually up in the sports book on Wednesday when all this news went down.
Oh,
and I think I sent you guys a couple pictures. At first, the whole place was a ghost town.
Okay.
And so I was like, well, I don't have to worry about, getting sick because I'm basically sitting here by myself. And then it was funny. It kind of filled up right around the time that Jazz game was going to start. And I actually had money on that Jazz game. I got 3 tickets that day, and the Jazz was going to be the last game. And so when it finally comes out and the announcement comes out, there's this drunk guy that had been really loud. And he goes, man, we should all get out of here. It was definitely an interesting day, and definitely an interesting day to be in the sports book.
So what did the sports books do? Shut down?
Well, no, that day they kept running because when the Jazz game was announced, because the 2 monies game I had money on were still playing. So that Hawks game was still playing. They were in the fourth quarter. And what was the other game? I bet the Heat Hornets were still playing. So those finished up. And then I remember a guy was in line after I cashed my tickets, and he's putting money on the Pelicans. And I said, buddy, I don't think they're going to play that game. I go, since they canceled it, since they canceled a Jazz game and a player has it, I don't think they're going to play any more games, I was like, I'm not trying to be an expert or anything. I'm just telling you, I'd be really surprised. And so, yeah, then that game got canceled about 5 minutes later, and the whole place just cleared out. But there wasn't that many people to begin with. I mean, it was definitely, the whole casino was definitely a ghost town. It was weird. I mean, no one was playing the table games. There's probably maybe 7, 8 people at the slots, like a casino that usually has 200 to 300 people in it up in Tahoe. And that sports book usually, I usually find a table, but I usually don't get to choose which one I have. And I mean, the whole place was empty. Yeah, Aaron's talking about it too. It says he watching that Knicks Hawks game too, and I had the over too, so I was pretty happy when I went to overtime.
I was at Hooters by Penn Station when the NBA got canceled.
So here's an interesting twist that Dvorak went in on the ground.
Yeah. I didn't watch the first 3 minutes of the second round though. I would assume though that if that round was close and he maintains top control for the next minute and 20, he probably steals the round.
And he's going to be favored going into round 3 because I feel that Silva stole round 1 with the last 2 minutes. Obviously, he deserved to win it, but the majority of the round went to Dvorak. So if he wins this one, I think he'll be a live betting favorite here going into the third, based off what I've seen. And with that little kind of stalling half guard, I don't know if Silva's going to be able to get out. Oh no! And then as I say it, he does get out. So good over there to use his hips and get up.
Yeah, he got out 40 seconds left in the round.
Yeah. Half guards can be tricky. That's where the reach and skill really goes up with the belts is the players that are dangerous out of half guard and not just using it as defense. That's where really the high skilled jiu-jitsu players come in.
Oh, wow. What a monster knee to the face that was.
That was nice.
Man, Dvorak looks so much more comfortable when he's not leading the exchanges.
Yeah.
And he can react and counter. He looks way better. He probably took that round, though. I would assume that.
Oh, I think so, too.
I would assume that it's probably 1-1.
Yeah.
Well, but I thought that he looked better in the first round up until the point that he was taken down.
Yeah, I think it's interesting for Dvorak here because he's the taller fighter, which would mean that he should be dictating, right? And he should be using his jab to control distance. But like you said, he does seem more comfortable as a counter puncher. So, the strategy that he needs might not be what he's comfortable with. So this is a good fight for him either way, continue to develop as a fighter. Oh, Consigliere, you're that close. I'm in Sacramento too. Well, I was in Tahoe that day, but yeah, I didn't know you were that close to Northern California. Golden One's a fun night out, or at least it was before all this happened. Yeah, let's see. They're saying Dvorak's now minus 200. Do you have an odds for him? Mine got taken off the board.
Yeah, I have minus 180. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Silva looks like he's slowing down too, to be fair.
Yeah. I think if Dvorak can avoid getting taken down in this one, in this round, he wins because I don't think Silva can win the standing exchanges.
And he's controlling the octagon.
Right.
For sure.
He's got to be careful not to get sloppy with his attacks, though, that will lead into a takedown. Because, like I said, that's pretty much, I think, Silva's only path to victory here in this third round. I mean, of course, always the proverbial puncher's chance. But realistically, for him to win this round, he needs to get it to the ground. And there he goes. And now he gives up back control. That's really bad on Dvorak to allow that to happen. That's, I think, some of that inexperience that we maybe talked about before the fight.
He's got to turn around right now.
Yeah. And he has to do it early enough to where he'll still have a chance. Oh, yeah, you're a little ahead of me. That was nice. And he turned it into an offensive position. That was nice.
Yeah, I mean, the guard was so bad that he was able to turn around.
And that's pretty much the difference between these real early prelims where the fighters are still developing and some of the fighting we'll see as it goes along, whereas, they were able to get out, but some of these better players aren't going to allow, aren't going to give up a position like that easily.
Big man on campus. What's up, buddy?
How are you guys?
Hey, what's up, Jeff?
Man. I can't see you, though.
Yeah, I'm having camera problems. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay.
What's going on, buddy? Fucking depressing days, huh?
Yeah. It's sad time. It really is. But we got to keep going, man. Nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, you betting those ponies?
Yeah, I got a race coming up at Gulfstream race 7. I took a shot here with the 4. I thought it was a pretty good price. I think the horse is going to be right up towards the lead. It's a Scat Daddy horse, which if you know anything about pedigree, Scat Daddy, it's a big-time horse from years ago. I like this jockey a lot. I think 7-1's a little too high. I'm actually going to take it to win place though, so I'll cover myself. But we have a finished second here. But I felt like
even money favor in the race, huh?
yeah, I looked away from the even favorite. I thought it was the price was ridiculous. I think to me it's between the 4 and the 5. I'm getting a great jockey. I'm getting good pedigree here on the 4. So I'm going to take a shot with Lena Horn, the 4. I'm going to take her to win or place.
Are you in? Are there any pick 4s or pick 5s coming up?
I'm in a pick 5, which comes up in race 8, and I can send it to you if you want.
It starts in race 8.
Yeah, race 8. Yes. Yep. So I actually hit a pick 4 earlier at this track, so that was nice.
Nice, bro. There's a pick 6 right now I see on the screen.
Yeah, Rainbow Sixes are so tough, man. And I don't generally like to give those out because most outside of TVG, not most places won't offer that.
Yeah.
Dvorak stuff 2 takedowns there. That could be the difference in this fight. He didn't let those get.
If I was setting odds right now, both guys would be minus 110. I have no idea.
That's what they had it at with about 2.5 minutes to go.
Oh, there you go. You go.
I think they're going to give it to Dvorak.
I bet the next fight, Jeff.
Okay, what do you got?
I got Marina Bueno Silva. I think as long as she could stuff the takedown, she should win pretty easily on the feet.
Maria Bueno Silva. Okay.
Yeah, I got a good price, minus 148. I don't know what you're looking at right now.
It's down to minus 170 on Bovada, so a 5-cent move.
I'll probably
I got that at FanDuel.
Great start on this broadcast. Our horse finished his second last. All right, I got to get up and get ready here with these. I got to give out some good stuff here.
What do you got? The 8?
I had the 4.
Oh, the 4. Okay.
You didn't put it in?
No.
Well, good. It lost, so it doesn't matter. All right. I'm not seeing that horse. Or is that fight you're talking about? Did it go off already?
No. It's the next fight, and right now
all it says is Myra Bueno.
Yeah, the current fight is just about to go to the scorecards.
Yeah, DraftKings isn't offering it for some reason.
Oh, it might be off the board already.
That's bullshit.
Sometimes they do that. I figured they'd be on it today with not a lot of action.
There you go, boys. Unanimous decision, Dvorak. I did not bet it, but at least I told you guys what I
think that was the right decision, personally. I mean, if someone went the other way, it wasn't a robbery, but
I figured 2 rounds. Nasty Nate said, "Put it on the board." I can't put it on the board because I didn't give it as an official pick. But I'm glad you guys hit it if you were on it.
Yeah. All right, and hopefully they'll have some good pacing too, because that's one thing that has plagued the UFC in the past. But hopefully they'll just keep knocking these fights out. With 2 fights that went the distance so far, there shouldn't be a lot of time in between.
Wow, Corey said that Sugar House took the next 4 fights off the board already. Jesus.
Why is that?
I have no idea, but that's terrible.
Bueno Silva's only minus 155 on Bookmaker if you guys are looking to tail on the offshores.
All right, I'm getting to that point here with racing where I'm going to start getting – I'm going big time here.
Big time?
No more fucking around.
Oh, we got a whole Santa Anita card, Jeff.
Oh, yeah, you got plenty yet. I mean, you got all the night card, too. Santa Anita, you got Oaklawn's got a stake race coming up. But I'm going to Aqueduct up near you. All right, I'm betting this horse big. I don't even care, man. Fuck it.
I think I'm going to buy the past performances for Santa Anita and Gulfstream.
I'm going to Aqueduct race 6. I'm taking the 3. I'm just betting it large. Fuck it.
He said, "Fuck it."
I mean, there's nothing else to fucking bet on, so fuck it.
Yeah, I hear that.
I took some Mexican soccer last night, so that worked out.
How'd that work out?
I won actually. I had over 2.5. It was 4-0.
So what are you on? The 3 power up painter?
Power up painter, yeah. Hey Jay,
You?
the trainer of this horse, probably the hottest trainer in the business.
Really?
Yeah, I mean for a horse trainer, she's pretty hot.
Stuart asks, who wins the Maya Burns fight? I like Burns, personally.
Taking Ozempic with sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Common side effects are nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, and constipation. Some side effects.
Oh, Deer Slayer. Yeah, dude, please.
Hey, Jay, there's a question about a fight that we hadn't talked about, and that's Alexei Kunchenko.
I lean Zaleski dos Santos, but I did not bet it.
What's that fight about? Like, what? I don't know anything about those guys, and I actually skipped over it in my little preview because I can't learn.
Yeah, I thought it was a tough fight to cap. I couldn't really find an angle. I thought the line was right, but I lean Zaleski. His loss to the Leech in his last fight looks even worse after last weekend with because Neil Magny shit all over the Leech last weekend.
Right.
But we know what Zaleski is, a very dynamic striker in the pocket, ton of power. He's a durable guy that can take damage as much as he shells it out. And I actually like his game on most nights. I mean, I think he changes levels well and gets takedowns where he needs them. And I lean that he wins the fight. Kunchenko had success overseas and won. He's fast. He's technically sound. But he also doesn't pull the trigger as much as he should, in my opinion. He's almost patient to a fault. Not a ton of combinations, even though he's really fast. The guy's 20-1, and I don't know why I'm not running to the window to bet him. I mean, he's 20-1 and a dog. I mean, that should tell you, everything you need to know, right? I think there's a good chance that Zaleski goes and does exactly what Gilbert Burns did to give Kunchenko his first loss. Take him down and grind him out for a few rounds. So that's what I think will probably happen. Alex says, whose television is on?
No, that's mine. I'll turn it down. Sorry about that. Like I said, I was running late. I didn't even realize what time it was. We were trying to redo this office here because I'm trying to make the most of my time off without all our good NBA action.
All right, let's go, Bueno Silva. Get me going. Start this day right.
This guy Howard Darty said the favorite in horse racing doesn't normally win 9 out of 10 times. Well, I mean, at Gulfstream Park, it does. Hey, I wanted to ask you guys, Spread, you might be able to answer this better, but do you guys think if no one gets sick for the Jazz that college basketball's on right now?
Yep, I completely do.
Yeah.
It would be like this though. There'd be no one in the crowd.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I mean, how do you call the College World Series right now in March?
I mean, let me ask you guys something. So, like, when a player goes out with flu-like symptoms, right? Isn't that like the same? Like, if he's sick with the flu, he could endanger people too. No.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just still not understanding. Like, what are we missing here?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm really surprised that I hate to say anything is an overreaction when there's like, I don't know, 100 people or something that's died from the disease. Like, that's terrible.
Jay,
But
Jay. Whenever there's a disease, people die.
yeah, so I mean, that's a good point. So, I mean,
I'm not trying to be like, out of line, but like,
yeah, it comes off like we're insensitive, but I just think it's borderline and ridiculous.
And if we didn't have social media, like in 2009, like we didn't really have social media. If we did, it was very like, it was in an infant stage. Like, I don't know. It's just weird.
I mean, to like NASCAR can't have a race with no fans.
I agree, man. It's weird.
You got to feel bad for those kids too, right? I mean, Dayton doesn't get a shot at the tournament with the team that they had. I mean, Obi Toppin goes to the NBA now, right? He's done.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you feel bad.
I mean, this is fucking ridiculous, man. What the fuck? I mean, I'm fucking sick of this fucking shit. This is the second fucking time a 30 fucking or one higher horse beat me. What the fuck?
Oh wow, that 6 was 30-1.
I mean, it's unfucking believable, man. I mean, fuck.
Did he finish second? Oh.
Of course he does. Of course he fucking finishes fucking second, man. That's the second time this has happened today to me. 35-1 at Gulfstream in the first race. Unfucking believable.
Carlos says fear is very powerful. Yeah, it is, man. And I think they're getting carried away. But I'll tell you, the one good thing I thought about to put a silver lining on this is the NBA playoffs should get us to the start of college football season instead of having those 6 to dead 8 weeks where all you got is Major League Baseball, to get you through with some NASCAR and UFC. So, I mean, because what's going to change in 30 days for the NBA to come back? They're not going to have a good hold on this virus in 30 days. My guess is that they say we're going to take another 30 days, and I think we're probably 8 weeks out from the NBA season resuming. If I had to guess, I mean, I don't know. Do you guys agree or disagree with that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like that's why I said there's a chance that this might not even happen. If stuff continues to get worse, they're not going to start it back up. And then with the NBA, it's going to be interesting because are they going to prioritize finishing the current season or not having the next season start late? Because if they did restart in like August, well, are they just going to start the regular season as soon as the finals are over? So, I mean, we're definitely in uncharted territory here. I think the NFL has the most luck of them already being in their offseason, and they're going to be able to make headlines. And actually, we'll have fun, and we'll be able to do some content with that as free agency and the draft, right? I mean, that's still going to go on. So
I think they said that the Cubs and the White Sox said they weren't playing home games in the month of April.
Yeah.
I mean, so that kind of puts you in a position where you can't. How do you start the season in April if the Cubs and the White Sox aren't playing home games?
Right.
So now you're in May.
All this whackness out here.
My guy.
All this whackness. What's good, boy? What's good, Spread? What's good, Joe?
Donnie Rightside, give me your thoughts, bro, on what's taking place right now.
I got way too many thoughts. Like I guess I'm just the opposite, and maybe I'm old school, maybe I'm Neanderthal, but we never think twice about how many times during the season do you hear on a Saturday afternoon or Sunday, hey, the flu made its way through the locker room. They sent a couple guys home for a couple days and no big deal.
You're just saying that.
I'm let's go, big man. Get on camera, man. Come on. Damn.
My camera's not working.
No, but I'm so, like, I guess I'm just a Neanderthal where I live my life. I go out to eat. I wash my hands. I take showers a day. I try to stay away from bad situations, and everybody panics. It's majorly now for political points, and you saw everybody cave on every single pro sport. Even though baseball had zero issue with anything, college basketball had nobody test positive. One French dude doesn't wash his hands, and an entire nation shuts down. It's amazing. It's amazing.
I can't believe the NCAA tournament's not getting played with no crowd.
Yep, you see right now. You look at UFC right now, just saying, you know what? Hey, what do we just take the fans out? We'll have a great event and let's get it on. Test the people before they get in the ring. Yeah,
Dana White just doesn't give a fuck.
And again,
he's like, I talk to the president of the United States every day, and he told me to live my life. I mean.
Imagine back in like 2009, if we treated this swine flu like we're doing now, we might not even be here. We might be living in a cave because the markets have crashed. Imagine like how many people have died, like 100, and like imagine like and again, I'm still because I don't get anybody to talk to and how many shows to like vent off, but like the city of Philadelphia is on lockdown for like 2 people that have it. There's 1 million people in the city of 2 people. Imagine if they took the same precedence with the normal flu, which kills so many more people.
Let me ask you why. That's a good point about the swine flu and SARS and all that, right? Why didn't this happen then in 2009?
People got it. People got over it. Like
because there's no social media then.
It's true. It wasn't as big. You're right. Yeah.
Hey, listen. Let me explain something. Okay, right now. Okay, and I'm not talking about closed cases because they're closed. Yeah. They've been recovered and discharged. I'm not talking about those people. Active cases in the entire world. There's 75,577 currently infected patients. Out of those 75,000, almost 76,000, take a guess at how many are mild condition. That means they either have no symptoms or very limited symptoms.
90%.
92%, almost 70,000 of them. 5,900 are in serious or critical. I mean, 92%.
I was even talking to Jeff the other day about like they had zero hold on this in China. Like it blew out. They had no idea what was going on. And if you're an average, from between 10 to 40, which is the majority of the population, 0.2% had passed away. 0.2. I mean, what are we doing here, man?
It could go down as one of the most overreacted things ever.
Yeah, it will. Imagine we look like CTE.
Have you been any horses or anything, Donnie?
I haven't been doing anything. Actually, I got to be honest with you. I thought I would be really struggling like once this happened. And today we're supposed to have like another college basketball is so much fun at this time of the year, and we would have an awesome day. I got to tell you, like I slept in and I had no reason to reach for my phone. How many of us do this in the middle of the night or wake up at 6? It's like you're almost losing time. Like if you roll over in bed at like 7:30, I'm like, dude, the lines are out. I got to be up right now. I rolled over. I'm like, you know what? I don't even need my phone, man. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
How many? Let me ask you guys. How many? Like, there's been 156,000 total corona cases since it started. How many people do you think have died total?
200.
No, in the entire world since it all started.
Oh, I don't know. 5%, 2%. I'll say 2%.
0.03%. Okay. Now, so that basically works out to 5,800 people have died since this has been started. Okay. Now, I want to put this into perspective. In this country, since the start of the year, January 1st, 5,000 people have committed suicide.
Yep.
In 104 days. Think about that.
Well, what was it? Somebody said like is it 150,000 people die a day or whatever just because of their population?
100,000 people die a day. Yeah. You know what this is? This is a big liability fest. We own you. We have pay your contract. We don't want you to get sick in our building. That way you throw us under the bus. That's what this is. Man. So we can't have you here. So we're just all going to follow suit and postpone it. There's absolutely no reason NASCAR closes. None.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
There's no reason. Just get everyone tested. And if someone's,
it's we're in the Northeast, 3 of us here. So I laugh and I put tweets out that sort of like usually sarcastic. Like the PGA Tour couldn't even play without spectators. There's like 55 or 100 golfers with their caddy. Nobody's touching anybody. They couldn't play. I look right out back on my golf course. It is mobbed out there. It's mobbed.
I know. I agree.
Unbelievable, man.
All it is going to be a lot of wasted money for these leagues. They're going to lose out on a lot.
Like, but again, it's a lot of peer pressure as well, is what it is. Like, you can't do this, you can't do that. Like, you saw the conference tournaments operate independent. And if nobody would have canceled, like if the ACC or the Big 12, whoever was first, didn't cancel, they'd have played that entire day. The Big East was like, we got it popping, let's go. And I got to tell you, there was only, a couple hundred people there? You won't know if there was 30,000 or 300 people there. The acoustics are amazing. It sounded loud. The kids were playing hard. I'm like, here we go.
I said to these guys, if Rudy Gobert doesn't get coronavirus,
correct.
Are we playing right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Whole world. Nothing's going on.
100%.
Yep. Now the only thing going on is you have now the increased hype because the media, which you make a lot. Look, these people make a lot of money on fear. How many times, like in your area, you watch the local news and they're like a week and a half out? Watch this storm coming up.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my God, we got to wait for this. And they buy out everything in the stores. Then it hits for like an inch. And then they go, we didn't get hit this time. We're tracking something 7 days out you'll want to watch. Like, oh my God. Oh my God.
Well, I saw someone in that. I was in that chat earlier for the show, and someone's like, well, it's so infectious. Let me ask you guys something. If I go get a haircut from my barber, and he's got the cold,
and he sneezes,
think I'm going to get it? Probably.
Like probably not. But
no. But if I get droplets on me, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Right. So is it any like?
No, and you'll get over it. And my favorite part is, most people, you won't really show any symptoms and you don't need to be treated and you'll get over it fine. I'm saying, but what is the pandemic then? What are we talking about here? Like if I touch you and you touch me and it was 100% death rate, I'd be like, oh my God.
And then if you get it, you'd never get it again.
Exactly.
So give me it. I'm good. Give me it.
Most people will get it and not even notice it. Oh man, what a strain of this we're dealing with, huh? All political points, all peer pressure, all we can't do this. Like we did a show on Friday morning for March Madness, figuring that the day was going to go on. And I woke up and I watched ESPN. ESPN was absolutely atrocious and pathetic at that fat windbag, just screaming at every sport. You have to. I don't have anything to do with the NBA. They canceled it. College basketball, you have to shut it down. Golf, how can you do this? I can't work. You can't work. Maybe.
Who was that?
Windhorst was screaming at every sport, furious that they were playing because his beloved NBA is shut down and somebody else might get shine off it.
Let me ask you though, with the what was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say.
Nice.
I'll remember. Like
even with college basketball, like, dude, I was having the best college basketball season. I'm like, I'm going to continue this right through, hitting all this stuff, and it goes away. And it's like, hey, baseball is going to be on the horizon. But I just like, and you see the athletes now. Have you seen like the Major League Baseball tweets out where the players like, dude, we're ready to go, man. We're here. We're ready to go. We're like Yankees. We're working out Saturday. Deal with it. We're like, whatever happens. Nobody tested positive. We're ready to get going. Like, ooh, should we send guys home or not? If you ask the players right now, they will suit up and play tomorrow morning. But you have that PC culture. Stay away. We don't know what's going to go on. How can you live your life in this fear? Like, why even take a car anymore? Imagine if they covered car crashes like they're covering this disease. Nobody would ever drive again. Nobody would walk down the street again. Nobody would go to the bar again. It's amazing.
Let me ask you, Donnie, what do you think is more likely to happen? You go into Philadelphia and get shot or die from the coronavirus?
Exactly. That's the whole point. Like, more people probably hurt themselves falling out of bed, rolling over in the morning than will have anything to do with the coronavirus.
So I wake up this morning and I had like the TV on and that Cuomo guy's on TV, the governor, who I got to be honest, he seems like he's doing a pretty good job. He seems like the only one that actually is like doing something about it. But yeah, he goes, yeah, we had our first death, and just wanted to let everyone know she was 82 and she had emphysema.
Correct.
It's like, well,
yeah.
And then he's like, yeah, remember, she had underlying symptoms and the cold would probably kill her as well.
Yeah. And it's not to say that, like, for the seriousness of the issue, it's the same thing. Like, if the flu goes around, whatever goes around, you get sick. It's life, man. Like, honest to God. Okay, Rudy Gobert tests, but so put him on the 20-day DL, quarantine him. Everybody else has to. I'm dumbfounded by it. I am. I've never lived through anything like this of some pandemic that really doesn't sit like we talk about, like, remember like 28 days later, the movie, like it's just airborne and it turns everybody into zombies in 24 hours. That's what I would be worried about. Not like he sneezed. Oh, I got a fever. And in a week, just like the flu, I'll get over it. And I probably don't even have to take any medicine for it. It's amazing. It really is.
This guy in here saying it's starting to sound like Fox News. No, I mean, we're just speaking facts. That's more what it is.
I don't know. I just live my life differently now. And I'm watching again the UFC. Like the UFC, you bleed on each other, you sweat on each other. What do we? And they're like, hey, we're ready to go.
And they can't. And NASCAR won't drive a car.
Yeah, exactly. But I will get into a traffic jam tonight if I leave my house. So everybody in the world can drive, but pro sports just can't operate because for some odd reason, I don't know.
Donnie Rightside is fired.
I am. I mean, it's not. And again, it's not like, oh, well, we don't have. I'm mad we don't have sports. But when you get down to the way like people I'm not an overreact guy. That's just me. I'm just not.
Yeah, and it's also people have to understand. Like the four people sitting here, none of us have income right now. We don't have any way to make income really outside of certain things. Most of people in these chats have, a job to go to. We don't. This really affects what I do. What Donnie does, what Spread does, what Jay does. I mean, we're all having, we're all irritated by this,
Yeah, but also, though, I mean, the world goes around. Like people, if this was really serious, wouldn't the president come out and every state go, nobody's allowed to leave their house for 2 weeks. We're going to pay everybody's bills. This is how serious it is. No, all they're saying is, well, stay away from crowds, but we need you in business. Oh, yeah, my bar is open tonight. I need all my workers there. But you can't gather in big crowd. Like, what is this like side by side? Everything is open. Everything. Like my kid's still in school. I know schools are shutting down for 2 weeks and over, but we're going to teach you from home. People are still going to work every single day. The roads are packed. It obviously isn't a pandemic where you're going to die immediately like it comes out of air. That's just the way it is. If they shut everything down and you couldn't leave your house, that's how you know it's serious. Like, don't gather, but we're going to have press conferences from reporters around the world that are going to come here and talk to the president in a room for about 200 people. And we're going to do it every other day. Come on, man. He'll be doing it from Skype.
JC Alvarez says you need to have multiple streams of income. Listen, don't talk to me about that, okay? Okay, I'm one of the hardest working people in this fucking business. You fuckstick. Shut up.
We do have multiple. I mean, most of us still have other ways that we're getting paid.
Yeah, we do content. We do sports betting. We tout. We do all sorts. Seriously.
No, I'm glad because I haven't had a chance to vent or go over anything. But I guess I'm just an old school guy. Like I'm not scared of walking out and giving my dad a hug who I haven't seen, or my pop's been in the hospital in and out. So I go to the hospital. I don't even think twice I go in there. Like I know you can't go to. I'm not going to go to the hospital. Put some hand sanitizer on. Give my dad a hug and hang out and go home. Oh my God, no. Why would you stop living your life for any reason?
Yep.
Yeah, casinos are starting to. I think it was Harris Chester, which is going down 2 weeks. That's the one. That's the industry that's going to get crushed the hardest. Because who would go to a casino though? If you're really worried about this, it's got to be the worst place to go, right? Is to a casino.
Yep.
Sheesh. Closed quarters, touching chips, slot machines, hitting the buttons.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Sleeping in a bed where somebody might have had germs the night before. Oh
yeah.
Man.
Rich G saying it's preventative. We literally have a window into the future. 5,000 people out of 160,000 have died. Give me a fucking break.
I like the ones that say
People
too, like, we
die.
don't test. We haven't tested anything. Did you ever get tested for the swine flu? Did you ever get tested for the flu? I never got a flu shot in my life. Like, what are we talking about here?
No. How come we don't have any of this care for anything else that goes on in this fucking country? 8,000 people have been killed by guns in 100 days.
How about this? People say like they can't
everywhere.
get tested. How many people are in the United States? 350 million, give or take. What can you give 350 million to anybody at any time of anything? We should have testing for every single person here. And I'm going myself. When is we have everything available for 350 million people? When? Jeez.
Listen, if I die, I die. Okay, is what it is. But I'm not going to live my life a different way now.
No, look, I'm just glad. Like, I'm actually watching the UFC for once and interested, but I was surprised. Like, I was like, good, at least I'll have the players on this weekend. I know Jay and especially Jeff too is like, hey, you know what? NASCAR is going to go on. We can watch this. And like, what was the reasoning behind canceling NASCAR? The dude is in a car by himself. Oh, but you got the pit. Oh, we got the pit there. Yeah, I forgot.
I'm not really sure why they canceled it, man. It's unfortunate. Thank God for the UFC though.
Jay, real quick, did you have a play on this next fight?
I bet
I
Enrique
remember
Barzola.
Yaya. Oh, you
I
did?
bet, yeah, but I got him at minus 140, and now
Oh my gosh,
minus
Okay.
210. Yeah,
I
so
see minus 225. All right, so obviously I can't tell you on that one, but do you want to give us a brief reason on why you took Barzola? I remember Yaya from back when I used to cap.
I think it's the most cut and dry fight of the night, really. I think he's a wrestling machine. He sets a ridiculous pace. He never gets tired. He's not the best striker in the world, not even close, but when he's in a position to dominate and impose his wrestling skill on someone outclassed, he almost never loses. Ronnie Yaya is exactly the type of fighter that Enrique Barzola excels against. He's not a big striking threat, so Barzola is not going to be afraid to get inside. And the only thing that Yaya does well is submission game. So, can Barzola make a mistake and let Ronnie Yaya grab a neck and beat him? It's possible, but highly unlikely. So I like Enrique Barzola in this spot a lot, but I'm not going to tell you guys to bet him at minus 210.
Jay, tell him the bet. He has nothing to do.
He's a parlay piece if you guys want to throw him in with something.
Right. Like somewhere like 5 dimes that literally do open parlays. I think I'm going to do that. Maybe not for much money, but just to have a little action there.
Yeah, but there was a huge move on this line. This line was wrong.
So now you probably think it's right? I mean, this is probably what the line should be.
Yeah, now this line is about right. Yeah, minus 1. Actually, it opened minus 130, but wow. I got 10 cents late, so I got it at minus 140.
Almost a full dollar move. I mean, and that's probably where MMA is different there in almost any other sport. Like, what do you miss in the NFL? Most like a 1.5. But I mean, 100-cent move on a money line is just wild.
Michael Wells says only 2 picks on the board. Give us some picks. I could put everything that I like at the bottom, guys. But I mean, I don't want to give you bad prices on prices that have already moved that I bet. But I will tell you who I like. I'll throw it on the bottom.
Hey, Jay.
Yeah.
So also another thing. So we have UFC, the sport that probably out of every single sport would be the most dangerous way to transmit this. Yet, no issues there.
Yeah, that's only because
that's fucking hilarious.
Dana White just doesn't care.
Because Dana White is a fucking realist. He doesn't he understands that it's bullshit.
He refuses to cow down.
Well, that's why he's the best fucking commissioner in sports.
Yeah.
Hey, what do you think about Barzola Rebus parlay?
Yeah, I think she wins that fight, man. But especially because I think Ronda Marcos is taking the fight on short notice. But man, I could definitely see like a trap there, because Marcos is a tough veteran, and Ribas looked really good her last time out against Mackenzie Dern. But the problem is, I don't know if because Amanda Ribas' striking looked so on point against Mackenzie Dern, but was that because Mackenzie Dern is nowhere near as good as we think? Or is it because Amanda Ribas has some special striking going on? Because she looked so good on the counter, man. So I don't know. I think it's a tough fight. She's a huge favorite. I understand why she's a huge favorite. Marcos is a tough veteran, though. She's going to walk forward. She's going to throw punches. And she's a great grappler. She rarely gets out wrestled on the mat. So, like Dave's punching parlay, he threw her in there. Amanda Ribas is 1/2, and I get it. I think she wins the fight. But would it shock me? This reminds me of like The Librarian when Montgomery wasn't supposed to win that fight, right? And she just outworked. I forget who she was fighting that night. but she just outworked her opponent and got a win as a huge dog, right? I can definitely see Ronda Marcos like just being a tough out. But I lean Rebus, but I would never lay that, guys, ever. So, I mean, if you're going to bet Rebus, you can only do what Dave did and throw her in a parlay.
Barzola. How many fights we got on today, by the way?
It goes till 9 o'clock.
They need to extend it. If he should be pulling people out just fighting. So, we can extend this. We can make some good money on this.
Don Corleone.
I think these ratings are going through the roof. Go ahead.
Don Corleone's buying and selling crypto right now. Sports could wait with this volatility right now.
Yeah, I got killed in that Bitcoin drop, Don.
How much did it drop?
From about 8K to about 5K.
Holy shit.
The bottom that I saw was 3.8K, and I even had sent a message to Ann. I said, if it goes to 3K, I don't care. I'm rebuying in. That's just too low.
Yeah.
But it didn't get as low, so I'm just kind of sitting there waiting for it to go back up. But I might, after today, I might actually just do some withdrawals and then buy in that way by withdrawing some of these accounts because I don't need to have this much money online right now.
Wow, that's a big drop. 3.8K.
Yeah, it lost 60% of its value. So, but it's a volatile currency for sure.
Yeah, it could be back up to 8K by the end of next week, right?
Yeah, so that's why I think I'm going to do some withdrawals right now and then hope so that it goes back up and then I'll redeposit and make a quick little money there.
It says WrestleMania might be canceled. People are going to lose their mind. Oh, boy.
I saw that they had SmackDown with no crowd on Friday night.
That's really the only reason they have it, too, because you feed off the crowd if you're a wrestler because it's, drama. That's kind of interesting. I actually should have watched that.
Yeah.
You can't do the chants. You can't, play heel.
Oh, yeah, I got a good position there, huh?
I was watching that Made in America last night, Donnie, that OJ thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that motherfucker definitely killed them.
Oh, sure he did. I mean, everybody knows that. Got to tell you, he is a pretty good Twitter follow, though.
He's the best.
He doesn't care.
It's hilarious.
Wow. That's a psychopath for you.
Yes,
yeah.
Dana,
Dave's right. Dana White already said that it'll definitely be at the Apex Center in Las Vegas if for some reason London bans the UFC from going there next week. So it'll definitely be there in Vegas.
What's that, like a training facility that the UFC has?
Yeah, you know what I think it is I think it's when you watch the Ultimate Fighter reality show.
Yes,
and they have those fights. I think that's the place where they would have it. Because
I got to tell you, because I know UFC is really big as is. But I got to tell you, man, you're talking about a business, making a business decision still going on. The people that don't watch or really don't have anything just tuning in, and maybe they don't watch that much and just sat through 5 or 6 fights and you go, you know what? That was pretty cool.
Yeah. And they're a money-making machine.
Yeah.
Think about that 20 years ago where they were, and they sold the company for $4 billion.
Yeah. I remember the very first ones, which would roll through where guys would wear one boxing glove, one.
Oh yeah.
No, it was no rules, man. Back with
Horace Gracie wore his gi.
Yeah,
he went crazy about it because the guy can get grips on you.
You could just knee into the head, left and right, do whatever you want, and then they just put some rules in. And smart move by those guys, man. So they made some good moves.
Yeah, no, life was so much different than Donnie, right? They would happen on Saturday night. Of course, I was a kid, so none of my parents are going to allow me to pay-per-view. And then about a week later, you could go rent it at the local video store.
You're right,
and you wouldn't know any of the results because it didn't get printed in the paper. Yep. And it was really like watching it live when you had that VHS tape.
Now they're we used to always be as kids, you and trying to sneak in and see if you can get Faces of Death if it's in there and you can rent it without your mom finding out. But you used to have all those, the old school UFCs, all lined up. And we're oh, did you see this one here?
Yeah.
Like they're legendary.
It's so good. I think it's going to just continue to grow. I think it'll be right up there with the top 4 soon.
Hey, Jay, how long are you going to be on here?
For a while till the card's over.
Jeff, hold on, Jeff. What about Patino, Iona head coach, man? How awesome is that?
Yeah, good. I like
that
it.
conference. I
bet he wondered what the recruiting budget was. Definitely a lot smaller.
Yeah.
Why? What did he do?
He
got hired
at
Iona. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Back to his roots, man. Let's go.
It's Dave Betts.
Oh, Rick Pitino?
Yeah.
Yes.
How about that, man?
No
awesome.
shit.
That's cool.
Wow.
Dave Betts.
It's funny. At least we didn't get any tickets to the MAC championship, man.
Oh, I'd had to get my money back.
They didn't have any fans there anyway.
There's some cool grappling going on right now in this match.
Yeah, Enrique Brazola is just getting fucking thrown around.
Yeah, to say, especially if you didn't bet on it and you can just enjoy it. This is some high level grappling here.
All right, guys, I got to get out of here. I got to go to a party, so I will talk to you all later.
Get out. You ain't going to no party, man.
No, I swear to God, I'm going to the venue right now.
All right.
It's a family party.
All right, be good, bro.
I'll
Good
be on
talking
later.
to you, Jeff. Yeah, fun talking to you.
See you later.
Good times. Yeah, that was all that program we had too, ready to go for the like March Madness and how much fun. And you imagine today, like you're on with UFC today with the NCAA games. Good Lord, man.
Oh, it would be crazy. I can't believe
NASCAR, golf. Oh my God.
I can't believe we're gonna have a March without the tournament.
I'm actually glad they didn't half-ass it either, because I saw something come up that was like, well, we were trying to get 16. What are you gonna? What about the 17th team? You gonna leave them out? Top 20 team doesn't get in the 20. Stop with the madness.
Yeah, somebody was asking for the selection committee to release who was gonna be in the tournament.
Come on.
So the kids that are on the bubble don't feel terrible.
Yeah, and how about the kids that didn't know if they would get in? They flashed it up like, man, you would have made it and played. Thanks. I feel really good now. Yeah. Knowing I would have been able to go. Now I can't. Come on, man. Did you see, Jay, when they canceled the ACC tournament, where they still gave the ACC tournament championship trophy to Florida State and for the empty crowd? Like, what are you guys doing? Like, the players were like, why am I holding this thing? Oh,
yeah.
Boy, we're never going to see times like this again, man. Craziness.
What was it, Donnie? Like the 1930s was the last time that,
like 39 or something like that. Yeah, right. Like some war times. Yeah.
The first two people I thought of when this happened was Max and Jeff.
Oh man, like that's like for me, it'd be like saying, you know what, week 7 in the NFL, and like, you know what, we're going to cancel the rest of the season. I'm like, oh my God, like, oh my God.
Yeah, I would have been climbing walls.
I mean, I was so selfish even because I was still just got out of school and was in like a year or two into my first job when 9/11 hit, and I got it. Like, we're all selfish in our own way. And I remember like that Monday or Tuesday, and there's a couple people like, you know, Senator McCain was like, we got to play the NFL this weekend. We got to show they can't win. And I was like one of the few people going, they better play this weekend. Like fantasy football was brand new and huge at that time. And we were still gambling, and I'm, you know, huge Eagles fan, and the Eagles had a good team. Like, they better play this weekend. They're like, oh man, I was so devastated.
How about this?
Selfish.
How about this to tie it back into Dana White?
Mm-hmm.
The weekend of 9/11 was the UFC's first fight in Vegas.
Wow.
And they sold out 16,000 people. Dana White still had the fight.
No.
Right? I mean, he's a lunatic. He doesn't give a fuck.
That's how selfish we are with sports too. We're like, you know, because again, sports aren't real life, so it takes us away from these tragedies. And then when you have the tragedies, and then you don't have sports, it's like, Jesus, you can't even, like, you know, there's only so many Netflix you can watch at this point. There was no Netflix back then.
Yeah. I cannot believe I'm watching Enrique Barzola get out wrestled by Ronnie fucking Yaya. Oh man.
You know what I like too is, guys, is you see, like, now it's like, you know, I'm getting emails. I don't even remember being at hotels or restaurants, but they're all emailing me and telling me like, look, we're really sanitizing stuff, like the hotels and I'm saying to myself, what the hell were you guys doing before? That means you weren't cleaning anything, but now you're going to make sure you clean stuff. I'm like, oh man, it's a bad look for everybody.
Yeah, it's just completely controlling this fight here.
I know. And Enrique is just a pure wrestler, bro. And he look at him, he's getting aggravated because you're getting ridden like a fucking bull.
I also think it's because Yaya's kind of playing it safe, where he's got a good position, but he's not necessarily trying to advance it.
Yep.
But there's no openings there for Barzola to try and counter or get some space or do something to get the position. You know, Yaya's kind of just holding this back position right now and not giving him a lot to work with as far as like advancing the position or going for a sub that might open him up.
Joe Webb. How are we getting some Joe Webb talking here? Good Lord. I like it.
Joe Webb, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Barzola's losing right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Think the NBA's back in 30 days, Donnie?
I look how everybody's panicking now. I'm not so sure, but when everybody started to shut down, you hear like that. Well, we're going to be done for at least 30 days. I know pro athletes because now you're seeing like the tweets come out because the pro athletes, they're not going to get paid unless they play. 1 check, 2 check, 3 check, 3 check. I'm not sick. You're not sick. Why are we not playing at this point now? Those leagues fire up quick. It's the same way where the NFL will stand strong. Like the players, like, we're going to strike. And after 2 game checks go by, like, dude, we'll accept whatever you give us right now to get back on the field. I hear all this like 6 weeks, 8 weeks. That's not going to happen because when money starts to talk, man. And
I hope you're right, man, because like they're not going to have a handle on this virus from 4 weeks to 8 weeks, right? So I'm hoping once that like Rudy Gobert and who's the other one that
Donovan Mitchell.
Mitchell, yeah. I'm hoping that once they're clear and nobody in the NBA has the virus, they'll start playing.
Yes. It's a good point you bring up because I actually, and again, you don't want to ever see anybody get sick, but you know, we'll see how Donovan Mitchell recovers, Rudy Gobert, Rita Wilson, who's older, Tom Hanks is over. Just wait until like Tom Hanks, when they announce like he has it, and like a week they say, well, I'm cleared and I'm ready to go. That's when everybody's going to get back. Same thing with Donovan Mitchell. We just came across on Twitter, said he's in isolation. He feels great. You know, he has the virus. So once he clears it, or once that first big name clears it, the panic's going to subside. Even though you shouldn't have panic anyway, but okay, so nothing was really that bad. Okay, good. Let's get back into it because people get the flu again. People get the flu all the time and get sent home. Hey, don't come in if you're sick. That's always been a policy anywhere, but now it's just exacerbated at this point.
Yeah, and if all these leagues see the NBA back at it, they'll all follow suit.
You're right. You need the first one who canceled it was the NBA, so everybody got behind. It's like, dude, peer pressure's crushing us. ESPN is just on a infomercial on how bad we are and how terrible we are if we play. Let's just shut it down because keep in mind as well, as much as look at the money they're going to lose. The owners have disaster provisions of insurance that covers them for this stuff. If you remember when the NFL was going to lock out a couple of years ago, the upper hand the NFL had, the NFL owners got paid television money, whether or not they even played a game. So they just sat back and said, the players will cave. They're going to miss paychecks. We're going to get paid from TV. And that's what happens. It's not like nobody's losing out or, this and that. They have massive insurance policies that cover this stuff. The same way if your favorite baseball player signs for $300 million, gets hurt, they already have insurance clauses in there that covers that payroll. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's true.
So I hope, by like Monday or Tuesday and, it'll get worse, meaning like the coverage, because what else is anybody talking about? You can't turn on channel 6, 3, 10, any news, local news. That's all they care about. And breaking story. We have one more person that just tested positive. Oh my God. One guy did. That's what's going on right now.
I feel bad for Sanjay Gupta. He's been on the television. Like they're working the guy like a dog. He's 20 hours a day.
It's like when a big blizzard's about to come to town. Your local meteorologist is like, I'm not leaving. I'm going to be up all night. Yeah. I'm going to give you round the clock updates. Yeah, no, those guys are like that now. This is like their big blizzard storm for them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Barzola's going for a Kimura there. I thought he might have been vulnerable to a leg lock there, but he turned it on. He's back on the offensive. So
So what's the plan this week, Donnie? Are you doing any content on SBR?
Yeah, they're reaching out because we're gonna do something as like almost like a round table type show, like
Right.
just to like almost like what we're doing here, because you could still there's still a lot of stuff going on to talk about, and people, especially like everybody in the chat box, like we have nowhere to go as sports fans. So when you got pop on, Jay, same way you got like the live line, you send me that text. I'm like, dude, yes, let me just like, I can't talk to my wife about this stuff. And if you're isolating and there's nowhere to go and we're not checking our phones as much, I don't need to scroll Twitter because I don't need to see who's on what, who got hurt, what's going to happen at this time and all that stuff. So it's nice to have, and we're going to do something at least a, half hour, an hour, talk when's baseball going to get going. How about some baseball futures or when do you, because there's still some interesting topics to go over where life does go on, but well, you can't have like obviously pick shows where it's like, hey, you just, you can't go over everything.
Yeah, I agree.
NFL trying to, and I even see like the Pro Football Talk. You ever follow those accounts? Like they're just like angry. Like there's no way the league year can start free agency. It's ridiculous.
Well, I was going to ask you, what's coming out of the NFL with news compared? This should be a 10-8 round, by the way. Barzola has completely dominated this round. If the judges were scoring this right, this is a 10-8 round. But anyway, where's the NFL stance on this, Donnie?
They're saying the same thing. They're saying, look, we're status quo. We're going on with our, free agency period. And the thing, this isn't like the 1990s. If you remember, Jay, back growing up, free agency was a lot different. Like you had players go to other facilities and take like a 5-team tour. I'm going to go to Carolina. Like I'm talking to big guys. I'm going to Carolina. I'm going to San Francisco. We're going to negotiate with 5 different teams. They already know where they're going. They already have the deals worked out. The NFL is so far ahead of the curve when free agency starts. How do you think these guys get these 70-page, $150 million contracts done by 12/01? They're done months in advance. You think Tom Brady has to fly down to Tampa to handshake with Bruce Arians if he wants to go there, or if he wants to go play in Tennessee with Vrabel? They know all this stuff already. And again, we're talking about the draft. You had to postpone the draft. Who outside of the drunks that'll be on the strip or the drunks that were in Philadelphia or Dallas or down in Nashville care? Like, call it in. Have a studio show. Have the commissioner in a studio and say, we just got a call from the Eagles. They're drafting so-and-so. Same exact thing. Same monster ratings. You just don't have the bros crushing beers live. That's it. Life goes on. Nobody needs that anyway.
Yeah, man.
I'm just hoping sooner than later, though, man. It's a shame, too, because baseball was coming right up, and who knows?
It's just so surreal.
It is.
39 years old. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Never seen the panic over something, too. Like, that's from all walks. Like, how you sit in the summer and you get, that 5-day stretch over baseball break, because I don't bet the All-Star game, and you watch a little bit of the home run derby, but I always tell my wife, like, sometimes when you plan vacations, like, look, I got this 6 days here, whatever you want to do, we'll go. I don't have to look at my phone. I don't have to do anything. Nothing is going on for me over these 5 or 6 days. And then it's almost like now it's imprinted where it's going to be like this for like a month.
Yeah, when you and I were texting the other night, I was like, this is fucking crazy, man.
As soon as Rudy Gobert got hit with that, I'm saying to myself, this is really going to like cause a panic. And you almost got a little bit of a chuckle first, like, oh, damn, look at the NBA is going to have to buckle because, somebody did test positive and he played against somebody the night before. And then the NCAA was coming out until ESPN with their infomercial the next morning was saying, look, everybody's tested. We're good. We're just going to take the fans away. It's going to be a great tournament. We'll put it on TV and the kids will still be able to make a run at it. And even the next morning when it came out, like, no, everybody's still good. We're ready to go. And ESPN just led the charge of that cancel culture. Just like we don't have NBA, which is what we bank on. Nobody's going to have it. So one after one, they ran every one of their guys up through there. And they all said the same thing. There's no way they can let these kids play. This is harmful. This is exploitation. And cancel culture set in. So it was like peer pressure. One by one, every league dropped out.
They said that even if the PGA, when they resume, the Masters is going to be canceled for the year, huh? No Masters at all.
Yeah, it's interesting because I read up on that, and I didn't know this, where the Augusta National doesn't operate in the summer because it's too hot. Like their peak time. And again, the Masters, as much as we like great golf and it's cool and it's a major, we love that. but it's a rite of passage. Like when the Masters comes on, it's beautiful. It's pristine. The weather is gorgeous. The flowers are in bloom. It's almost like, yes, this is why I love this. And then if you put that in October, so we're going to put the Masters in October up against college football and professional football.
And I didn't realize that the Masters is not a PGA event.
No.
It's its own thing.
Yeah, because if you remember a couple years ago, it's not a couple years ago, 10 years ago. Do you remember when there was the protest that they don't have any women members?
Right.
The Masters is so well endowed, like with their endowments and how much money they get. That year they said, we don't care about what you're talking about. And I know you said you're going to attack our sponsors, which are always like IBM and Ford. We're not even going to let them sponsor the event. We're going to have zero commercials, zero income, and we're still going to play because of how much money that golf course has, where they say, we'll still pay out the $10 million. We'll do everything we want. Leave us alone. This is our power. It's not really about like, oh, they need to have it to do this. It's really, I don't know. And move it back to July, or it's just, it won't feel the same. Yeah.
Exactly what I said in this fight just happened. That last round was a 10-8
There you
round,
go. Yeah.
and that caused a draw. So it ends up being a draw. Everybody gets their money back, but that's unfortunate, man. That's unfortunate. I don't know what the fuck Enrique Barzola was doing in the first round. But, I mean, to win a round 10-8 in the third and to lose the first and second round, it's just fucking ridiculous.
Who's the main event tonight in this? Is there a main event on these?
Yeah. It's Kevin Lee against Charles Oliveira. Yeah, Ben Diaz said, wow, Jay, they actually scored it right, 10-8. Yeah, you know why? Because there's not 17,000 Brazilians in
screaming?
Screaming right now. That's why they scored it right.
Yeah. Been catching up on anything? I was hitting the show Ozark. I'm into episode 9 of the first season, or episode 8.
Oh, you never watched it?
Never watched it.
It's
so
one of the best shows on Netflix.
Everybody's been telling me. I said, you know what? And I was talking to Jeff, and I was like, you should really watch like Breaking Bad now, because I never watched Breaking Bad. I was like, you know what? Let me just chip away at this stuff. And I watched 4 episodes last night. I'm like, you know what? This is going to get me through the weekend, man. I got this.
Yeah, and season 3 is coming out like this month.
Yes, 27th, correct.
Yeah.
No strip clubs for me, Joseph Gomez. Yep. So I mean, go out to the store, get your food. Wife's going to be cooking up some grub tonight, so I still got, let's take a couple days off. And you know what the interesting part is? I guess it'd be like a smoker, where you just got to quit like cold turkey, and then maybe in like 2 weeks you don't even have the urge anymore. Like, what are we talking about in 2 weeks? Like when it's really like cleansed through our system that there's no sports on. It's going to be wild, man.
Yeah.
But I will tell you something. As bad as it seems now, and I think this will help the NBA long term, if the NBA postpones and runs it right through, like, what a nice summer. Because I know, Jay, you always laugh like when you say, man, I like the grind of baseball. I love betting baseball. But now you're going to have, like you suffer now, but you would have right up through football season, the NBA and the NBA finals, and so much more stuff to talk about and have fun with, man. Even the NHL ride into the summer.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about me and you texting the other day. I was like, hey, at least we're going to get these NBA playoffs to get us to college football.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Somebody's asking me about the Jasir Formiga fight. I like Formiga, and I think he wins the fight. I just don't like the price, man. I just don't want to lay 178 on Formiga. But gun to my head, I think he beats Brandon Moreno. I just don't like the price, boys. Maybe try to bet it live. See if we can get a better price. And I leaned Zaleski dos Santos in this next fight, but I did not bet it. I only bet the Barzola fight so far, and then that Buena Silva fight. That's it so far. But in the next fight, I lean Zaleski dos Santos.
Heavy drinking and drug abuse. Here we come, says Andrew GJ.
There you go.
Get you through.
There you go. Whatever it takes, Andrew.
Man. Also wish these leagues went a little bit easier on it's like, and I guess it makes sense, but like when you look at like college, right? And they're like, the College World Series is done. And it's like, how do you know what's going to take place in like 90 days? You just turn it back on? Like, let's just say they get a hold of it in 3 weeks, they're ready to go. It's odd. I just want to see the same intensity, Jay, when the regular flu comes back like next October, if we still panic as hard.
Birdie, do I think Ribas wins the fight? Oh, man. Yeah. I'm tempted to take a half unit shot on Ronda Marcos at plus 330, though, because that price seems really excessive. What did I write for this? Let me pull up my notes.
They cancel schools up in your area, Jay? Like
yeah, my daughter has the next 2 weeks off, and the public schools in the 2 towns next to me have the next 2 weeks off.
Yeah, because my kids' school hasn't been canceled yet. They're one of the last ones, I guess, New Jersey side, like still hanging on, but they'll cave on peer pressure soon. I would assume.
Yeah, definitely. My daughter called me all excited. She's like, I got 2 weeks off, Daddy, but they're making me do work from home, but I'm fine with it.
No, like I was talking to my wife about that. I was like, man, if we were kids in like 3rd or 4th grade, and like, yeah, school's out for 3 weeks, you're like, God damn, this is the greatest thing that ever happened.
Yeah. Whoever was asking me about the Ribas fight, what I wrote was, let's start here. Amanda Ribas is a very green MMA fighter. She's decorated Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, but in terms of MMA, she's green. That said, she looked incredible her last time out against Mackenzie Dern. Her counter striking in that fight was crisp. Her ability to take her head off the center line and avoid Dern's offense was really impressive. Here's the thing. I don't know if it was Ribas being impressive or if it was Mackenzie Dern being exposed as way too slow and less effective at 115 pounds. I think it was a little bit of both. Dern probably belongs at 125, and Ribas might not be as good as she looked in that fight. I'm torn because Ribas looked so goddamn good in that fight. So let's say that Ribas is a little green. Now she comes into the fight as a huge favorite against a tough veteran in Ronda Marcos, who almost never gets out grappled in a fight, and it just smells like a trap. Marcos is not the greatest striker in the world, but she doesn't stop throwing volume, and she's faster than Mackenzie Dern was. I'm not sure. I don't know what to think about this fight because I can see both outcomes being true. I can see Ribas being as good as she looked, and I can also see the flip side of Dern making Ribas look better than she was, and now comes in the favorite against a really tough veteran who we've seen can go sometimes like the Librarian, like I said earlier. Tough call. Now, I mean, that was when Amanda Ribas was minus 320. She's now minus 420. Now you can get Ronda Marcos at plus 330. And now I think Marcos is coming in on short notice. I don't know. I think Amanda Ribas wins the fight, but it's a dog or pass spot. I mean, I almost want to take a shot on Marcos for a general principle. That line I think is really excessive. I mean, you either throw Amanda Ribas in a parlay, or it's a dog or pass spot, boys. That's what I think. I'll be right back, guys. Just going to run to the bathroom.
So, Donnie, you got this fight on?
I do have the fight on. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Easy to find now with these sports. But hey, what channel is that on, boy? You'd be searching now. Like,
so what do you think? Is this going to do? I was saying it might do like NFL playoff level ratings.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, I was making the jokes on the week during the week. Like, wait do you see this weekend where like people plan like their entire year around like this next week, the week and a half to 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing now? Like now, like it's usually like, hey, you guys always have an excuse. I want to catch the big fight. I want to watch the big game. I want to watch this hockey game. I want to watch this college basketball and this NBA game. And it's no longer there on the weekend. Like it's almost like, hey, do you want to take a drive to wherever? And it's crazy.
Yeah, so hopefully, I'm hoping it does some good ratings, and then maybe there'll be some incentive to get back out there.
Oh, they will. Yep, they counting their money. You don't need the fans in there. You just need people to watch it on TV and be like, "Here's what." Because you're thinking about this is a Saturday. Like, think about what UFC was going to do with this anyway, right? And you're saying, well, we're going to go on the Saturday with these prelims in the afternoon. Big time college basketball's going on. Whatever we get, we'll love it. And now they're saying, like, watch this hit, and it's like, wow, because then UFC turns around and goes, nothing else matters except the actual number. It goes, we just did prelims. Here's the number we did. And then when they come around the negotiating table, if they're the only one going for 3 weeks next year, look at how big our ratings were. That's a huge windfall for them. And ESPN. Yeah.
Definitely. So, I'm not like I did cap UFC before, and I thought it was so volatile that I had problems with it. Like, so I actually stopped about 3 years ago, but I have capped it before, so I do know what to look for in the fights.
Yeah, I like to watch like the bigger fights. Like whenever like Conor McGregor fought, the boys would get together and we would watch and do something like it. I always used to joke because people used to get mad. Like my favorite UFC guy of all time was Kimbo Slice, just because I used to watch him like knock people out in the boatyard, and he obviously didn't translate to the ring, but it was still an event. Like if Kimbo was fighting, the purists were like, that's a disgrace. But you know what? People watched it, and that's what I'm a big event guy. Same thing with boxing. You give me a big boxing event, I can't wait to watch it. I love it. Big heavyweight fight, awesome stuff. But outside of that, I'm not going to like go out of my way to watch too many things. But some people just get introduced to this stuff just by things like today. Like there's nothing going on. Let me watch this. Oh, you know what? Maybe they lay a $25 bet on it and they win. Like, oh, you know what? This is pretty fun.
And boxing actually had an event last night on Showtime. So they haven't shut down completely either.
Yep. But do you do it's guys asking in the chat, viral video, Donnie or spread? Do you guys do horses at all? I don't. I mean, every once like when there's a Kentucky Derby, I don't cap it at all. Like I'll literally look at it and like throw a bet down on this just to have a rooting interest. But no, I don't do horses.
Yeah, and I think it's also hard to try and jump into sports that you don't normally do, right?
Especially when you do other sports for like a living, how hard it is and how slight of an edge you have.
Right.
And then just be like, I'm going to take money and put it into this where I really don't know what's going on. You're like, what am I doing here? But hey, to each his own.
And so many things you learn from doing it year in and year out, right? Like, for example, hey, at this time of the NBA season, totals go higher. Hey, this angle's here. Oh, it's gone now. Like Christmas Day unders, right? It was hot for about 3 or 4 years. Those are gone now. Like last 2 years. They've been going over, and just knowing how you're, I'm sure you do it too, right? You make a little model and you project your lines, and you even know the strengths and weaknesses of your model. And that was one thing, and I'm trying not to be selfish because I understand this is a serious issue we have, but I was like, and when we come back, my model's going to be almost useless because with the month off, like none of the last 5 are going to matter. None of the last 10 are going to matter. I mean, who knows who's going to be working, who's using this as a vacation. So it's going to be weird, almost like betting the first couple weeks of the NBA season. I usually go, quarter unit because I know that I don't really have good numbers to work with because I'm trying to use the numbers from last year and then just kind of adjust them on what I think of the offseason adjustments. But, I don't really have a lot of numerical data to come back on. I think that's going to be really tough.
No, you're 1,000% right, because if anybody knows me or ever followed me, I'm a procrastinating better. Like I made my first college basketball bet on, I believe it was January the 15th this year. And that's the norm for me. Like, wait a second, it started in November. You could have bet November. I need data behind what I see, and especially in college basketball, because and I break it down in different parts. Like the first part of the season is just straight up silly season. Teams have no idea who the rotation is. They're playing, and I always used to joke, they play on aircraft carriers, which they've done in the past, and ballrooms in Cancun. I don't have any deal. So I like to wait till they get in conference play where it's like competition versus like competition, which is why I still like conference tournament week, because it still says, hey, they're still playing the same type of things. I have to take them out of their element. I figured about 100 plays, having one of the best seasons I've had. But I got to tell you, I get nervous once conference tournament starts and then once NCAA starts, because I'm now almost a team total guy to the deal, but I don't have past statistics on team totals of moving into the tournament. So even like last week, one bet was just on Syracuse, the team total over 72.5, which they went over. But I sat out Monday and Tuesday saying like, you know what? Neutral courts, back-to-back days, 3 days. Like I really got it. I can't just, because again, people bet money, situations that you give them when you have a service and when you're on, you just don't want to be all like willy-nilly. So I only had one play and it actually hit, and I was really going to take it slow. But the point you bring up is like, the past 5 and 10, like what happens now where you're gearing up, and if you're going to bet spring training, they're going to rush through spring training. Is the starter going to go 4 innings? Like is Cole Hamels or, Aaron Nola going to go 4 innings because he really didn't have a full spring training in his first game? And who's the bullpen guys? All of that now comes in where at least you build up that momentum. Now you shut it down. If you're a pitcher, you don't just build that up again. Like you still have to be stretched out all the way. Hey, I'll work that. It's not the same thing as going out on the mound in a regular game and doing that. Same thing in the NBA. Guy, who knows what they're doing? And again, it's not just a joke, like, going out, drinking beers more, hanging out with your boys more, smoking up, relaxing, treating it as a vacation. Then you got to get back into it. How do they deal with that? It's a lot to go into it. You're right, 100% right on that.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but for baseball, I actually don't build the model. My girlfriend builds the model because she actually helps me with my NBA model. But baseball, that's her favorite sport. So I just let her run it completely, and I literally just take the plays. And, sometimes I watch the game, sometimes I don't. But I know with her model, the last couple of years, we don't even like it the first month. The first month is just completely fine tuning it. We're not betting any of it. We're just tracking the results and trying to find the weaknesses. And a lot of times it's just a team that we didn't expect. Like, for example, I think the last year, the Padres, we didn't nearly think they were as good as they were, So we saved ourselves a lot of money by not, betting against them. And, once May started, we felt like we had a better handle, and we knew, what our model was doing well on, what it's not doing well on. So it's always hard with these starts and stops to try and figure out when you're doing like model-based handicapping. Oh,
you're 100% right. Because and again, having a service, people think I'm ridiculously, anal about it. And it's true. Like I'm an NFL guy. I don't make a wager the first 2 weeks. How could you do that? There's only 16 weeks. That's what works for me. Baseball season, that is my money-making time. I love the handicapping day to day. I have a service. I don't bet a single game in April. I don't even bet in April. How can you just pass? Because if I trust what I do, like you can put plays out just to sell, but it's not fair for me. Like I can't even sleep, and I'm like, wait a second, I'm going to bet April 2nd because I can make money when I really don't know what's going to take place in this game. As it goes through, you hit those sweet spots. And also like in baseball, like after the All-Star break, now those numbers where, hey man, he was really good in April, they don't mean a damn thing anymore in baseball.
I respect
in June.
that.
Yeah.
I respect that, bro.
Yeah. All sports, like I was telling, me and Spread were talking, like, well, wait, you didn't bet in November at college basketball? Nope. I didn't even bet in December. I waited halfway through January and said, you know what? Now I have enough numbers. Now I can get after it. I had a great season. That's just the way I operate. Same thing with baseball. If you just, running through things, fading the public in baseball in the first bit of April, everybody loves favorites. Oh my God, look, you really don't know what's going to take place in those games. Then also when you see a pitcher, 3 to 4 outings, 4 to 5 outings, you get a feel and you can settle into your numbers. Hey, if you like the first couple weeks of baseball or basketball or NBA and you make money, awesome. I just, that's not the way I can operate. I can't do it.
I agree with everything you just said, but I bet you though, Donnie, because like NFL is like our sport, I bet you could make money consistently in the first 2 weeks.
Yes, I've done well in the NFL.
I understand why you wait, but I bet you that you would be successful at betting the first 2 weeks.
No, I think I would do, because again, you're talking about, hypotheticals in your head where we've seen at time. I'm not just coming in blind, like, hey, what's this new sport of baseball? How much is a home run? It's 1 run. You know what I mean? It's we all been there, done that before, but just what works for me, where I can honestly take a look at all those numbers and say, you know what, this is a really good bet with a nice edge here. Let's go ahead and wager it. So, I mean, that's just the comfortability and what has worked in the past. Like if you say, you know what, boy, I really didn't do well in April these months, or I really didn't do well here. Same thing at college basketball. I mean, I bet college basketball in November and December before, but after years and years going, why do I do? Same thing with baseball, where once September 1st hits and you have all those call-ups and you have teams that are out of it and just tanking. And I'm saying to myself, like, taking sides, like, why would I bet after like September the 10th when half these teams aren't playing for anything? Like, you really have to look at that, because there is a dollar figure that people go after and track for you and say, you know what? why are you putting this out if you, because I can just make money in doing that? I can't do that. If I can't have an edge on a game where I feel comfortable and say, you need to be on the Braves tonight, it just doesn't work for me.
Yeah, and think about it. Okay, April 1st, baseball starts, right?
Yep.
So when May hits, what is there? Still 140 games left in the year? 138 games left in the year. It totally makes sense to wait that first month.
Yep. And every team is still, like, you're still talking in May. Every team still thinks they can make a playoff run in May, even through June. All of a sudden you get to the All-Star trade deadline. Now all of a sudden you got to shift again where lines go 20, 30, 40 cents higher because one team, it's apparent they don't give a damn if they win or not. So all that factors in, and it's fun that day to day of actually going over it and try to find out where that underlying value is, and the fun of going through the season. It's the same way. Week 17 in the NFL is the single best week of the year to bet any sport because it's the only time a coach is going to go, I'm not playing my starters. Bam, you jump that line at -3. Next thing you know, it's -9 by game time because nobody's playing. You don't have to guess. You don't have to do any of that stuff. And it's very rare that you get those opportunities.
Is baseball the hardest nut for you to crack? Because it is for me, man.
No, because I'm really a numbers guy, which is why I like college basketball because, using the Ken Palms and you have to balance the analytics with the eye test. There's a lot of information you go over. The reason why and I've done very well in the NFL. I've played football, so you know the nuances of the game. But if you're just an average bettor looking at football, you have 16 games. Imagine that. You know what I mean? Okay, they're a month into the season. You have 4 games to work with. So how much of that game beating the Raiders mean up against the Kansas City? That's why I love football, and I'm glad it's only one time a week, basically on Sundays, because we all do shows, right? Monday, you're just getting a fresh look. Tuesday, you're trying to dip in. Wednesday, you're checking injury reports. Thursday, this guy got injured. Friday, this line's moving. The NFL is awesome in that way if you have time, and I've done well with it. But I got to tell you, just from a numbers perspective, football is probably the lowest on the analytical curve where you can just look at numbers because you don't have that many games.
See, we make money in the NFL, right, consistently, but it is by far the sharpest line in the industry because the handle is so big in the NFL that by the time Sunday comes, man, and there's so many millions of dollars on a Sunday card, the edge is minuscule by Sunday morning. You know what I mean?
Well, and again, when you talk about college basketball or the NBA, you have 70, 80, 90 possessions where your numbers should be able to balance out saying this team is better. Look at the NFL. You might get the ball 9 times, 10 times, 1 fumble. You miss a field goal. There goes your spread. You fumble the ball going into the end zone. There goes your spread. It's the only sport like it, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But damn, I miss the NFL now. Shit.
You don't bet. Do you bet hockey?
I do not bet hockey. No, I used to like hockey a lot. Like when I was a kid, throughout the 80s and early 90s, when the Flyers were really good in the late 80s, then they got Lindros in the 90s. I could argue with you that I enjoyed them more than the Eagles itself, but I just don't have enough time. It's the same way I actually gave up college football this past season and had so much more fun. Just dedicated everything to the NFL. All NFL content. Didn't have to worry about kids not starting on a Saturday afternoon, where in the NFL you don't get that because you know who's in and who's out. And I actually found that very, very cool because, again, going over my numbers, was roughly a 50% handicapper in the NCAA over the past 5 years. Saying, what am I banging my head against the wall? Just gave it up, and I got to tell you, it opened up a lot more time for me and a lot more fun for the NFL.
Yeah.
And you could sell any football packages in anything. They're like, yeah, let's go. We're going to kick ass in NCAA. And then I look back and go, I'm not really making that. I mean, I'm selling picks and making money, but where is my return on investment where I can literally say, hey, this, I've had years where I hit over 70% documented in the NFL. And it's like, why am I doing that when I can't replicate that? So I just dropped that off completely. And again, it's why I don't do the NBA, capping it maybe 10 years ago, saying, you know what? I'm really not all that effective in this, but boy, I think I can make some money in college basketball. I just gave it up because if it's not worth my time or I can win, because again, we can all sell in what we do and tell people, hey, I'm going to have a great NBA season. Hey, Donnie, I see him talking on SBR and on his channel. He looks like he knows what he's talking about, but the proof is in the pudding, man. So just gave it up.
True that, bro. Sean, my take on the Moicano fight. I think the question really becomes in that fight, do you want to lay the big number with Renato Moicano, even though he probably wins the fight? To me, I just can't do it when we really haven't seen Moicano at 155 pounds, really. So I think it's a dog or a pass spot for me just because of the number, even though I think Moicano probably wins the fight, or you use Moicano as parlay filler. The fight pretty much comes down to, like, will Moicano handle 155? If his strength translates to this division, then I think he wins the fight pretty easily. He's already more technically sound everywhere, I think, than Damir Hadzovic is. But in fairness, Moicano has looked a little soft lately, but the competition that he's faced in his last 2 fights give him the excuse to just say he was flat out outclassed. I mean, Chan Sung Jung and Jose Aldo in your last 2 fights, those are acceptable losses. I think Moicano wins the fight because Hadzovic literally just lost, to a poor man's Renato Moicano when he fought Chris Giagos his last time out. So I think if Moicano uses the range well, level changes, goes for his takedowns to make Hadzovic think while he's in striking mode, I think Moicano has it in the bag. But, man, Hadzovic is a pretty violent guy. So could he win the fight? I guess it's possible, but again, not likely. I'm just not going to lay. I mean, what's the price right now? Minus 360? I just can't lay that. I'm not laying that. So you throw him in a parlay or you take a half unit shot on the dog or pass. Donnie, you focus on, like, Anthony's really big. Like, that baseball is his sport. And he's a really big first 5 team total guy.
Dude, that's all. I mean, look, we're going to be buddies if that's the case. I actually went exclusively to team totals in baseball last year in late May and had a wonderful time over the summer. And a lot of those,
like the first 5, because
I love it. I preach,
and you know what you're going to get from the starting pitchers, right?
Yep. Even before it was cool to like the first 5, I was always down. Even before, because the reasoning behind it is you're going to tell me, I know the 9 hitters that are coming up to the plate. I know the pitcher that's going to be pitching to them, probably for the first 5 innings. You have that, and I always called it betting in a vacuum, where it's one of the few circumstances in baseball you sort of know what you're going to get here. Because once those starting pitchers leave, you don't know if this bullpen guy's available. This matchup's coming in 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. Oh my God, I'm going to have to get and go after Aroldis Chapman in the 9th. Or they're all variables. The first 5 innings has very few variables where you can really zero in and say this hitter in the 3 hole's got a great matchup. Boy, I hope they start this guy in the leadoff spot against this guy, because if he gets on, like John Lester doesn't, throw to first base, we might be able to run around the bases and steal some runs here in this. Dude, that is first 5 innings. The same way like I started on team totals. The more I find in sports gambling, the more things that open up, your edges also increase. First 5, if you're not betting first 5s, you're doing it wrong. It's a great point.
You know what, Donnie? But I will say this, and it sucks because I watched Anthony win so many first 5 team totals last year, right? Yeah. No legal New Jersey book off. You can't get it on DraftKings. Yeah. You can't get it on FanDuel. So where were you going to get the first 5
dimes, locals? Are you sure there was? Because I don't think I really started betting heavily until football season on the New Jersey one. Yeah.
I promise you.
Yeah, team totals were more offshore that had wager account, stuff like that. I guarantee you that's going to change now that more things start to open up on that this year.
It has to, right? Yeah. I mean, how could it not? Well, you know what, though? Now that Bet365 is legal in New Jersey, I think they'll have it.
Are you sure, FanDuel? I swear I got to pull up my record.
They had team totals, but they didn't have first 5 team totals.
Okay. So I can check into that. Yeah. But you know what? It's interesting too, spread this year coming into play. And again, this might open it up a little bit more because I did bet I bet a lot of full game team totals as well as first 5s, money line, stuff like that, doing that. But again, went exclusively to team totals after that. I started maybe trying to come up with, and I wanted to watch it, how it was going to go on, because the new rule of, and again, trying to avoid the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings, especially teams like, it'd be funny where we talk about like maybe a single team like the Brewers, where they were setting you up in the 7th, 8th, and 9th when is Hader available? Oh my God, it's a wrap. He's going to pitch 2 innings. Nobody's even going to get a runner on base when he comes in. But now when you talk about you have to face 3 batters, I think that's really going to help totals overall, because you can't any longer going, I have this guy who pitches the one guy a night. He's a lefty and he guarantees takes out that lefty. So now if you want to bring him in and you got 2 righties behind it, he might get lit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's really interesting and I want to see it play out, which is a shame, which we're not going to, obviously see it for a while, but those little intricacies that pop up where now you just can't have, I'm the specialist for a right-hander. You might have to go right-hander and then have two lefties right behind them.
What teams are you looking out for this year in the NFL? I mean MLB. Guys, I just said that this is a fight where I'm not gonna bet the favorite, and I'm gonna stay away from the dog. Yeah. So who are you looking at in MLB this year?
Yeah, you know, I haven't even done because here's the thing, because we do a lot of videos, and I always get a joke out of it because I'm really not that good at looking forward ahead. I'm not a team totals guy before the season. I'm not I'll give my opinions on who I think is going to have a winning season. Let's just say like last year, the Atlanta Falcons, I think were 8 on the team. So boy, that is an awesome one. It didn't turn out to be. I'm more of I need to see it happen. And after May, I'll be like, you know what? I'll be able to get on something like that. I am the last guy that you want to ask and say, what's a future bet that you want? I'm not ashamed to admit it. That's not my forte at all, man.
Yeah. You think the Yankees win it all?
I don't know. I look at the Dodgers and have what they have an unlimited payroll. They have unlimited, talent in their minor leagues. They have an unbelievable team to start the season. And I can just imagine at the trade deadline, just, throwing down another number one starter somewhere and just ramping up their lineup even more. I just look at the Dodgers from top to bottom, like who's getting anybody out on that team, man?
Spread, what do you think? Who takes it this year?
I mean, it's hard to go against the Yankees, right? But with the injuries that they've had, it's why it's always tough. And then the other thing about baseball is it's one of the weirdest sports where I think that the team that gets hot towards the end, you can kind of just throw the whole regular season out the window, and it's almost about rounding into form, late August, early September. And it is kind of odd sometimes when a team starts out well, and then you go, uh-oh, because that you can't keep it up for 6 months, and it's almost better to struggle a little bit at the beginning of the year.
Let me stop you. The Nevada Athletic Commission has just voted to revoke licensing for all combat sporting events in the state until March 25th. Come on, bro.
You just got to stay. Why don't they just stay in Buenos Aires?
Well, the UFC may not be fine though, Connor, because next week they're in London, right? But if London says they don't want
travel,
if London says they don't want the event there, the plan was to have it in Vegas at UFC's campus, the Apex Center. So, this fucking coronavirus, man, give me a fucking break. I mean, Jesus Christ. What do you want?
It's all about liability now.
Blood? God.
All right, boys. Just got the text from the wife. Time for a little bit of dinner.
Go ahead, brother. Thanks for
giving it a bang. Hey, man. Good. I like the bet, man. Thanks, boys. I got your back on this.
All right, Donnie.
Peace, brothers.
There he is. Donnie Wright.
Hey, if I remember right, did Marcos upset the good Sacramento girl that we had that was fighting out of Alpha Male a couple fights ago?
Rhonda Marcos, her last fight, she beat Ashley Yoder on my birthday, actually, October 26th.
Oh, okay.
Is Ashley Yoder that? Is she?
No, it was, what's her name? I'll look it up.
Man, this Amanda Rebus, based on the striking that I saw against Mackenzie Dern, this girl has a shot to be special because, goddamn, she looks so good against Mackenzie Dern. But you know what? Mackenzie, Rhonda Marcos is just a better UFC fighter than Mackenzie Dern. So let's see how it goes now. Plus 330, in my opinion, was excessive. But I don't think Marcos had a full fight camp. I think she was a late replacement. See right there, you see how Rhonda Marcos just committed to that combination, went forward 3 steps and just threw a 3-piece. That is something that Amanda Rebus didn't see against Mackenzie Dern the entire fight. And that's what I'm talking about. But you could already see it. Look at how good Amanda Ribas is as a counter striker, bro. I mean, this girl could be the real deal, boys. She's got a shot to be the real deal. And you know what? She's fucking cute too.
Yeah. I was just say she looks like she has a bit of an athleticism too, a little bit quicker on the feet, and her hands might be a little bit faster.
Oh yeah, and you could tell that everything that she throws is with fucking passion. She's looking to knock you the fuck out. She is looking to knock you out. And what's crazy is we're talking about a girl that's got 9 pro fights. She's 8-1. Man, I like this chick a lot. I like this chick a lot. She's got that fucking ruthless aggression. I'm trying to think who she reminds me of. She reminds me of Yolanda a little bit. But she's a decorated Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu fighter, so I mean, her fucking ground game is legit. But her stand-up reminds me of Yolanda a little bit. I really like this girl. I really do. I'm geeking out over this one. She's cute too, bro. I still wouldn't have laid 420 on her, though. Her footwork is legit. She cuts angles like a beast. Yo, this girl is impressive, man. This kid is gonna, like, I'm telling you right now, boys. Mark it down right now. March 14th, 2020. This girl's not even on the fucking radar. Let me check the UFC rankings real quick.
Yeah, this is she's showing why she's the favorite here. She's just been in control this whole time, and when you have more athleticism and more skills, it's just tough to overcome, no matter how much heart you have.
She's not even ranked. She's not even ranked, bro. Okay, it's March 14th, 2020. This girl is the real fucking deal.
Yeah, I mean, she will be after this fight. Did you have a play on Formiga Moreno?
Hold on, is Marcos a decent fighter or is she a can? She's a 10-7 UFC veteran. I'd say she's a step up from Mackenzie Dern. You know, she's beaten solid fighters. She hasn't fought like a legitimate top 10 fighter yet, but sometimes you can just tell. You could just tell by looking at her that she's going to fare well against anybody that's in the lower half of the top 10 of that division. This girl is the fucking truth. What is the live line on her right now?
I don't even. It's probably got to be ridiculous. Minus 5,000.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think Formiga wins the fight, but I'm not laying the number. I don't like the number. That's the problem.
Minus 185. And what's Formiga's strength?
My notes are, I really thought Formiga would be a bigger favorite than he is right now. Moreno is taking a little bit of money as the week has gone on. But here's my big question about the fight. How is Brandon Moreno going to beat somebody like Jasir Formiga when he cannot stop anybody in the division from taking him down, let alone somebody as good as Formiga is at taking his opponents down? This is where that black belt that Formiga has in judo really comes into play here. I like Brandon Moreno too, man. Him and Pantoja were the two best fighters I thought to come out of their season of The Ultimate Fighter. I like Moreno's kickboxing game. It's really improved since initially joining the UFC. I think his combinations have gotten better, and he fights behind that jab really well, which in that division, it's more than I can say for a lot of the guys. I know that Moreno has a bunch of submission wins, but he is way too confident in his ability to be on his back and still win rounds. It just isn't the case because he has problems getting up. I think that Formiga gets the takedowns and doesn't fuck around. He uses his top control well on the mat and either wins a nice one-sided decision victory or maybe grabs a stoppage from chewing through Moreno's guard. That's my breakdown.
Cool. Well, thank you.
Jay, chill out, man. About what?
Is he talking to a Jay in the chat? Maybe I don't know how they would tell you to chill out when we're breaking down the next fight because we didn't have a play on this one. So we're letting people know if they do want to just to gen out. But you said, value wise, if you're trying to make money on this fight is a complete pass, right?
I mean, I think he wins the fight, but I don't want to lay 180.
I mean, what would you lay? Like at minus 130, will we be hitting it?
Yeah, I would lay minus 130. Yeah.
Well, we'll keep an eye. Maybe after the first round, we see something.
He opened at minus 170. He opened at minus 170, though. So, I mean, minus 130 was never in the cards. You know what I mean?
Yeah, unless all that crazy money came in. But, yeah, probably not likely, huh?
I like Moreno, too, Dexter, as a fighter. I do. But I think that I think his inability to keep anybody from taking him down it is going to cause problems in this fight. Got to lay the juice to make money. That's true, Big King. Sometimes you just got to lay the fucking juice, bro. I get it. Dos Santos, yeah, we got the win there.
I'm really curious as what kind of ratings this fight card's gonna do. And so it makes me wonder, how much are just normal people, and it's because I'm so immersed in gambling Twitter and pretty much do most of my interactions with other gamblers where everyone's just feeding for this card. I wonder if just the general public that doesn't bet is going to feel this way too. So really be curious to hear how well this goes.
I can't imagine how much money's getting bet on this event right now.
These lines are just flying around. I mean, even while you're breaking down the fight, it moved 20 cents on Formiga from minus 180 to minus 200.
Yeah, totally. That totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Spread's a warrior, man. Always count on spread to come and hang out.
Yeah, and we've actually done pretty well so far, up a little money. So, like I said, I wasn't sure how well we do today, because just first glance, without talking to you, I thought this was a pretty hard card to cap.
Yeah, there are definitely some close matchups. Like we haven't talked about the Johnny Walker fight yet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think Dave is on Nikita Krylov, and we're both pretty high on Nikita Krylov. We actually were talking about him on an odds market show last year. I think that he's a good prospect at 205, and I think that Johnny Walker's a good prospect at 205 too. And I know Dave is on Krylov. I'm actually on Johnny Walker, but the price was dropping, so I waited, and I got Johnny Walker at minus 128, but he has taken money. When we first started the show, you could have got him at minus 128. He's now up to minus 155. I think it's an interesting fight. You know, if Nikita Krylov was coming into this fight off his win against OSP, I would have had a really hard time trying to pick a winner in this fight. But he's not. He's coming into the fight off looking absolutely dreadful against an old and weathered Glover Teixeira, right? His striking wasn't dynamic in that fight. His footwork was weak. You know, he didn't really cut any angles. He was taken down at will. He was actually taken down in the first 40 seconds of that fight, which set the tone for the entire fight, really. He just wasn't good, to put it simply. You know, everybody knows, well, maybe not everybody, but anybody that follows Nikita Krylov knows he's a really good submission specialist, which you really don't see all that often at light heavyweight. The problem with his skill set in this fight is, in order for him to take you down, he has to get inside. And he has to take Walker down to get the advantage in the fight. And to that, I say good luck, because what normally wins the day at 205 pounds are freakish athletes with a solid stand-up game. And that's exactly what Johnny Walker is, right? Johnny Walker, 6'5" freak. He's got ridiculous reach. He has incredible power in his hands. He's really raw. And he's a raw fighter that's still learning on the job, just like Nikita Krylov is to an extent. But I think Krylov is a little bit more seasoned than Johnny Walker. You know, Walker comes into the fight off that loss to Corey Anderson. Well, Corey Anderson's one of the best in the light heavyweight division. You know, I really think, I know, you know, I bet against Corey Anderson in his last fight and won, but Corey Anderson is one of the best that the division has to offer right now. So I don't hold that loss against Johnny Walker. I think that Krylov is in the same skill level of a fighter like Misha Serkinov and Khalil Roundtree, and Walker was able to beat both of them. You know, they're, like I said, I think they're both raw. They may both be contenders in the, like, real contenders in the next couple of years. But right now, when you take into consideration that the only way for Krylov to do what he does best and gain an advantage is getting inside, which is in the range of fucking Johnny Walker's kill zone, right? I mean, so based off that, I think I have to go with Johnny Walker. I think he has the advantage in his striking and his power. So give me Walker here. But I understand why anybody would take the shot on Krylov. But, you know, I was able to get him at minus 128. Johnny Walker, now he's like minus 155. You know, now Nikita Krylov is pushing almost plus 138. So I guess it's starting to be slightly more appealing. to take Krylov, but I had to go against my good friend Dave on this one. But like I said, I understand why anybody's on Krylov.
Did we
Marcos is busted.
Yeah, I mean,
I would be busted. This girl would fuck me up.
Yeah, I mean, this one's kind of rough because she's obviously overmatched, like I said, in athleticism and skills, and did we talk about the Makdessi fight yet? Did you have a play for that one?
What fight?
Am I saying his name right? The John Makdessi?
Oh, yeah, the Francisco Trinaldo fight.
Yeah.
Another fight where I think I'm against my MMA partner. I think I like the old man here in Trinaldo. I don't love the price. I think this is a live betting spot for me. Makdessi, I don't know, man. He has never truly impressed me all that much. Offensively, what threat does he really pose? To me, not a ton. I think Trinaldo might not throw the volume that Makdessi throws or is used to seeing from his opponent, but Trinaldo has solid combos, solid footwork. He still's an old man, but he can cut an angle. And I think he's a good counterpuncher, and that's a strong part of what makes him successful. And he has heavy hands due to that strong frame that he has. He's much bigger than Makdessi. And when you think about how Trinaldo level changes and implements that power wrestling game that he has in his back pocket, it's hard for me to see him not being able to use that power wrestling game, getting him to the ground. So I think Francisco Trinaldo wins the fight, but he opens a minus 190 favorite. He's now down to minus 155 at 5 dimes.
Wow. Are you surprised by that? Because most of the money's been moving towards the favorites so far in these fights.
Yeah, no, I'm not really surprised by that. Francisco Trinaldo doesn't get a lot of respect from the betting market. We could see this price drop more, and it would need to drop more for me to bet him. But I think he deserves to be the favorite, and I think that power wrestling game is what makes me want to take him.
Yeah, I see it kind of moving around even as we're speaking. Formiga went back down to minus 190. So
the Barzola fight was a draw, Jonesy. It was a draw, so whoever you bet, you got your money back on that one, bud.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy fight to score here. Consigliere says Makdessi can only win on the scorecard with striking points. He lacks power, and Trinaldo has never been KO'd. Trinaldo has the advantage in wrestling, power, and size. He wins if he forces it inside.
I agree completely.
Yeah.
I agree completely.
Yeah, so I'd say they're putting on a pretty good show so far, right? Especially for us that are deprived of actually sports that, we have. Like I said, at least for UFC, like I've experienced handicapping it, and I just hadn't done it for the last couple of years. But I mean, you know what to look for. But I mean, trying to jump into cricket or rugby or something that I saw some people doing. I think it's really tough if you don't have any experience actually capping the sport.
You You mean to tell me that you're not selling a badminton
Badminton.
package like Vegas Day?
I almost said that guy's like a parody of himself.
How dare you? How do you even consider yourself a serious capper, bro?
Yeah, unbelievable. Cashman, if you can get Formiga plus money, you should take him. I'm seeing minus 205 now. I mean, these lines are just jumping all over the place as we speak.
Formiga plus money. Wait,
Yeah.
what?
I mean, it might even get rejected, right? As a book error.
I mean, I'm seeing Formiga as a big favorite.
Yeah, I see minus 205. And it was minus 190. I mean, it's crazy. These lines are jumping around like when we're betting the NBA games. You know,
Oh,
they're
yeah,
moving
yeah.
like that quickly.
Think about how much money is being bet right now.
Yeah. I mean, gosh, I bet you. I'll tell you what, these offshores in Vegas, they owe Dana White big time because a lot of money like mine was just sitting stagnant in an account all week.
Francisco Trinaldo over 1.5 rounds minus 350. Wow. Over 2.5 rounds minus 225. Honestly, I mean, I would be stunned if it doesn't go a round and a half. The way that those guys, I would be stunned if it doesn't go a round and a half.
Hey, you know what's funny is I kind of complained about previous pacings of events. This one is quick, right? I mean, they did the decision, and I see Moreno walking out already. I love it.
OG, I like Moreno too, man, as a fighter, but I think that his ability, he gets taken down way too easily. And I think that Formiga's just going to attack that, take him down. So I give Formiga the edge. I just don't like the price. But I like Moreno as a fighter too. I just don't think he wins today. Don Corleone says, I'm going to roll with you with Walker. Let's do it, Don. Krylov is a good fighter. He's a good fighter. I think the longer that fight goes, the more the momentum will swing into Krylov's favor. But I say the first 7.5 minutes of that fight, Johnny Walker has the advantage. Moreno is a tough son of a bitch. I agree, Adam. So, who's fighting right now? This the Formiga fight right now?
Yeah, it's Moreno Formiga. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
so I'll put on the bottom that I lean Formiga for you guys. I'm gonna see if I can get a better price live though, boys. Wow, over 1.5 rounds in the Formiga fight is minus 550. Jesus Christ. MHP, what's up, buddy? It's honestly not so bad without the audience. You know what? I think we're getting accurate refereeing today because there is no audience. So I agree. John Chow says Gilbert, fellas. Yeah, man. I'm on Gilbert, so I agree. Yeah, I'm on Johnny Walker. Dave took Krylov though, Ken. Which is weird. Me and Dave are like always simpatico too. Gotta love Brandon Moreno though, especially if you watched him back in the day, like on The Ultimate Fighter.
Yeah, I remember.
That kid's come a long way.
Now that you remember, I do remember watching some fights with him. Boy, that would have been like 2 or 3 years ago. But he's always in exciting fights, if I remember right. Like, I remember being pretty excited about him.
Yeah, him and Alejandro Pantoja were the 2 best fighters, I thought, that year on The Ultimate Fighter. Formiga's a beast, though, man. He's a good fighter. I might lay it. I might lay it nut. I might lay it minus 350 on that Trinaldo fight going over 1.5 rounds. I love Brandon Moreno's style too.
Yeah. Definitely unorthodox. Like that first left he landed it wasn't like a jab, it wasn't a hook, it was just like a finder.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. That it was like a little jab hook.
Yeah. Oh wow. And now Formiga's pulling guard standing up, huh?
Yeah, he's going for a guillotine.
Yeah, those are hard to get when you're not on the mat.
You know what though? They're easier to get when there's no sweat and you're fresh.
I didn't think about that.
The problem is when you let it go, you're in a terrible fucking position.
And he just did. And a lot of times you burn out faster. It's one of the few moves where the aggressor will burn out faster than the guy who's receiving it. So that's a bad thing about guillotines. How many times you guys see a guy dominate a round and then he goes for a guillotine, he holds it for 30 seconds, 45 seconds, he comes out of gas for the last minute.
Yep. Your arms go, and now he's on his back for the next 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
That was a bad call. I didn't bet this fight though, so I do think I'm gonna bet this Trinaldo over 1.5 rounds though. I think I'm gonna lay a nut.
Oh, did he get that?
No,
oh, he got out of it. I thought he got caught there with leaving that arm out a little too far. So at least Formiga's using kind of more of an attacking guard and not just being passive and accepting the position.
Yeah, he's being active off his back.
Yeah.
And he's avoiding damage too.
Yeah.
He's actually not doing a bad job.
No, I think he's doing a great job on guard. Yeah. But once again, I think that this is more tiring to play that really active guard than to be the attacker and kind of laying on your opponent, you know. But we'll see. I mean, Formiga's never had conditioning issues, right? I mean, he can go full 15 even if it's an intense fight.
Oh yeah, these guys don't get tired. Oh wow, what a fucking reversal there.
That was good.
Whoa, my God, bro, he was like a fucking lightning bolt. What a reversal that was. Great job right there by Formiga.
Yeah, and Formiga doesn't seem to be he's quite content. He's almost keeping Moreno on the half guard there. He doesn't even feel like the need to pass. So probably feels that he's a little bit ahead in this round. Let Moreno burn some energy and maybe try and escape.
Oh, they're standing him up. I think that's terrible.
Yeah.
Why are you standing them up with 30 seconds left in the round, bro?
Yeah.
Come on now.
You can tell Formiga wanted to kind of make him carry his weight there to end the round because he probably used a little more energy and wanted to even it up a little bit and make Moreno carry some of the weight. Another cool jab there, my Moreno. Oh, but he's not able to finish it off.
Yeah, his striking game has improved so much.
Yeah. So the fun part about this fight so far is we've got 2 or 3 really dynamic scrambles, right? I mean, just the quickness in which they're transitioning in between positions there, which is fantastic.
That really sucks that they stood them up at the end of that round, man. So stupid.
Who would you give that round to? Do you think Formiga ended up getting it?
I probably would give that to Brandon Moreno.
Really? See, I was thinking I was going to give it to Formiga. So obviously, that's
what do you guys think in the? Yeah, what do you guys think in the chat? Moreno takes the first.
Christopher Cromatini said Formiga. Dexter thinks Moreno will win if they keep standing him up. Aaron says Formiga. But yeah, it's definitely a swing round either way. It's kind of more of a just what did you guys think? So another good fight, though. The UFC is fortunate they've got a good card here to fill the void.
Oh, yeah. It's a shame because this card, probably the best card they had in a year for a fight night card.
Well, I mean, it actually ends up good because it gets a little more attention, right? Because if basketball is going on right now, I probably would have had 5 TVs going, and I probably wouldn't even paid attention to the fights that we didn't bet,
I guess you're right.
If you said lay off, we're not betting the fight, I would have been paying attention to either NCAAs or the limited NBA action that they have going up against it. Uh-oh. Oh, he got out of that. He almost gave up his back there real bad.
Yeah, Kev, the problem is it's fucking minus 350, bro. That's the problem. I'll put the picks on at the bottom that I like for the next couple fights, boys.
Wow, once again, a really cool scramble ends up with Moreno on guard this time. So let's see how different it goes. And once again, Formiga's kind of pushing the pace. He's really being aggressive, trying to trying to pass the guard, go to north-south, got his back. Oh, that was cool. Hey, these guys are putting on a show.
I'm dead even right now in terms of what I bet. I'm 1-1-1, basically.
Wow, Formiga got back into full guard there. That was pretty slick. I like how quickly he can switch between an attacking and a defensive guard. Oh, but he got caught with the kick there, getting out of it.
I threw a few $100 in the TBG account,
Mm-hmm.
and I never bet a fucking race.
Yeah, I think Formiga's ahead this round too. But obviously, it can go either way because I see Flick My Bick is on the opposite side. He thinks that Moreno's ahead and Formiga needs a KO.
I think I agree with him.
Yeah. Shaft says Moreno's the live favorite too. So
Yeah, I think Moreno's definitely winning the fight so far. The Johnny Walker Nikita Krylov total over 1.5 rounds is plus 125.
wow.
Yeah, because they think that Walker's gonna fucking knock him out. Because I think a way that you can attack this fight is you can, if you really wanted to, you could take Johnny Walker by knockout is plus 120, and then you could take Nikita Krylov on points at plus 750 or by submission at plus 460. I think he's got 15 submissions. I think. If you really wanted to get slick, you could take Johnny Walker to by TKO in round 1 at plus 200. And then you could take the double chance Krylov by submission or points at plus 260. That's a slick way to approach that fight. Walker is not getting subbed in this one at home. You could be right. I mean, but, Krylov is just really, he has a knack for finding those submissions. In order to do that, though, he's got to get really close to Johnny Walker, which is a place that I wouldn't like to be.
Oh, wow. Moreno lasted a couple there in that exchange. is loosening up a little bit. Feeling good after that one. That was a nice combination by Moreno.
Yeah, he's good, man. You know, Brandon Moreno right now is minus 235.
Yeah.
Which, you know, considering that Formiga probably needs a knockout or submission, that's not a bad price because Moreno's definitely winning this fight right now. Minus 260 right now. That's not a bad price. Does anybody Moreno's not winning this fight?
I want to rewatch it. I must have missed something, or maybe I just overrate like the grappling. I thought Formiga was doing really well. So,
I
the
just
whole
think
chat seems to think it's the other way, so I missed it. You know, I mean, I'm not.
I think Moreno. I think he's won. I think he's won every round.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has a striking advantage. Oh wow! See, that was another. This is another great dynamic scramble there. Formiga had a chance to almost get his back, but Moreno was able to get out of it. That was pretty cool.
Pat Dunlop says Moreno gets the decision 30-27. I think I agree. I think that's where I'm at too.
I think that I was watching this wrong. You know, so. Yeah, 7 of 8 on that takedown defense, right? That goes going to go a long way to winning a fight when you're the better striker. And he stuffs another one. He's got to be more active in his mount here. He can't. He's not ahead on the cards. He's got to try and finish it. He's got to. Even if he loses the mount, he's got to sit up and go for a stoppage here. Yeah, they're replaying that pretty cool transition there. That one was cool too. Yeah, that was a fun action fight.
Second draw. What round was a 10-8 round for that to be a draw? That's my question, Sean. Yeah, Moreno, no brainer.
Yeah. So I obviously missed some stuff there because
I thought 30-27. I agreed with Patrick. Thank God I didn't bet any money.
All right. So our next one is going to be it's the McBessie fight, right?
Yeah, I'm betting the over 1.5 rounds. I'm laying it.
Dang, I have minus 450 for that.
That's a big win for Brandon Moreno.
Yeah.
That could have just earned him a shot.
Yeah, and with that style that he has, it seems like he can, as his opponent improves, he's going to improve too,
Because I think that they're going to run the Davison Figueiredo fight back with Joey B. I think that's the plans. Benavidez, Figueiredo again. So the winner of that fight, Brandon Moreno's got a good shot.
Headshot's asking about the main event over 2.5 rounds. What do you think about that, Jay?
In what fight?
For the main event for the Lee Oliveira.
I think it could. I think it could go over 2.5 rounds. I think it could not go over 2.5 rounds. That total doesn't jump out at me as something that I think I would want to bet either way.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, we've seen a lot of decisions, so that seems to be the way the night is trending, right?
Yeah. Which is probably why the pacing seems so enjoyable, because it's after 3 rounds, there's no time to spare. Get them out there as soon as possible. So now we're transitioning to the official main card, right?
Yes.
Yeah. When I was doing it heavily, I always had more problems with the main cards than the prelims. I always felt there was always more lines wrong on the prelims.
Well, a lot of times that's the case because the fighters are not as known unless you really do your homework.
Right.
So a lot of times the lines are wrong on the prelim cards because people really don't know what the deal is, you know?
Yeah. And then the books probably don't get punished, right? Because obviously the main event's going to have a much higher handle than the second fight of the night. So, as long as their main event lines are tight, they're probably not too worried about, losing a bit to some sharp bettors here and there on the prelims. So the chat seems to think that no crowd has led to more decisions and the fighters being safer. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think the point that they're trying to make is these fighters draw a lot of emotion and momentum off the crowds going crazy.
Uh-huh.
And you know what? That makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is something that you definitely, we're kind of learning as it goes, right? I don't think we've seen it from the in the TUF show, right? Where they kind of do the fights in that gym with just their teammates watching.
It makes it, I understand what they're saying, and it makes a ton of sense. But at the same time, we really haven't even seen that somebody hurt yet today.
Right. Yeah, the worst I think was Marcos, who looked like she had a broken nose.
And she still went the distance.
Right.
199 people watching. Welcome in, boys and girls. Thank you for watching. Subscribe to the SBR channel if you're not already a member. Hit the like button for us if you could. We would appreciate it. And hit the notification bell so you always know when the SBR programming is on. And if you're a fan of the live betting show, we are going back to our channel on April 1st. So head over to the Sports Keg YouTube channel, give us a follow, and subscribe over there as well. John said it makes me want to take Walker over 1.5 rounds. Yeah, John, I understand why too, because it's plus 125. But man, that's like, doesn't that feel like you're fucking with fire?
It is still kind of surreal just sitting there standing in front of an empty cage, right?
Yeah.
It's just weird.
I agree, bro.
I like that they still did the lights and everything.
Going for the ambiance, huh?
Yeah. Overall, I think it's been a good product so far. I'm definitely glad they put it on. I think this is exactly what we all need, especially people that are self-quarantining or social distancing. This is something fun for us to all kind of enjoy together. So Von Polo asked if we think the NBA or NFL draft will be postponed. I don't think either drafts will. That's something that you can completely do from a remote location. Even with free agency, right? You can fax over contracts and you could do the whole negotiations, right? Without even, I guess, you won't do the handshake at the end to seal the deal. But other than that, right? We can do all this stuff. So I'm hoping it goes on. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't.
Aaron wants to know, spread looks a little rejuvenated with this breaking no sports. There you go.
Yeah. I know I've been out hiking the 2 out of the last 3 days. The one day I sent you, although that was no sports, it was just having some fun before I went to the sports book. But then I went out yesterday again too, just to kind of keep myself active. While we're kind of waiting for everything, because I don't know about you, but like my whole pattern of everything is being disrupted. Like Donnie said, I usually wake up, and since I'm on the West Coast, even if I get up at 6:30 in the morning, a bunch of stuff has already happened. So I'm usually catching up with that. I usually cap, pretty much all morning, and then I take like a little afternoon break, and then I'll jump on maybe, just to see all the changes in the afternoon. But it's just weird, with like nothing to cap. And
Spread, I'll be right back. Take care of the chat.
All right, cool. Yeah, I appreciate everyone saying some nice things, and I wish I could actually break down the card like I would the NBA card. But like I said, I kind of MMA to me was very frustrating to cap sometimes when you get bad decisions or the crazy knockouts. But boy, this has been a fun card so far. Gerardo Hernandez is saying, well, Ronaldo McDessie and Inside the Distance taking both Inside the Distance plus money. I mean, I don't think a fight we haven't had a stoppage yet, Gerardo. So I don't know if that has anything to do with this fight, but it does seem to be that these fights are going. Yeah, I use Excel. BJ, I use Excel. Walter says, when professional sports returns, nobody has any idea. Rich G says, I have to be very careful how productive I am at work with no sports. Someone's going to put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, that's like when I was in the corporate world, they had best demonstrated performance. So your best demonstrated performance is going to be pretty high this week, Rich G. Better jump on to some online forums. Pick-fil-A says he's listening while he's driving. Who's up next? We have Trinaldo versus McDessie. Trinaldo actually, it looks like he's down to minus 155 right now. Jay liked Trinaldo, but I don't think enough to make a bet on it. He bet over 1.5 rounds at minus 350. It was minus 450 on Bovada, so I didn't play it. But yeah, Trinaldo McDessie is next, and people are leaning Trinaldo and the over. Cash is going to go against the grain of the thing so far. He's taking under 2.5 at plus 170. Chad Costanza says every fight has gone to decisions to see some couple of finishes at some point. And that's always an interesting idea, right? Are these different conditions leading to why we're seeing less finishes, or, is it just random? Because other than that, like the previous fight shouldn't necessarily dictate a trend. Like the previous fight shouldn't have a result, but it's tough for us, as human beings used to patterns and used to things evening out, just seeing something and not saying it's due, even though like mathematically there shouldn't be an edge just because everyone has gone the distance so far. Aaron Costa says Johnny Walker fight shouldn't go the distance, but we will see. Plenty of Netflix and YouTube breaks. Yeah. I even dusted out the old PS4, Richie. I might end up getting MLB The Show. So, yeah. So I think definitely the most exciting fight. I think just from a fireworks standpoint will be Walker Krylov coming up. Kind of excited to see how that goes. Yeah, BJ, that's a better way of saying what I was trying to say. Just because a quarter lands on tails 5 times in a row doesn't mean the next flip will be heads. That's the perfect example of what I was trying to say there with correlation not being causation. Boy, both these guys just look like beasts. Trinaldo, boy, he's been around forever. and Makdessi, both of them, back when I was capping it pretty hardcore 3-4 years ago. And I remember thinking Trinaldo was a little too old back then. And here he is at 41, just looking awesome. We got Joe Martinez today, no Bruce Buffer. Don't know if I like the tie there. There you go, Von Polo. Von Polo's turn making some horse racing here. That's pretty good. I have not delved into it. I mean, I think Jeff gave me a horse while we're on the show, and I bet those. But other than that, I haven't been necessarily trying to handicap sports that I don't usually handicap. And even this week, I'll be honest, I wasn't sure that this event was going to go on. I kind of, took Thursday off and a little bit of yesterday morning. And then when I realized that, hey, it wasn't going to get canceled, I went. But boy, it was like with everything getting canceled, because we thought we were going to be able to do NASCAR. We thought we were going to have some golf this weekend. We're still going to be able to make a 2 days out of it. But, this is probably going to be it for us for live sports, unless you are doing the Australians have a football league going on and some rugby. There you go. Thanks for helping me out here, Consigliere, adding some good points in here. He says, don't put too much stock in the lack of finishes so far. We've had 3 wounds fights, which go the distance a lot. Kunchenko goes the distance offense, and the other men's fault involved a grappler who's extend rounds. Yeah, so we'll see how it goes. Boy, I always forget how old Ronaldo looks in there compared to some of these other guys, yet he's still dangerous. So Consigliere also adds, those fights were expected to go the distance or close to it. The over-under rounds were indicative of that. Rich Gia with Vegas suspended combat sports to March 31st. So this might be even our last UFC for a while, which was disappointing because I was kind of getting in the groove and saying, no, I remember the one nice part about UFC, right, is that it's almost like the NFL where you get a flow of the week. It's not like NBA where, as we're on Liveline, there's games that I have handicapped and I'm waiting for lines that are dropping during the games, so it almost can feel just like a 24/7 grind. And that's why I give myself usually a couple afternoon hours to just unplug and not get overwhelmed with information. But the UFC has a nice little flow to it where, you will have our event tonight, you'll have a little cool down, and then you can get into your fight study, their tape study for the next week. So, I was really hoping the UFC would get us through. Be interesting to see, because we know how Dana White is, right? He doesn't like being told what to do. If he's going to try and find a workaround on that, Rich G.
And we're back.
Jay, I was saying I always forget how much older Trinaldo looks against the other fighters.
Oh, yeah, he's an old man.
Yeah.
But you know what? He's still doing the damn thing.
Yeah.
And he's not bad. And he's controlling the octagon right now. And John Makdessi looks like a scared little bitch running around that cage right now.
Yeah, and then Trinaldo just landed to show him why Makdessi was maybe a little hesitant to engage, because that was a nice overhand that he landed.
What is the price right now on Trinaldo Live? I really like the way he looks.
I don't have a live line. Probably won't come out till the end of the first round.
Wow, Trinaldo's now minus 335.
Yeah, so they're obviously seeing the same things you are there, and that was just basically the ring control. And if Makdessi doesn't want to engage and he let Trinaldo dictate the pace, he's going to win the fight.
Anything can happen in MMA. That's why there are 3 rounds. But
right.
If anybody listened to me with that lean on Trinaldo, you're happy right now after this first round, because Makdessi just looks like complete dog shit. Ooh, that was a haircut.
Oh, okay, there you go. I'm a little behind you. I just saw the miss. the missed spin kick there. McDessie's opening it up a little bit with some kicks there. He's got a.
Bro, those Trinaldo kicks are no fucking joke.
Yeah, McDessie can't. He's letting Trinaldo kind of dictate the terms of engagement, you know, and it's not like he's sharp counterpunching, so it's good for Trinaldo.
He's running away,
Yeah,
and every time Trinaldo kicks that liver, bro, it looks like he's chopping down a fucking tree.
yeah.
Spread, bro. I appreciate you, bro. You are just a consummate professional.
Well, thank you. I try my best. No, and I was when you were off, I was saying it sucks because Rich G was talking about that this next one might get moved, the Ngannou fight, and I said I was just kind of getting right back into the groove. It's almost like the NFL, you know, that kind of feeling you get of week to week. You know, you get the little come down right after the fight. You know, maybe take Sunday off, and then by Monday you can start banging that tape study. And
I know that this is like, I know like you were into the UFC a while ago and like it's not really your thing anymore, but just from being friends with me, you're getting back into it because we do shows, but you're doing well, bro. You're holding your own.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And the fact that you guys are giving me winners and I'm winning money obviously makes me pretty encouraged to keep at it, right? I mean, we've had a good event so far.
Yeah. You know, Big King, I could see Trinaldo still having some gas in the tank in the third. I mean, what has he really done? You know what I mean? I mean, that wasn't incredibly physical that first round. That was like a walk in the park. I think something would dramatically have to happen to gas him out in the second round. Because I think he'll be okay in the third.
Yeah, and the pace of that first round you're over is looking really nice. Because
and I bet Trinaldo live too.
Oh, good. Okay, let me see what I got right now. For those trying to get in, Trinaldo's all the way to minus 450.
I'll tell you, I paid a premium as opposed to what the closing line was when I told everybody the way I leaned.
Yeah,
but you know, I feel good about what I saw in that first round.
Yeah, and the premium that you're paying was basically just the information that McDessie was not too interested in engaging, and it, you know, so far he was going to let Trinaldo dictate the pace of the fight.
Yeah, I think something's going to have to dramatically change because I don't know, McDessie just doesn't. This is what I mean about McDessie. What scares you offensively? When I think of this guy and will he or will he not win a fight? I don't know. He just doesn't scare me that much. You know? Anytime Trinaldo moves forward, anytime he decides to dictate the pace, all McDessie does is, I mean, he's constantly on his back foot.
Yeah.
He's doing a slightly better job this round of trying to at least stay neutral with octagon control, but look at the exchange that you're about to see. That's all you see. McDessie on his back foot, and Francisco Trinaldo hasn't even tried to even get his power wrestling game going because he knows he's better on the feet. So why even fuck around and start using your power wrestling when you know you have won the first round and a half on striking alone?
Yeah, and the advantage with him knowing that McDessie doesn't want that he wants to counter, he doesn't want to lead the exchanges. He gets a little bit of rest by being able to put his hands down that a lot of times fighters don't get. But he's so comfortable in between the exchanges because he knows that McDessie doesn't want to initiate them. And it's just so much easier as a fighter when you can dictate the pace like that. You know, and the guy just allows you to do it. You know, it's almost like on the ground, right? You don't ever want to accept a position, right? You always want to be fighting to improve your position. You know, and McDessie's just not doing that with his positioning in the octagon and starting the exchanges. The only one he really wants to seem to initiate is that little front kick to the calf or to the thigh. You know, the low front kick.
cash that over 1.5 rounds.
Yeah.
That was money in the fucking bank.
Now Trinaldo seems to have picked up the intensity a little bit.
Yeah, we got a couple put it on the fucking boards to play. Boom.
So I haven't watched McDessie in a while. Is he always this passive?
Yes.
Oh, okay. How does he ever
Well,
win?
I shouldn't say that. No, not this bad. But yeah, he's patient. He's patient almost to a fault, I think, sometimes. But yeah, I don't know. He is very tentative in this fight. I'm not sure why. But I mean, he has clearly lost the first 2 rounds of this fight. He needs a finish.
Yeah.
Von Polo taking the 6 horse at Santa Anita in race 6. Polo, why? Give me a reason, and I'll bet it right now.
Ryan C. with one of the best comments of the day saying McDessie's intimidated by the crowd.
Making some money on this card, boys. The race is tomorrow, Polo, or today?
I would say those are the 2 easiest rounds to score of the whole card so far, right?
Yeah.
Trinaldo 10-9 both rounds.
And the Rebus fight.
Oh yeah. Actually, yeah, no, you're right. That was probably even easier. But on that one, I think yes, you had to decide whether or not it's a 10-9 or 10-8. That would have been a little tougher. And these are just clear 10-9s and
the 6 horse in the 6th race. I might have to go in. I might have to go in with my guy Polo spread. What do you think about that?
all right, let's go for it.
Polo, he's 1-5, bro. You can't be fucking serious right now. What do you want me to do? Bet $500 to make $20?
Snake Eyes, it's in the 3rd round, but he clearly got round 1 and 2, and he started off this round the same. The 1-2 is finding a home, and that's just bad news for McDessie.
Wow, McDessie just getting straight legit outclassed, bro.
Yeah.
All right, we're starting to chain these winners.
Trinaldo giving hope for all the older people out there. You can still compete.
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel good when I'm fading Damian Maya.
I know.
Thanks a lot, spread.
I'm not betting that one. I think you're right on the breakdown, but actually Maya was always one of my favorites to watch, so I stayed away from that one.
Minus 2,500 is a bargain for Trinaldo right now. All he has to do is not get knocked out.
Yeah. Against the guy who doesn't really seem to be too interested in engaging.
Well, I'm down, Polo, to bet a race if you guys like it. I got TVG on my iPad. I got my betting. I threw a few hundred in there just to fuck around with. Tomorrow, I'll probably be betting the ponies, just fucking around at home. I told you over 2.5 was the lock of the night. Yeah, good job, man. That's sweet. I went with the 1.5, paid an extra $1 in juice.
So since this one's pretty much almost over, did you want to give everyone who just joined us a quick breakdown of the Walker-Krylov fight?
Oh, yeah, sure. Just let me watch the last minute of this fight.
Sounds good.
The Professor Walker over 1.5 rounds at plus 140. I mean, based on how this day's going, I understand why you would bet that. But goddamn, man, I feel like that's fucking playing with fire. Martin says money's starting to come in on Du Bronx. That's what I like to see, Martin. I'm on an island, bro. The whole fucking world's on Kevin Lee. Kevin Taylor doing the damn thing, up 4 units on this fight. Go ahead, Kevin Taylor. My fucking guy.
Oh, now he goes for a takedown.
Impressive showing.
So where does he go from here, right? Because, I mean, even though he won that fight, right? I mean, he's never going to be a title contender again. Would you agree?
Who, Francisco Trinaldo?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, so is he's just a gatekeeper from here on out for the next 3 or 4 years? Because he looks like a pretty damn impressive gatekeeper.
Yeah, he's a gatekeeper. Definitely. So what I was saying about the Johnny Walker fight is I think it's a very interesting fight. And like I was saying earlier, if Nikita Krylov was going to come into this fight off his win against Ovince St. Preux, I would have had a harder time trying to pick the winner of this fight. But he's not. He's coming into this fight off looking absolutely abysmal against that in that Glover Teixeira fight. He wasn't dynamic at all. His striking sucked. His footwork was weak. The angles that he was trying to cut on Glover were fucking terrible. He was taken down like at will. Like I said, he was taken down in the first 40 seconds of the fight. And that set the tone. He just wasn't good. And Krylov, light heavyweights, you don't really see a ton of submission specialists, but he is one of them. He's got 15 submission wins, I believe, in his career. So, I mean, he is a legitimate threat on the ground. The problem with that skill set in this fight in particular is, how do you get a submission off? You got to go inside and take somebody down, right? Well, in order to take Johnny Walker down, you have to be inside his range, and that is a dangerous place to be. So what normally wins the day at 205 are those freak athletes that are really solid strikers, and that's what Johnny Walker is. Now, let me preface that with saying, we know Johnny Walker is a freak, right? He's got a lot of reach. He's got ridiculous power in his hands, but he's very, very raw. I wouldn't say that, technically Johnny Walker is not great. He still has a long way to go. He still has to work on his craft. But he masks and makes up for it because of the crazy fucking power that he has. Now, Walker comes into the fight off the loss to Corey. And, we went against Corey and took Jan Blachowicz last fight, and we cashed. But still, Corey Anderson's one of the best 205ers right now in the world. So how do you hold that loss against Johnny Walker? It's tough to. And, I think that Krylov is in the same range of talent as Khalil Roundtree, Misha Serkinov, another guy that's a submission specialist, right? And Walker was able to beat both of those guys. Now, I think that Krylov and Johnny Walker, even though they're raw, I do think that they both have the potential to be legitimate contenders in the next couple years at 205 pounds. But if you take into consideration that what Krylov excels at the most is his submission ground game, and the only way to do that is to get into Johnny Walker's kill zone, it's hard for me to not take Walker. And I got him at the best price I could. I got him at like minus 128. And right now he is, what's the best price you can get on Johnny? You see the Walker fight, bro? Oh, okay. Minus 150. Minus 191 at Bookmaker, though. How about that? Minus 150 at Pinnacle, minus 150 at Five Dimes, minus 190 right now at Bookmaker. I got him earlier in the day at minus 128, which is probably as low as he went, because he opened at minus 140. So I got the best price I can get on him. I'm taking the shot, boys. He may lose. That's how this goes. But and everybody knows how much I respect Dave. He's my partner in this. He's an equal to me when it comes to, his skills at Cap and MMA. And he's on Krylov. So, that's something. I always take a step back when Dave and I are on opposite sides. He says that often too. So, you can't take that with a grain of salt. So I'm on Johnny Walker here. And that's that. Lamar's on Krylov. I get it, buddy. Totally understand. Isaiah's on Krylov. I get it. It's hard for us to be right all the time, right?
Yeah, and it means for just everyone just watching, it's probably a pretty good fight if it's about 50-50 on both sides. Good matchmaking.
I will say the longer this fight goes, the more that I think that it favors Nikita Krylov. I think if I was going to split this fight into two sections, I think the first 7.5 minutes are going to favor Johnny Walker, and the next 7.5 minutes are going to swing towards Nikita Krylov. Martin says Oliveira is 16-0 fighting in Brazil. I didn't even know that, Martin. But I will say the whole world is on Kevin Lee, which makes me feel really good. Usually when I'm on an island, I win. I think that Nikita out, boys. You can get him at plus 120 for Johnny Walker to knock him out. And if you want to get fancy, you can get him in round 1 by knockout. Let's see the prices. Plus 210 in round 1. Plus 900 in round 2. Jesus Christ. Imagine you get that round 2 knockout by Johnny W. Yeah, Viral. That doesn't really sway my opinion. To be honest, I kind of expected it. He's been fighting at 170 pounds. The problem with Kevin Lee is he is so fucking incredibly inconsistent. One minute, he looks like the guy that has the knockout of the year so far against Gregor Gillespie, right? And the next minute, he's getting his fucking clock cleaned by fucking Raging Al. I think Iaquinta won that fight. And, Charles Oliveira striking. Man, I'm telling you, nobody gives that kid the credit he deserves. Charles Oliveira is fucking legit, bro. Win or lose, he is legit. I try to break these fights down the best I can. I try to give you guys the best information that I can give you for you to make your own assessment and bet the fight. I hope it helps. I don't win money every night, every UFC card. People that have followed the Sports Keg know that we win a hell of a lot more in the UFC than we lose. But my goal is just to give you the information that I spend so much time getting. And you guys doing that with that information, whatever you will. That is the goal of our of what our channel will be at the Sports Keg YouTube channel. And that's the goal of what SBR does every day.
Yeah, so this should be a fun fight regardless of who wins, right? It should be real exciting for the fans on this next one. Two guys with crowd-pleasing styles.
Sumner, I appreciate you guys more than you appreciate me. Believe me. I mean that too.
All right, after this last fight, that was kind of slow. I think this fight's going to really be exciting and change the pace of the event.
Boy, do I want to take a shot on that plus 200 spread round 1 and plus 900 round 2. You want to get funky, bro? Let's get funky. Let's take a shot. We're up.
Yep, we better get it in quick, though. They're announcing right now.
Plus 210 round 1, plus 900 round 2. I don't know. Is that stupid? And now you're getting that Johnny Walker that just lost. Not the Johnny Walker that's coming in off just knocking everybody out. You know how focused he is right now, I'm sure. And I guess the same could be said for Nikita Krylov coming in off the Glover loss.
Yeah.
Johnny Walker, man, if he puts it all together, not on.
All right, let's see how this goes down. They already kind of showed right off the bat this is going to be a more exciting fight than the last one we watched.
Oh, yeah.
More action in 15 seconds.
These are two big, big boys, bro.
Yeah. And that's tiring. The stuff that they're doing up against the fence, it doesn't look like a lot's going on, but they're all using all the muscles in their body, and it can wear you down quick if you're not prepared.
Well, this is what we were saying, right? Obviously, Nikita Krylov knows he wants to take it down right now to the ground.
Yep.
That's what he wants to do, right? Right now, he's so far inside that Johnny Walker can't even punch, right?
Right.
But he's having a hard time getting him down because he's so fucking tall. Now, the last thing you want is Johnny Walker on top of you, right? But so far, it looks like Krylov has had some success. Johnny Walker trying to get back up.
Yeah, wasn't that just like the quintessential wrestling takedown where you just keep trying, just waiting for that opening.
But, I mean, Krylov really isn't doing anything with the position.
No, he's not. He's almost more using the wrestling to avoid it.
Getting knocked out
of striking range, yeah.
That's right, yeah. That's the thing. If you get too far inside, that's exactly where you want to be against somebody that's got that kind of length.
Yeah. And you can see Krylov just slowly trying to work his position. Really methodically, doesn't want to give any space or get Walker an opening at all.
Right.
Using that head is like the fifth appendage there. Using it to kind of control space.
He's not taking damage right now, and he's not. There's no submission threat right now.
Right.
So I mean, even if he sits here for another minute and 55 seconds, he starts the next round on his feet, and that's all you can ask for.
Oh, good job by Walker to get back to his feet there.
What a fucking elbow to the face that was.
And that's where it's rough because it's so grueling, even though it doesn't look like you're moving a lot, to just constantly apply pressure, constantly be trying to, move up on your opponent. That a lot of times in the scramble, you can be a little winded and leave yourself open like that. But boy, Krylov had a nice little
Krylov
there.
Yeah. I mean, Johnny Walker needs to fucking put his hands up. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
His defensive striking is so poor.
Let's see how his guard does here against a wrestler who's going to not give you very much space at all.
Right.
You can see that he almost brings his head right to Walker's chin right away. Just to slowly move up.
Brendan Parker says Johnny is so overrated, man. Knockout or bust. That is what it appears to look like. Yeah. But you know what? We kind of knew that right before, but even before coming into this fight. That's why I said I thought the first 7.5 minutes favored him and the last 7.5 minutes favored Krylov, because he's not a guy that's just going to win like decisions. He's going to knock you out with that power, or he's probably going to lose.
Yeah, and this round is going the way that Krylov wants. It's a lot of slow-paced action on the ground. He's slowly advancing his position each time. One nice thing I saw Walker do there at the end, though, was to avoid getting completely passed and go to that half guard. I thought Krylov was passed. So there's some nice flexibility and good leg defense there. But he's going to have to stuff these takedowns, right? He can't let the fight get so close if he wants to win.
Yep. Krylov minus 235 live right now. Walker plus 160. It would suck to follow up those two Trinaldo wins with a loss in this fight. I'd love to get maybe Walker gives us something in round two. If he knocks him out in round two, though, we didn't take that plus 900. What's on the menu over there today, Spread?
I'm actually not even sure. Like I said, we were kind of doing stuff because I'm trying to get a bigger desk in here. So we were working on that and just getting the place moved around for that. And then I'll probably text Shariah here in about an hour and I'll see what we're going to do for dinner. So
nice.
But yeah, I'm not really sure. I'll let you know when she lets me know what's going on for dinner. And I think Anthony's with us.
Is he? Oh, what's up, Ant?
What up, bitch? So apparently there's a sporting event going on today. No, Spread. Get this shit, right? So Jay's like, hey, do you want to come on tomorrow and do the MMA show with me? We're going to do a live line. It'll probably be the only live line for a while because, all sports is canceled. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I could. But you know what Jay failed to do? He failed to inform me what time it started. I had no idea this shit started like 2 in the fucking afternoon. I'm out doing errands with my mother, and Jay understands why because I talked to Jay about this shit yesterday. But I'm out taking care of my mom, and I get home and I start putting some food on the oven and all that stuff, and I look at my messages and I'm like, oh, I got a message from Jay. I'm like, oh, it's a link to the show. What the 2 hours ago? Holy shit. So sorry, Jay, but better late than never. So what am I betting?
It's all good, brother. What's your thoughts on Creighton getting robbed of a 2 seed in the tournament?
You want me to? Yeah. So here's the deal, right? So everyone who follows the show religiously, and I hope everybody who's watching does follow our show religiously, and Jay and Greg both know this. I'm a diehard Creighton Blue Jays fan. My job is 2 minutes from the university. I attended the Seton Hall game last week where Creighton won the Big East title. I live, breathe, and die Creighton Blue Jays basketball during this time of year. And they were set up to have their highest seed ever in the NCAA tournament. Their previous highest seed ever was a number 3 seed back in 2013 when Dougie McBuckets, Greg McDermott's son, was on the team. And yes, I'm beyond disappointed. Not only am I beyond disappointed about the fact that Creighton is not going to be in the tournament because there's no tournament, but guess who was planning on going to tournament games this year? Because, you know, the NCAA tournament has games in Omaha every couple of years. So the 20th and 22nd, there were games here in Omaha, first round games. And guess who was planning on getting tickets and going to those games? This guy right here. Guess who can't go to the fucking tournament now? This guy right here. So, yeah, I don't get to see Creighton make a nice little run to the Elite Eight, Final Four. Who knows how far they would have gotten. And I don't get to see round 1, round 2 action over the opening weekend like I was planning on. And it's a fucking bummer.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can't believe how crazy and overblown it is.
Yeah. Yep. So I was at the grocery store today. You know what they're out of?
Bottled water.
Well, the big meme going around right now is toilet paper. But everybody knows they're out of toilet paper. They're out of bananas.
Why is there a toilet paper shortage?
Because everybody bulk bought toilet paper. But they're also out of bananas. Like, can you explain to me why you're bulk buying bananas, a fruit that goes bad in 4 days? Like, are you just planning on making like 15 loaves of banana bread or something? Like,
hey, bro, banana bread is a very underrated bread.
No, it's not underrated because everybody loves banana bread. Like, banana bread is the first thing anybody on this planet learns how to bake. Like, if you don't know how to make banana bread, I mean, I don't know what raised you. Because it's like literally everybody should know how to bake banana bread.
So good, right?
Is Krylov going to blow this?
Oh, yeah. Oh, there is a fucking UFC fight on. Yeah. What am I betting? I see Krylov is getting his ass kicked by the dude in the white or yellow trunk.
Yeah, but he won.
Change.
He won the first 2 rounds, though.
He ain't winning this one. He's getting his fucking dick kicked in.
He won the round. Just a bad fucking last minute. We had a good fight last fight. We picked up a couple wins. This fight doesn't look that good though. I took Johnny Walker -128, and I think he's going to need a knockout in the final round, or he's going to lose. We do have how many fights do we have left? We have 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
We got the 3 best fights on the card probably left.
Oh, and just letting all our fans know. So on our other channel, this is what else the coronavirus robbed you guys of. Many of you know of my good friend Tuate Latte. Well, him and I were going to do an MLB preview show on our other channel, and it was probably going to be a couple hours. We're going to break down every team, all the season win totals, what to look for with each team and all that stuff. But, COVID-19 came along and said, fuck your preview, bitches. Eat a dick.
You know what, though? We could like tape it and just put it on ice privately on YouTube, and then like release it when we can cut it up and release it when it's time.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to work, dude. But You know, the worst part is too is like if anybody is an old school kegger who's been with Jay and I since the beginning of our keg channel from last year. Twatty and I had a MLB preview show last season, and if you followed our season win total previews and his advice on how to bet certain teams at the beginning of the year, I mean, you made pretty good money. I did very well on my win totals. Twatty, he did very well on his win totals. We gave all those out in that show that we did last year. He was dead on when he was talking about how to bet certain teams at the beginning of the year. It was a great show. I mean, I think we went on for about an hour and a half on broke down every team, and we're going to do it again this year. And yeah, COVID-19 said, "Suck a dick, bitches."
That's right. It only that's only temporary. You'll be able to.
Oh yeah, baseball season will start eventually.
Bro,
but
yeah. Can we talk about? How about your fucking? How about your bitch ass team saying that no matter what the MLB decides, that they're not playing home games in the month of April?
What do you want me to say about that?
I mean, just little bitches, bro.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
Walker had a chance to end that fight, and he allowed Krylov to reverse his position.
Yeah,
I think Krylov's going to just wait him out now. I don't think we're going to see aggressive moves.
Greg,
what's up?
If you want to hear good news, during the theoretical MLB preview show, I would have said that I was high on your favorite teams.
Oh yeah, I'm wearing their stuff tonight.
Is there anybody that doesn't think that Nikita Krylov wins this fight? He's minus 560 right now, and I think he's a fucking lock to win this fight.
Yeah, as of right now, you know, it's funny. A minute ago, though, I mean, Walker had that top position. It looked like.
But isn't he up? I mean, isn't he up 2-0 right now, going into the third?
I mean, maybe a judge could have given round 2 for just how dominant he was in that last minute. I wouldn't have personally, but I mean, maybe. But it really, his chance was he needed to win that round 3 definitively, and he had the chance. He had Mount, you know, and now he's just allowed it.
Yeah, and he had it with 4.5 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean, he could have ended the fight there and not even gone to the cards. But now it looks like we might have another one to the cards because Krylov's going to be really conservative here with his aggression, is my guess, just from what I've seen from him so far. See, even how he's just kind of slowly moving in that pass there to try and get half guard, and Walker does a good job of getting that one knee in there to prevent just getting the side control, but he's not really aggressive with trying to improve his position.
Yeah, I should have just laid a huge nut, bro.
Phrasing.
You weren't lying. He said Locker is literally knockout or bust.
Yeah.
Yeah. I should have laid a huge nut live on Krylov at minus 560. I let that opportunity go by me.
Yeah, I mean, you let that opportunity of betting a minus 560 favorite go by you. I mean, what a piece of shit you are.
This is what we missed for the last 4 hours.
I mean, sometimes Jay has to be put in his place, you know? He's like, why didn't I bet that minus 1,000 favorite? I could have, son of a bitch, I could have won $100 by laying that grand. God damn it. Like, yeah, Jay, why did you bet that minus 1,000 favorite?
What's on the menu over there?
Oh, I made hot wings. When I got home, I made some hot wings, and they are delicious.
Are they?
Dude, like, making homemade wings is so amazing. You know, there's just something about like cutting the chicken wings apart, and frying them yourself, and breading them, and then frying them, obviously, and then like saucing them, and finishing off the cooking process in the oven, and getting them out there and eating them up. It makes them taste so much better than when you just fucking order them off a Wingstop. So, anyways, I'm getting bored with this fight I don't have money on. So tell me what I'm going to put money on this next fight, and I'll do it.
Next fight's kind of hard to bet, don't you think, Jay?
Yeah. Moicano is a huge favorite, Ant. I mean, I want to say like over 2.5 rounds because every fucking fight has gone the distance.
Even that's a -200.
Hold on, Moicano, he's -440.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Over 2.5 rounds is -185 on 5 dimes.
I mean, every fight has gone the distance tonight. It's amazing that this Johnny Walker fight just went the distance.
What's that matter though to this fight? I mean,
it doesn't mean anything. Do I think it goes the distance? Yeah, probably. That's why it's a favorite. I'm not betting this fight, but I will tell you the last 2 fights, I'm on Gilbert Burns. I'm on Charles Oliveira.
what price are you getting on both of them? Because I got Burns at $150 minus and Oliveira at +115.
I got Burns at like -160, and he opened at -210. So we got a good price there. And Charles Oliveira, what are you getting? Like +125?
15 cents.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not bad. I would have made him a -115 favorite personally.
You don't like this -440 though on Luciano?
No, Moicano, I think he wins the fight, but I just don't. I think that's too big a favorite.
So is there value just betting the underdog at +$3?
I mean, like, I guess like you could throw like a half unit or a quarter unit on it and just take a shot. I mean, Hadzovic is a violent dude, but I just think he's going to be outclassed.
I like the idea of half unit. What, like, just say $10 for shits and giggles.
So we dropped that fight, boys. So I think we're still hovering around even or slightly up. I have to tabulate what I bet. Oh, I put up a video on our YouTube channel, 10-minute video of the main event and co-main event breakdown. Everybody go over there, support the channel, Sports Keg YouTube channel, and obviously support Sportsbook Review, SBR Picks, best odds portal in the business. 200 people watching all day long. We appreciate you guys. Hit that like button for SBR. Hit the subscribe button if you're not already a member of the channel. Hit that notification bell so you guys know when SBR programming is on. And there's a link in the description that'll bring you to the best sportsbook page. Hit that. Check out all the best sportsbooks. And that's it. While you're in the subscribing mood, head over to our channel. If you like the live betting show, that's where we'll be April 1st. Well, I shouldn't say that. Yeah. April 1st, had there been some sports. Well, I mean, fight casts, I guess, right? And some
Dana White don't give a fuck.
I love it. Love Dana White.
Yeah, I mean, he supports your favorite politician.
Yeah, right. I know. I know. Hey, bro, you owe me $100.
Not yet.
Not yet. You're right.
Joe Biden could still stroke out or die of coronavirus before then.
How about that, though? Huh? I thought I was going to be PayPaling you $100.
Well, what happened was, everybody dropped out and then endorsed him, and like, there's such a panic, right? There's such a panic from the Democratic base that they just want to vote on somebody to get Trump out of there. And they'll just pick anybody. And they think like, well, Bernie's ideas are radical, so we can't have him. So they picked the most milk toast, moderate guy up there that's still left is Joe Biden. But they all forget, remember that time they picked Hillary Clinton? Yeah, she lost to Trump.
For anybody that doesn't know, this is all based around sports betting. Anthony and I, about 6 or 7 months ago, made a bet about who would be the nominee for the Democrats. I said to Anthony, it's going to be Biden. The odds were around, I don't know. At the time, I think Biden and Bernie were pretty close. But
no, I robbed you. Biden was like minus 200. And I didn't take Bernie. I took the field. You took Biden. I took the field.
Right. I took Biden. He took the field. $100 straight.
I was under the assumption, and this was a wrong assumption, but I was under the assumption that people might pay attention to politics and notice that Joe Biden's out of his fucking mind and riddled with dementia and doesn't know where he is half the time. So they pick someone else, whether it was Bernie or not. I'm like, well, there's other, moderate Democrats in the field. Amy Klobuchar was out there. You had that fucking Pete Buttigieg feller was out there. Everyone was like, oh, this Elizabeth Warren, she's pretty cool. She was out there. None of them were riddled with brain worms and dementia.
Well, what's amazing is that 60% of the Democratic Party is in favor of Bernie's policies, but they're so obsessed.
More than that.
They're so obsessed with beating Trump. Yeah, it's so weird that he's not going to be the nominee, even though they love his policies.
Yeah,
and it's going to be Biden. But up till six weeks ago, Anthony and I were in a private StreamYard, and I was like, "Fuck me, man! I'm going to owe you this money." And I said, "But you know what? I'm not out of it yet, bro, because Bernie's got 30% right now, but 70% of the candidates are voting for moderates." I said, everybody needs to drop the fuck out, get out of Biden's way. And if that happens, I said, I got a shot.
It happened for you. Every single candidate dropped out 2 days before Super Tuesday and then endorsed Biden. And I'm just you gotta be shit.
And you told me no. You said, I don't care if it's just him and him. You're not winning.
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, have you watched Biden talk? The dude's out of his goddamn mind. I'm not even. I'm trying to be nice here, but like the dude doesn't know where he is half the time. Like, have you ever watched like Abraham Simpson from The Simpsons, where he's like, "Oh, I wore an onion on my belt because that was the style at the time." And anyways, what was I talking about? That's Joe fucking Biden right now, and people are like, "Yeah, I'm voting for him." What?
Big King's doing it again. Over 2.5 rounds in this fight at minus 190. Go ahead, King. I almost want to take it with you. I mean, it's gone over 2.5 rounds every goddamn fight.
All right, I'm doing it right now 5 times.
Are you?
I mean, I gotta be in solidarity, and I have to have fucking something on this fight.
Bro, should we be winning? Should we be buying Bitcoin, you think?
Don't talk to me about Bitcoin.
Why did you buy it?
Jay, just shut the fuck up about Bitcoin right now. And don't even ever mention that word again for a while.
It'll be fine by June.
Greg, you and I already talked about it. Jay needs to just shut the fuck up.
Did he buy Bitcoin when he told me like a year and a half ago, don't do it? You son of a bitch.
Bitcoin, XPR, Ethereum. Yeah. They all lost like 50% of their value yesterday.
Yeah, it's just terrible.
Rich said, "Wait on Bitcoin. Wait for the drop, Jay. It's going back down." I'll tell you what, man. If it gets down to 3 G's, I'm buying like 2 Bitcoin.
It's not getting back to. It actually popped back up to $5,000. So So,
It
Jake,
might,
you know
it
what you
might
should
dip
do?
again, though.
Go buy a XPR. It's like 15 cents per. Just throw like $500 on XPR. There's more than just Bitcoin. There's like 50 different cryptocurrencies, man.
Oh yeah, I know. I spent like 6 months, bro, going through them all. I almost bought one of them. I forgot what it was.
I just figured like XPR is a good one because it's like 15 cents. So all it's got to do is get to 30 cents and you double your money and then you just cash out. But maybe that's just well, that's part of the gambling of, like my brother tried penny stocks for a while and he had some success at it and he also had some failures. But basically it was like it's so cheap to buy that it doesn't take a lot to like double your money on it. But at the same time, sometimes it's so cheap because it's worthless and then you lose all your money because it goes all the way down to zero. So, that's the risk. Like, you buy a stock in a company that's trading at $100, right? Well, 5 years later, it can be trading at $120. So that's like a really long time to get 20% back. But, you buy stock in a company that's trading at 50 cents, it can be trading at $1 in like 6 months and boom, you double your money.
Spread, how many Bitcoin do you own?
Wow, that's a personal question. Spread, don't answer that.
Well, no, because I dump it in and out. So I think right now I have like half.
Half of one Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Don't tell him, Greg.
I almost bought a Bitcoin for 5 G's and it went up to 15,000. I was so sick to my stomach, man.
Almost like that time you
just
almost bet
tough.
on a minus 500 favorite and it won and then you didn't bet it, so you're sick to your stomach to bet that minus 500 favorite.
Yeah, it's the same thing, exactly. Rich is big up on the cryptocurrency. Rich, what do you think in the next 12 months? How higher do you think Bitcoin will be than its current price, considering that it was at like 8,000 and it's now like what, 5? Do you think it gets up to 10,000 in the next 12 months?
Hold on, Jay.
Cash says that there's a lot of money in penny stocks, Ant. I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? If you buy a shit ton of stock for like 5 cents and it goes up to 20 cents, you just made a shit ton of money.
Yeah, but the risk there's risk in penny stocks too. Like my brother did it for a while, and basically what he said is like, you can make a lot of money, but at the same time, sometimes those stocks are almost worthless for a reason. So you're, it's easy for you to make a lot of money on a really cheap stock, but at the same time, if it's a worthless company, and a lot of the times that stock goes from 50 cents to zero.
Yeah. John said you're better off buying DEAC. They took out DraftKings. I don't know what that means. What is that?
It's a stock.
Oh, okay.
It's the stock of the company that's taking over DraftKings.
So yeah, the market's gone down, right? A lot. So I would assume that the market's going to rebound in a big way, right? It's just about knowing where. Rich says, to be honest, we've got the next 2 to 4 weeks in limbo. I would wait, see what happens in the next 2 to 4 weeks, then the crypto market before buying. However, I would buy Ethereum and Litecoin right now down 50%. Gas Station Sushi said, I just cashed out 3 G's worth of Bitcoin 3 hours ago. Now it's worth $27.75. Fucking A, man. Wow. All right, boys. Moicano.
Bitcoin right now is currently $5,071.68. Ethereum's at $121. XRP's at 14 cents. Litecoin's at 33.94.
And what's the other Bitcoin? There's 2 Bitcoins now, right, Spread?
Well, there's Bitcoin Cash.
A ton, yeah. Bitcoin Cash and
Bitcoin
Ethereum.
Cash is
I
at
like
164.
Litecoin.
Yeah, I would definitely do that, bro. I'd throw 10 G's into like that crypto market, see what I could make.
Yeah, everything's down again today. It's slowed
That was
down a
quick.
lot.
There's
That
our
fight's
under.
over.
There's
That
our
fight's
under.
over already.
What? The fight already started and it's over?
Correct.
Wait.
And now they're
Oh,
being
wow, I lost.
separated.
Son of a
I've
bitch.
never.
Yeah, I don't know what he's yelling about though.
It's been a long time since I don't even know what's hold on. Let me put the volume up.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks. I come on this show, make one goddamn bet, and lose it in 45 seconds.
Well, I mean, I didn't bet it. I don't know why
Oh,
you did.
good for you. Lottie freaking da.
Lottie freaking da. Yep, Moicano. That's why you're minus 4 bills. Moicano looking smooth at 100.
The fight I didn't even know started yet. Already is over, and I lost. Why are they jawing at each other after you tap out?
That I don't know. I was trying to figure that out.
Like, bitch, you tapped. It ain't like
He
you.
said, bitch, you stupid bitch.
He fucking
Now
tapped.
he's,
Like, why?
yelling at his team, huh?
You fucking tapped, you dumb cunt. What the fuck
Man,
you fucking pissed off about?
I wish Jake said we're going to be looking at inflation soon. Buy gold and silver. I just want to like throw
Gilbert Burns is minus $1.45 now. What did you get him at, Jason?
minus 160, I think.
So should I throw like $10,000 on him on principal alone to get a better number than you because you suck?
I mean, he did open at minus 210. I did pretty well with that number.
If he opened at minus 210, doesn't that mean?
Bro, he's minus 182 at DraftKings.
Well, I'm looking at 5 dimes, and unlike DraftKings, everybody I'm talking to on this show has access to 5 dimes.
He's minus 162 at so you got a good
If you
price.
live in New Jersey or Pennsylvania, if you live in New Jersey or Pennsylvania, congratulations, you have access to the book that Jay's talking about. But I'm talking about a book that all of you have access to, and he's minus 145.
Burns' price, it hasn't plummeted. It's just gone down consistently all week because I got him at minus 160 and he's minus 162 at FanDuel, minus 182 at DraftKings, and at Bet365 he is minus 170. All
right, well, cool. How about you make the official play for the show minus 145 because that's what he is at 5 dimes, and that's what I just bet.
All right. Well, I put him at minus 160, but
minus 145 at 5 dimes.
Anthony just now betted at minus 145, so we'll go with that number. Let's get back in the win column, boys.
Do you think that there's a lot of like casual money coming in on Maya? Maybe people like me that think
the whole world, even if you're a small MMA fan, Damian Maya has been around forever. Yeah. You know who Damian Maya is,
right? And he went on that 1 win streak, right?
Oh, he's looked good.
I have no idea
where he won. I can't even remember. It was 5 or 6 fights in a row, and he was like plus money in almost every fight, right? So I mean, people would have nice memories of Maya cashing some underdog tickets for him.
I'm just looking for that opportunity to throw like 10 grand in something just to double it.
Eric Roses, did you watch the Showbox last night?
Maybe I should start day trading it.
Sure, more profitable than the ponies.
Oh my god! Like betting on the ponies is the dumbest thing you can do.
I threw 300 into a TBG account to bet the horses, and I didn't bet one horse.
Why would you bet? I don't know what TGB is, but why would you throw anything into an account to bet on horses?
Yeah, it's affiliated with FanDuel, and it's PayPal transfer, so I could put it back in my account.
Well, put it back in your account, Jason, because betting horses is. I mean, hey, you can either bet horses or wipe your ass with $100 bill and flush it down the toilet. The end result is the same. No, like it's so fucking. I'm just gonna be real here. People aren't used to people being real in these. Everyone wants to talk everything up. No, I'm just gonna be real with you. Horse racing is not profitable. Period. 100% not profitable.
I don't disagree.
If somebody tells you that they can beat horses, they're either A, don't realize you can't. So I don't want to call them a liar. They might just be ignorant to the fact that they're betting into a market that's unbeatable. Or B, they're fucking lying. You cannot beat horses. Period. Stop. End of discussion. It's an unbeatable market.
So how about this?
The VIG is, and the reason why is the VIG is too high. You cannot beat horses with the VIG. The hold on horses, you might as well shoot crap, you might as well shoot craps or play roulette. The VIG and the hold on horse racing is way too high for it to be mathematically capable to profit on it. Period. All right, into my rant. What were you saying, Jay?
Jacob Martin says, Burns, really? Maya is a sleeper. Yeah, Jake, I was talking about that earlier, man. Maya is a guy that has cost me money. He's probably the one fighter that has consistently cost me money the last 2 years because I just keep waiting for the bottom to drop out. He's 42 years old. He has no striking game at all. All he has is, he's one of the greatest submission artists in the history of the UFC. We know that, right? But the problem is that he is at a huge disadvantage on the feet in this fight, right? Striking wise, Burns is way better. He's young. He's athletic. He's got a ton of power. So Damian Maia has the advantage on the ground, right? Which is where he always has the advantage. But Burns is a 3-time Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu world champion also. So Maia's been pulling out these fights because of the advantage he always has on the ground. And you know what? He still may have a slight advantage, but a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu world champion is going to be able to hang with him on the mat. And if that's the case, I just think that, I think this is where Maia at 42 years old maybe just doesn't get it done tonight. And that's why I took Burns.
Well, I am happy to report that there's some comments in the chat, and apparently no one's disagreeing with my stance. So, all right, that's good to go. It's good to know.
So Jake says to me,
who the fuck is Jake? Jake Degenerate.
Yeah, buy silver, Jay. It'll double in the next 6 months. Big King says, JP Morgan suppresses silver and owns all of it. It will never get above $20. What do you say to that, Jake? I disagree. I own silver. How does JP Morgan own all of it? Fair point.
I'm personally not interested in buying metal.
You're not a metal guy?
No.
Here we go.
No, the reason why I'm not into the whole buying gold or silver deal is it's 2020. I mean, people who are like, "Ooh, you got to invest in precious metals or whatever." I mean, yeah, I guess if this is 1800, I mean, it's not currency anymore. Let it go. I don't know. There's really nothing else to say about that. It's not how things are bought anymore. It's not how the world markets work. I mean, you're never going to be on a gold standard again. Like all those people go, oh, we need to get back on the gold standard. Yeah, cool, because it's 1914. Oh wait, no, it's 2020. Well, we haven't been on the gold standard in 70 fucking years. It will never get back on the gold standard. It move forward, not backwards. Your money is not in gold and silver. I don't know, whatever. But people argue with me, and then that just causes a big old. Everyone's going to come up with their opinions, and I'm not really interested in arguing too much. I just kind of want to know if I win this MMA bet. I just don't have. I'm just not convinced that gold and silver purchases are where it's at the moment. I mean, I'd rather invest in either the stock market or cryptocurrency because, it's 2020, not 1820. But whatever. So has this fight started yet? Let me switch tabs. I haven't.
No, it has not.
I'd rather watch this fight and see if I win versus, debate whether you should invest in gold, silver.
Yeah, this has been a pretty good card so far, though. Pretty exciting fights, except for what's his name, Mac Desi not wanting to engage, but every other action.
Teddy B saying Anthony B like everybody else would bet Mexican soccer. No, I've never bet Mexican soccer in my life, and I'm not going to start now just because every other league's canceled. I've never capped Mexican soccer. I don't know the teams. And I'm not going to pretend that I'm an expert on Mexican soccer just because everything's canceled at the moment.
You know what's funny is it's pretty popular here, and I guess you could probably pretty much figure out why.
Yeah, I mean, the Mexican Soccer League, it's not like – it's funny you mentioned that, Greg, because it's like at least with the Mexican soccer, there are people who do cap it because it is a league that is moderately popular here in the United States.
Yeah, no, it's real big out here.
Yeah, but
everyone loves the Chivas.
But the stupid fucking thing I'm seeing on like Twitter is like people are posting plays. I saw, and I'm not kidding you, today I saw someone post their banger play of the day, and it was like the Serbian under 20 league or Yugoslavian under 20 league or Russian under. It was some fucking bullshit league that for some reason isn't canceled yet in Europe, and it was like the under 20 squad. Get the fuck out of here. You did not cap that. You threw it. You just found a league that didn't cancel. You found one game. You picked one side, and then you're trying to get people to up and retweet you or whatever. It's so dumb. Like people giving out cricket plays when they don't even know the fucking rules of cricket. People like, hey, can we bet curling? I mean, you've been able to bet curling for 50 fucking years, but doesn't mean anyone has. And now all of a sudden people are trying to give out curling plays. It's like, get out of here. Just stop it. Just fucking stop.
Corey says the card sucks, not one knockout. Listen, pre-fight, like at 2:30 this afternoon, on paper, this was the best fight night card in a year, not counting UFC pay-per-views. But how this has actually played out, it's been pretty fucking lackluster and not very exciting. But on paper,
you mean how I literally bet the over in the only fight that went under on the entire card?
Yes. Yes, Anthony.
Sumner Hutchinson says live soccer, Sao Paulo over 3.5. All right, let me check that up. I bet that's probably available on my sports betting ultra here on 5 Dimes. Let me see.
Play of the day for Aaron, quarter pounder with cheese, $3.25.
Oh,
go ahead.
No.
Go get that money. I'm on Burns, Big King.
I got a lot of Brazilian soccer on my live betting right now. I don't know. Oh, there it is. 78th minute. It's 3-1. I could get over 3.5 at -114. You know what? Just because our boy said it, I'm going to bet it.
Tommy said the fights have been easy to predict in play. 100% agree. The problem is they've been so one-sided that they're making you really pay for it. But if you got the money, at minus a nickel, I mean, you could have laid 5,000 to pick up 1,000 on Krylov in the third round. It was just easy money. Yeah.
Jason, we just have a bet. Sao Paulo versus Santos over 3.5 goals live at minus 114. You can find it on 5 Dimes, Ultimate, Ultra Sports, Live Play, whatever. It's
did you really just bet that?
Yeah, I threw $5 on it. Hey, the chat giveth, I'll take it. I mean, whatever.
Sumner won't steer you wrong.
I mean, and if he does, I lost $5. I don't really give a shit. I just want to have a little fun. I mean, it's fucking Brazilian soccer. It's literally the first time I bet Brazilian soccer in my entire life. You think I'm going to actually bet big money on it, or medium money, or even small money? No, I threw like $5 on it. Right? Let's just do it. Yeah, I mean, at minus 114, I'll win like 450 or whatever. And
I might throw $5 on a horse race right now. What do you think about that?
I mean, for $5, I'm not going to yell at you. But if you threw $100 on a horse race, I'd call you a fucking moron.
You fucking moron,
dude. That's just baffling that people do that.
It's all they got to scratch that itch.
Go play poker then. I mean,
I completely agree with
that.
Like
if you're a decent enough poker player, it doesn't take that much.
Bro, that's a good call. I should fill up my Poker Stars account or whatever account I have.
No, don't play online. Online poker's too good. You're close to like a casino. Just go to the casino.
Yeah, I don't think they're. I think the casinos are closing.
It's 2.5 hours away. The closest casino.
What? You're in Jersey. How's it 2 hours away?
Atlantic City is.
No. Explain to me this, all right? I hate to interrupt you, but I really don't. But explain to me this one. No, literally. New Jersey's biggest metropolitan area is New York City. All right? Like half your fucking population lives within an hour of New York City. How the fuck do you guys not just have casinos littered on your side of the Hudson?
There's one on that's about an hour from me called the Sands, just over the Pennsylvania border. And then there's another one. I think the one at Yonkers, I don't think has a poker room. So I can either go to Pennsylvania, that's about an hour away, and hit the Sands poker room, or it takes me about 2 hours and 20 minutes to go down to AC.
How the fuck is the state of Iowa smarter than New Jersey?
Oh, they laid off a bunch of workers, huh? Casinos shutting down.
That sounds stupid. No, because like in the state of Iowa, right? Like Iowa's biggest metropolitan area is, outside Des Moines, obviously, would be the part of Iowa that's on the other side of the river from Omaha, Nebraska. Well, you don't have any casinos in Nebraska. So what did Iowa do? They literally put 3 fucking casinos on the river, on the Iowa side of the Missouri River, literally 2 minutes from downtown Omaha, the largest metropolitan area in all of the largest population center of Nebraska. So like literally 50% of Nebraska's population is within 5 minutes of a goddamn casino right over there in Iowa. How's New Jersey not figured that out? Oh, New York City, 8 million fucking people on that side of the border don't have a casino. Well, we just put a fucking casino right by the goddamn Jets stadium. Like you can put 5 of them there. There's 8 million people across the river. Like, what the fuck? Like, Jay, can we get a fucking loan or something? I mean, I kind of want to start a business.
A loan, huh?
Yeah, let's buy the goddamn real estate and fucking build a casino. What the fuck, dude? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, how is there not a casino in New Jersey right across the river? Like, you get on your side of the Lincoln Tunnel, there should be 5 casinos right there.
Let's go, Gilbert.
All that Wall Street money in Manhattan, they get off for work. They're like, oh, man, I need to blow off some steam. Oh, I'll just ride 45 minutes across the tunnel to New Jersey and play some blackjack. I don't know, Jay. Like, am I the only one not baffled by the fact that New Jersey doesn't have like a shitload of casinos on the other side of New York City? That just seems like stupid to me. Like, how do you
think about how much that New York City real estate is? There's not much of it to just knock down some shit and build a couple casinos. Here we go. Burns. It's on ESPN, by the way.
Ron Loftus says Ant's going to talk right through another fight. I probably am, but I am turning it to the fight now. Here, I'll mute myself too so I can shut up for a second. I feel like I'm monopolizing the conversation with random stupid bullshit that doesn't matter. For the full disclosure, I am kind of drunk. So.
That's all right, buddy. Do you? I'm just happy you came to hang out.
This holds 2 full beers, and this is my 3rd one. So I'm basically
that's some social distancing.
I mean, what am I supposed to? Hey, hang out in your house all weekend doing nothing. What am I supposed to do? Get drunk? Yes, that's literally all I'm going to do.
Good for Maya backers right there as he gets the takedown already.
Yeah, but you know what? Gilbert Burns is a world champion.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
And he just proved it by getting back up.
Yeah, not a lot of people just get up.
No.
You know what I mean?
Maya's got a nice level change there. You can tell Burns kind of took his breath, and Maya took advantage there.
I mean, God, Damian Maia is so goddamn good at what he does.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a pure grappling match. So for the people who don't like the groundwork, they're not going to enjoy this fight.
Yeah,
I love it. Me, I'm already fucking bored.
Wow, Burns got out of it again, bro. No, I mean, how many people have you seen do that against Damian Maia in the last 2 years?
Especially with an escape like that, that's not really like a high-level technical escape, right?
He's a fucking boa constrictor.
Oh!
Put it on the board, bitch.
Oh, yeah, baby, suck my dick.
Very nice.
All right. Hey, oh, wait a minute. My fucking camera's off still. All right. Woo! Yeah, buddy. Who won that fight?
Yeah, we make that money. We make that money tonight.
He fucking knocked him out. Like he said, hey, I'm going to get out of your little
who told you? Who told you that would happen in the breakdown?
I don't fucking know. I don't read that shit.
Fuck you, buddy.
I retweet it. You know what's hilarious is like he's just like, I want to get out of your little takedown or whatever, and then I'm just gonna knock you the fuck out. How about that?
Yeah, and we talked about that in the preview, right, Jay? How, I mean, obviously he's a professional fighter, but for an MMA fighter, right, really below average striking and on the top, and Burns was just able to take advantage of it perfectly there.
That was pretty dope.
The whole world, the one I want though, guys. I want this one because the whole fucking world is on Kevin Lee, and I really want this one.
Who's all on Kevin Lee?
Everybody.
Who's everybody?
Just like the MMA community, like the websites that I like to go to, like the cesspool of fucking Twitter. Everybody's on Kevin Lee.
Hasn't Lee lost like 3 out of his last 5 fights or something?
Yeah.
So why is it? Is it because obviously these picks came out before he missed weight, so it can't be the extra weight that they were gunning on.
I don't know. I think Charles Oliveira is such an underrated MMA fighter, man. I'm a fan.
Yeah, and Oliveira's coming in on a nice streak, right? He's won like 3 in a row.
And he looks so good.
Yeah. So
Especially his striking recently. I mean,
I've
he's
been let down by
like
by Lee
knocking
before.
motherfuckers out now, bro. And
Yeah.
like you're talking about a guy that's got the most submission wins in the history of the promotion, right? And he's just straight murking people. He's really locked in. He's really, really locked in right now with his striking. And I mean, plus 132, you're going to give me? I'm taking it. I'm taking it.
So it's funny because we talked about Trinaldo not really having anywhere to go. I think this is a great a trampoline or jumping off point for Burns to get this victory. And I think he's really put himself in the top 10 contention now.
I'm just kind of think it's dope that he knocked him out, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah, especially because we've had decision before these last 2 fights.
Yeah, Anthony comes in, and there's 2 finishes in the first round.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Anthony comes in, talks nothing about UFC, and we get two finishes in the first rounds. That's right.
Yeah, Kevin Lee missed weight. Yeah, Big King, he did. But I mean, I kind of expected it. He's been going back and forth between welterweight and lightweight. I mean, bro, come on. I like Raging Al and all, okay? But, I mean, if Al Iaquinta can shut fucking Kevin Lee down, you're telling me Charles Oliveira's not live? Come on.
Oh, do you want to hear me complain about something?
That would be shocking.
So I did an open parlay, right? I did a 6-leg open parlay. And on the 6th leg, I'm like, well, everything's probably going to get canceled tomorrow. So I took Xavier to beat DePaul on the money line to close out a 6-leg open parlay because, obviously Xavier should beat DePaul. DePaul's the worst team in the Big East, minus 290. There we go, baby. And DePaul won. So I got sad that I had like a 8-1 payout on that, lose, because on the last one because Xavier lost to DePaul, so I was sad. So there we go. That's what I'm complaining about.
JM says, yo, Jay, would you cash out for 500 or ride out 50 for 1,500 on Charles? So you're telling me right now your $50 bet you can cash out right now for a nickel profit, JM? That's what you're saying? If that's me, I'm out. I'm taking my nickel.
I cash out too.
But we're taking Charles Oliveira
and throw 100. Yeah, take Oliveira, throw 100 on him, try to pick up 600. But that's because I pay bills this way. I mean, if you're just looking to have fun and you want to take a shot to turn 50 into 1,500, take a shot. But personally, I'm cashing that out and then I'll reinvest in Oliveira.
So I just took Oliveira plus the quarters. That's what we want.
Yeah, plus 132 I got. Yeah, but it's Charles inside the distance. See, now you're telling me not only does he have to win the fight, but he's got to do it inside the distance, which is possible. It's a 25-minute fight. But I'm taking that knuckle, Jay. I mean nickel. Sorry, not knuckle. I'm taking that nickel.
Crazy.
Take that nickel and then throw $100 on something. If you want to take a shot, throw 100 on him inside the distance at plus 160, right? So worst case scenario, you pick up 400. Best case scenario, you pick up 6 and change.
Worst case scenario, you take a knuckle, Jay.
Yeah, you take a knuckle. That's a good day. 400 or 6.
Why do you do this?
I want this one. Sometimes you just want this one. Sometimes you don't care. You're like, meh, I want this one.
Is it because you're like the only person on Oliveira and everyone else is on Kevin Lee?
Yes.
There you go. Not bad. You've been doing with no sports.
I went hiking twice.
What have I been doing?
Well, I know Jay didn't go hiking, but you went hiking, Spread? That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I have been doing a ton of shit, bro, behind the scenes, trying to get ready for our channel to launch.
Pretty dope. Yeah, I would have been doing a ton of things above the scenes. All the sports got canceled.
So, Ant, over under on when we see one of the big 3 sports again, what would you put it at if you were going to set the line?
By big 3, you mean NHL, MLB, NBA?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can use NHL. I was thinking of NFL, but yeah, NHL probably makes more sense.
Well, NHL's actually in they spend their, I don't know, like 3 weeks. 3 weeks maybe.
Yeah, Bovada put it at April 15th for the NBA.
Oh yeah, that sounds about right.
You see the video that we tweeted out from our account? You like those graphics, bro? Tell me how cool that shit looks.
I'm gonna check it right now.
Yeah. So, you know how Jay, you know how like you and I both like The Boys on Amazon?
Yes.
Yeah, the TV show. So, you know what I did, right? Because you know it's based off of a comic book. Over like the last 4 days, I just binge read the entire comic. Yeah, I mean it's a 72 issue comic book series. So like it actually doesn't take that long to read 72 issues of a comic because there's not like a ton of words. It's like there's a lot of pictures in comics, so like the words aren't exactly abundant like in a novel. So like to get through like a 72 issue comic book series, it doesn't actually take as long as you would think it would. Yeah, so I binge read the entire comic that the TV show The Boys on Amazon is based off of. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Everybody go look at that of our Twitter account and tell me what you think of the graphic.
So you know what the worst thing about the TV show was, though?
What?
I don't think you and I talked about this when we were talking about the show. You know what the worst thing about The Boys TV show was? Simon Pegg's American accent. Like, how bad was that, right? So, Greg, Simon Pegg's in the show, right? You know who Simon Pegg is, that British actor, Shaun of the Dead,
No, actually I don't.
Really? Shaun of the Dead. Oh, my God. Oh, you're killing me. How do you not know who Simon Pegg is? No, well, he's British, right? Well, he's in the TV show, and he's like the main character's dad in the TV show, but he's like American, and his accent is terrible. Well, I finally figured out, like reading the comic, I figured out why Simon Pegg was cast. Well, the character whose dad he plays in the TV show, that character in the comic was actually based off of him to begin with. So it's just a nod to him that this character was based off of him in the comic book series. So they just cast him as that character's dad in the TV show. But in the TV show, he, had some horrible American accent. So it's terrible. I don't know. Is this fucking MMA fight on yet?
No. So now this is where the pacing will slow down with 2 knockouts in a row. And this scheduled to go another hour, right, Jay? So be interesting to see how quickly they get this fight going. Well, it looks like they're starting the walkouts right now.
Oh yeah, it's just the card's just gonna end.
I noticed you like a half hour post fight show with Bisbee and those guys.
Frankie Knuckles says this guy needs his own show. He is not an asset to sports gambling. Not the MMA gambling. I don't cap MMA. I cap other sports. But, I mean, if you'd like us to talk about the exact same MMA fight for 30 minutes straight, we can do that, Jay. So, Jay, what other breakdowns do you have for this MMA fight that you haven't already gone over in the previous 4 hours of the show?
There's only this is the last fight, and I broke this fight down about 18 times.
Oh, okay. I mean, well, can you break it down a 19th time so we can be an asset to sports gambling, please?
I mean, I'd rather I didn't. Why? Who said that?
I mean, I just beat him not to.
Oh, Frankie Knuckles. Oh, Frankie Knuckles is a good guy.
Yeah, I know. I just beat him obnoxious.
And it's definitely, everybody that's like been watching us for the last 5 months, because you've only seen us on Liveline, Anthony earns his fucking money during baseball season. That's why we keep him around.
Well, I thought it was because you liked me.
I do like you.
I thought that I founded the show with you.
Did you go to the COVID-19 section, Ant, on the Five Dimes? Did you see there's a COVID-19 section?
Oh, well, let me open up my 5 Dimes tab right now.
Yeah, you can go over some of those.
Where's it at?
They put it's in the other area, all the way to the right.
Slammy's against me. Come on, Slammy.
Other where? Like, I'm on 5 Dimes right now. I see the bet the board, parlay, if bets, action reverse.
Yeah, so bet the board and then go all the way to the right under other.
Oh, there is a COVID-19 section. Holy shit, you're right. All right, should I? Okay, I'm gonna look at it.
Yeah.
Oh God, what do we got here? Oh, Kentucky Derby takes place on 5/2.
They think by these odds, they think NHL will be the first league to come back.
Okay.
Not by much though. But what's interesting is for by these odds, they think the NHL and MLB will come back before NBA, which threw me off. But now that I think about it, it makes sense since NBA has 2 players that have positive tests.
Well, MLB official game before June 1st, -210. MLB official game after June 1st, +1. Why would you bet these?
I don't know. I just figured I'd bring it up rather than us breaking down the fight.
But you're right.
We can check out the politics section next if you want.
It's like I don't fuck. It's one of those things. Like, how do you handicap this? Because like we don't know how bad it's going to get. I mean, it could blow over and we could have shit back in like 2 weeks, or it could get worse and we could all be dead in like a year. Or who no fucking knows.
I'm on an Oliveira, Rob. I think it's at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, it is. Tough fight to call. Oliveira is the dog, so.
Tough fight to call, but you're on Oliveira.
But I'm on Oliveira.
Ryan C says over/under on deaths in Italy is at 50,000.
Wow, is that true, huh?
Well, I mean, it's something he said. I don't know if that's an actual thing. Like, can you bet over/under deaths? That sounds awfully morbid. I don't know if I want to do that. The politics section, though, there's really not a lot of value there anymore. You either lay like -10,000 on Biden to get the Democratic nomination, or which makes me think that you should just kind of on the re-election. So I'm gonna click on that. Politics.
Come on, Charlie.
Whoa, Jay, hold the phone.
What's up?
5 Dimes has Donald Trump to win the re-election at +105.
Yeah, I thought you'd be interested in that.
Say that again, Ant.
Donald Trump wins re-election is plus 105. How is he plus 105 when it was like minus $2 just a few weeks ago? Do they think that's
the stock market and the handling of this virus? Probably.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, you think the coronavirus thing is yeah, he has kind of fucking did a shit job on that, hasn't he? But I don't know, man. I mean, I think he's a slam dunk against Biden. See, Donald Trump's not like Bernie Sanders. Donald Trump will actually come out there on stage during the debate and go, hey, by the way, has anyone noticed that Joe Biden's got fucking dementia? Like, Bernie Sanders is too nice to actually say that, but Donald Trump don't give no fucks. He'll point that out, and then people will be like, oh, yeah, Joe Biden does have dementia. He's right. We should probably not vote for him. And then Donald Trump will win. I don't know. Plus 105. I should bet that.
Consigliere says we know Lee can be submitted. 2 of his last 3 losses are from being subbed with improved striking and home arena advantage. It's hard not to like Oliveira at dog odds.
Oh, God damn it. Jay, why didn't you tell me Oliveira was one of those guys who had his name tattooed on him?
Sorry.
You know my stance on betting on MMA fighters who have their names tattooed on them.
He's the exception, bro. I'm telling you, he's good.
Is he? Well, he better be, because I swear to God, you will owe me $50.
Well, that would
if
suck.
he loses. Well, I'll take it out of the money I'll wind up having to pay you on that.
Didn't I just make you $50 though? At least on Burns.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't give you credit when you make me money. I only tell you owe me money when I lose money.
Oh, good to know where you stand at least.
What? I mean, it's fair play. Like every MLB season, if I win you like a few bets, you don't say shit. But if you're losing a bet, God damn it, can't this guy pick a winner? Motherfucker. Oh, gee, why did this team give up 5 runs in the 6th?
I got a horse. I got a horse for you, Ant. It's a lock.
I'm not betting it. I'm not betting that.
It's an absolute mortal lock.
Dude, I am so pissed off. Like, Twatty Latte and I were going to have such a great MLB preview show. And
bro, I mean, you're acting like it's not possible. All you got to do is make it, and then we'll put it out later.
Yeah, I'll talk to Matt and see what he wants to do now.
Yeah, we'll clip it down when
he's got
you do
silver hair too, dude. Like, you have me bet on a guy with his name tattooed on him and silver fucking.
Did you see that kick though?
Oh, holy shit! Yeah, Greg, that's what I just holy shit on. Wow! Woo!
Listen, and when you do it by division, so we can clip it down by division.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. I'm watching this fight. This is actually kind of entertaining.
Come on, Charlie. Let's get it done here, big boy.
How old is this Kevin Lee guy?
I don't know. I think like Oliveira's like
He got
30.
a man bun, dude.
I think Lee's somewhere around 27. Oliveira's 30, I think.
All right. Well, it's like I'm either this kind of like a lose-lose situation. You either bet on the dude with the silver hair or bet on the dude with the man bun. Get him. Come on, get him, Oliveira. Get him.
Oh, he takes him down, but then he's not able to finish it.
Yeah.
Oh, is he going to get the ankle lock there?
Was he Ken Shamrock?
Oh, almost had a triangle, bro.
Boom. He's hammer fisting him now. This fight's way doper than what you got. You see, all I had to do was come on, talk about anything but the sports betting, and then all the fights became fucking action.
That's why it's the main event of the evening, Anthony.
Dude, this fight's fucking dope as shit. Oh, is he going to choke him? Come on, choke the shit out of that fucker. Come on, you silver-haired cunt. Let's go. I really like this MMA, Jay. Thank you for getting me into it about a year ago. Pretty fucking cool. Who's winning the fight, though? I can't even tell who's winning. It's just fun to watch. How do you fucking score this shit?
I mean, Oliveira was ahead, and Lee's done pretty good on the ground. You know, when Oliveira had the nice takedown, and then they kind of fell with Lee in a better position, that was a disadvantage.
How do you score it once it's on the ground and they just hug each other for 2 fucking minutes?
Well, I mean, they're attempting submissions and setting stuff up. Like,
yeah, this is crazy technical, Ant, right now.
yeah.
Well, technically, I want to see some more fucking fight.
I'm loving this.
Well, I mean, I know how you love to watch 2 barely clothed men hug each other on the ground, but I want to see some ass kicking. See what the chat thinks.
That's crazy how that half guard worked out, and then Oliveira just actually gave it up. But to get back to full guard, though, wow, that was almost like a quarter guard where he just only had the legs on the ankle. Now he's back to the full guard here. Let's see if he can attack from the guard.
Concierge tells me that Oliveira is winning.
Wow. Just elite. This is just elite level grappling right now.
Yeah.
Scrambles.
And you know what's crazy is he went for the arm bar. He missed. He lost position. But in the scramble, he was able to get his best position of the whole grapple so far.
Yeah, some of the people in the chat say that Oliveira is winning with the grappling. Are you in agreement then?
Well, he was definitely winning the exchange on the feet.
Mm-hmm.
And he has been very offensive on the ground.
Yeah.
I would probably give the first round to Charles Oliveira, yeah. Even though Lee spent the last 2.5 minutes kind of on top, but they were like all over the place.
But he had a nice pass there. You know, if this round is still up in the air, great pass and landed some strikes.
Well, Lee's throw some punches there.
But you see how quickly Oliveira recovers? Each time he's got his guard passed, he gets back to guard like so quickly.
Yeah, and keep in mind, it's a 25-minute fight. There's 4 more rounds.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was.
I wouldn't be surprised if they gave that first round to Lee.
Let's see what the chat thinks.
I think that's a true swing round there.
Tommy O'Mara says when Lee gets tired, Oliveira will pick him apart.
Yeah, Oliveira doesn't really get tired.
Yeah, Dexter says Oliveira active on the ground. Big King BJ, I love that name. Big King BJ says Kevin looks gassed. He missed weight too. Conciliere says the longer they spend scrambling, the better for Oliveira.
Come on, bro.
Whatever, dude. And Kevin Taylor says way doper Ant ? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I think the fight's pretty fucking dope, so I'll go with that. And Robert Allen says, who won that round, Lee or Oliveira?
I think Oliveira personally.
All right, so let's hope it was Oliveira. See, this is how we have money on him. Sweet, sucking up money. Man, Jay, I'll either take the if Oliveira loses, okay, I'll either take that $50 out of what I owe you for when Biden wins, or I could just leave you that $100 in my last will and testament. But since you'll probably die before me, I guess you'll just go to your daughter.
Ooh, that was a nice hook there by Lee.
They are both of them are getting through some nice combos.
This is a great fight so
far.
Well,
I want the fight to stay on the ground because I have a better feeling that Oliveira will win than Lee if this fight stays on the ground, because I don't know,
Oliveira's won, I think, most of the exchanges when they're standing.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's what I said. I wanted to stay standing, so Oliveira.
I think that Lee
go to the ground.
Lee is getting his, definitely, but Oliveira is all over him, bro.
Yeah, but doesn't Lee get an automatic 1-point deduction in every round for the man bun?
He looks a little hurt, bro.
Wow.
Those uppercuts are hurt.
Uppercuts, that's like 3 that he's like snuck in there.
Yeah.
And they're like lead uppercuts too. He's not setting them up which really says a lot for his accuracy, and his ability to have his punch.
Ooh, listen to Greg. Listen to Greg there, fucking throwing that MMA knowledge down there.
Yeah.
Here I am
That's
going,
it off.
yeah, this fight's dope as shit, and Greg's like telling you how everything's getting set up. Damn, Jay, has he been your apprentice here on the MMA?
Yeah, I've been listening and learning after doing a bunch with Jay and Dave, right? We're breaking these down. So for Oliveira backers, this is a much better round. Oh, no, and just as I say that, he gets taken down.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is like I've been dealing with this with
armbar.
Oh, there it is. Come on.
Then he switched to an omoplata. Those omoplatas are so tough to get without a gi. Triangle. And he didn't get it either. Wow, I thought those were like 3 attempts that all looked good when he was going for him.
Yeah, everything you're saying, I'm like, oh yeah. This is a good fight. I really enjoyed it. Now they're just hugging each other. Oh, I've been in that position before. Huh. So, like, do they just lie on each other for a while, or are they actually going to like do something?
I don't know what's going on.
Lee's just basically making Oliveira carry his weight right now. He's tired, so he's trying to get to like this neutral position, or not neutral, but stalling out.
Oliveira was winning this round, bro.
Yeah,
for
and
sure.
so Lee's just trying to slow it down here because.
Oh, it's slowed down. I'm bored already.
I'm still not really worried because I think we probably got the first round and we won the first half of that second round.
Yeah.
And there's 3 more rounds.
Well, Jay, anytime you say probably won that first round, I'm always a little hesitant because I've seen enough fights where you're like, yeah, we won that fight, guys, and then the decision went the other way. You're like, huh?
Well, bad judges, but they're in Brazil, right? I mean, Oliveira is 16-0 in Brazil. And I think that these fighters will accurately score the fight because
there's no crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw someone tweet out like Brazilian fighters are like 0-3-1 or something like that on the fight card.
Well, Trinaldo won.
I mean, the tweet was a while ago. So.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Let's go, buddy. He's trying to hammer fist him now, and he's all like, get off me.
What is that there, Jay? Is that like an X guard that Oliveira's playing?
I mean, it looks like he's like halfway going for a leg lock.
I remember kind of learning those, and I remember those were I was never good.
Right. Like he's got a half of a heel hook down, right? But he just hasn't grabbed the heel really. I would say the fight's 1-1, and Lee is exhausted.
Well, is Oliveira exhausted too?
They're
both kind of tired.
I think that his gas tank is pretty good. Kevin Lee's minus 155 right now, and Oliveira's plus 110. But I guess they think that he's up 2 rounds.
I see Lee at minus 175, but it's pretty close to what they closed at. I don't know. I think most likely they're going to give Lee, round 2 to Lee.
I think that Oliveira could end this fight on the feet from what we've seen. I mean, he's
66 Slammy says 2-0 Lee. Connor Butler says 2-0 Lee.
Oh, I don't think Lee won the first round though.
I think that first round was a swing though. I mean,
Corey H says
definitely a possibility.
Corey H says both guys are tired. We'll see. Frankie Knuckles says I should go take the dogs for a walk.
If Oliveira could stay on his feet, man, I think he wins.
Yeah, I think instead of going for subs, maybe go for try to escape and just get out of the position rather than going from the subs in those negative positions. And now he's going for another sub.
Put it on the board, bitch. Boom.
Wow.
So right when Greg is going, he shouldn't go for those subs. He subs them.
He subs them, yeah. No, that's happened to me 3 times. And there's even one earlier, and when we were talking, and I was going to say something, and what I was going to say was the exact opposite. But that's what happens when you throw those subs up, right? It only takes one to hit, even if it causes you to lose the first 2 rounds. So.
FIFA says so. The fight is over.
No, because I don't think it went 2.5 minutes. That was too early in round 3.
No, that's under
It's
2.5.
Under. Yeah, it's going under.
Yeah, that's definitely under 2.5. Because that was like 30 seconds into the 3rd round, so that did not make it halfway through the 3rd round.
Wow, a guillotine from half guard. How often do those work, Jay?
When you're Charles Oliveira and you hold the record for most submissions in UFC history, often.
Yeah, I mean that's just wild. I mean,
he's still holding on to him after he's submitted. Like, what's he doing?
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you tapped. Woo, that was a good fight.
Yeah, that was a fun fight.
Yeah, I like
Jay, we did pretty good for this card for kind of being, under unfortunate circumstances. And
oh yeah, for
I
sure.
wasn't really sure, but I'm looking at my accounts now and I'm like, oh wow. Nice. So maybe I will be able to make some more withdrawals now that Bitcoin's low.
You like to withdraw when Bitcoin's low?
And selling high, but my problem was I have a ton sitting in there for my last withdrawal because I was trying to go from 8 to 9.7, and then everything happened.
Oh, so that's when you time your withdrawals when Bitcoin's low?
That's what I usually do, yeah. And then I try to deposit when it's high.
Oh, okay.
Just because I figure you get more Bitcoin, right, for your withdrawal. But
all right, man. We did good. We had one fight card to take advantage of all week, and we made some fucking money.
yeah, that is nice. I'm actually looking at these accounts right now. That we only missed one, really, huh? That one early in the deal.
Yeah. What one were we? Barzola drew. Zaleski dos Santos won. Trinaldo won twice. The only one that was wrong was Formiga, right?
Yeah, that was the one we missed. That was
Brandon Moreno.
Yeah.
Du Bronx. We put out two UFC videos on the new channel. Cash them both. Burns, Oliveira. We get the 2 winners on the Trinaldo fight. Dos Santos gets the squeak. Johnny Walker, K-Wolf. Thank you, buddy. Barzolo didn't lose. He drew. So Walker and Formiga.
Draws are boring.
Hey, Ant, are there any more bottles of $1 champagne?
No.
You're telling me that you rocked 30 bottles?
Not by myself. Most of that was drank by someone else, but I mean, dude, that shit was bought like 3.5 months ago.
Yeah, I didn't bet the Formiga fight. So really, it was only Bueno Silva and Johnny Walker, and that's it. Because Barzola drew. Well, boys, I don't know what's going to happen this week coming up. There's really nothing going on. I'm gonna try to get some really solid handicappers that bet horses for you guys, and see if I can put together a couple live lines just so you guys have some content. And I'll try to find people that really know what's going on in terms of horse racing.
No, Jay, we should leave. No, Jay, let's leave the show off tomorrow with some snooker content.
I don't even know what snooker is, bro. What is that? I don't even know what that is.
It's something we should leave the show off with tomorrow. Snooker content.
NASCAR suspended the races for the next 2 weeks, Rick. So this weekend and next weekend. Jonesy, believe me, buddy. I get it. I get it, bro. Believe me. So, I mean, I don't know. I want to be on just out for you guys more than the UFC fight coming up. But, I mean, they took PGA golf away from us. Next weekend, for sure, there's no NASCAR race. And then NHL, MLB, and the NBA are at least 30 days, right? Yeah, I'll try to get MLB previews going with Anthony on our other channel. We'll try to do some of those.
This might be the intervention some people might need.
Hey, you know what? It's always good to take some time off, boys. Doesn't hurt.
Yeah. Take a couple weeks off sports betting and come back ready to go when the leagues come back. No need to worry. No need to.
Can you imagine what the board's going to look like, Ant, if they all come back at the same time?
Oh, there'd be so much of a handle, probably. Yeah. But
if the NBA doesn't start back up till July, we could have NBA, MLB, and NFL. But it'll be normally we get that for that quick week in October. What do they call it? The equinox, the sports equinox. But it'll be meaningful NBA, not the beginning of the year. I mean, it's just going to be crazy.
Yeah. It's been weird. It's been a weird few days. I've found it's been strange doing other things in my life besides focusing on sports betting. To be honest with you, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, there's no sports to bet on. I mean, I read, I watched shows, I actually started to give a shit about my real job. It's kind of like, oh, wait a minute, this is so strange. So I don't know. I just know that I'm insanely pissed off there's no MLB. I mean, that basically was like a big gut punch to me. And what happened to the NCAA tournament? I mean, I just want to fall off a cliff on that one. My favorite team on the planet had an opportunity ripped from them because of a goddamn flu virus. But whatever.
Yeah, hopefully we get NASCAR back after next weekend. Hopefully the 30-day suspension in the NBA is just 30 days. We could deal with that. Why
can't they just do this shit without fans?
Right. Hopefully the MLB holds to that 2-week break, suspension.
Everybody goes to work still?
Yeah, we'll be okay as long as it's as long as we can get back to business in about a month from now. We'll survive the next month, bro. Now, here's the deal with the UFC next week, okay? The plan was it's in London at the O2 Arena, okay? Now, they may be motherfuckers and they may be like, sorry, we're not going to have the event. We don't want to have the event. Even if they say, well, we'll do it behind closed doors, no crowd, just the fighters and staff. They may say no. Now, the plan was if they said no next week, they were going to hold it in Las Vegas on the UFC campus in their little Apex arena that they do the Ultimate Fighter shows in, okay? But today, the Nevada State Athletic Commission said combat sports will be suspended in the state of Nevada until March 28th, which means if London says we don't want you guys to have it, there's a chance that we won't have an event next week unless Dana White can find some other place to do it. So,
dude, this is fucking stupid. Like, you can go to goddamn Walmart, Kroger, Target. There's people there, but like 15 people converging to put together a goddamn behind closed doors UFC event. Oh, God. They'll spread the coronavirus to each other. But yet, the goddamn grocery store could be fucking open.
Anthony, they won't even race cars on a racetrack with no fans in the stands, bro.
It's fucking dumb. If you're going to shut down all sports, even with no fans, then you got to shut down every grocery store. Guess what I could go do right now, Jay? Did you know that I right now can walk out of my house, get in my car, and drive to a fucking restaurant that's open? Wait staff,
all right, so
cook, bartenders.
Here's the deal, boys. We'll see what happens this week. You may see us. I'm going to try to find some like real legitimate horse cappers. If not, we'll see where we are. Before you go, subscribe to SBR. Hit the like button for us. Click the link in the description for SBR. It'll bring you to the best sportsbook page. And you guys know all about SBR. SBR has been good to us. We are the guys from the Sports Keg, right? We were originally on our own channel. SBR picked up our live betting show. Me, Spread, Dave, we write for SBR as well, right? But April 1st, our live betting show won't be on this channel anymore. Now, you may still see me and Spread in videos on SBR. We still work for SBR. We love SBR. But our live betting show is going to go back to our channel, the Sports Keg YouTube channel. So give us a follow, like, and subscribe over there as well. All right, that's it. We're out of here. We made the most of this card. We picked up some units, cash money. And that is that. Hope you guys had fun. The coronavirus fucked everything up, but they didn't beat us today. So we will see you guys as soon as we possibly can. So for Spread, Ant, Donnie Rightside hung out with us earlier. Big man on campus. Thanks to everybody watching. We'll see you soon. Back after this.